Declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green! You donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is hump day. It's a Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's 80 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. I'm in a great mood. I'm in a cheery mood. I'm sure someone is going to try to fuck that up, but we are live. We're alive. And early, as a matter of fact. It's directly 11 a.m., which means I started early. Means I started earlier than usual. And of course, as soon as I do that, people are going to come in and say, hey, Hasan, I didn't get informed that you were live today. I don't know what's going on. Are you blacklisted? It's like, no, it's because the Twitch algorithm is busted. That's it. Oh, he's caffeinated. He's punctual. Punctual king. Caffeinated king. That's how it is. You were mean to Austin. He deserves it. All right. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi August in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And that's right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's happened in the world of HasanAbi August for all the parasocialists out there in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and start streaming button. Last night I ended the broadcast a little bit earlier than expected after 7 hours. Half day Hasi, you already know what it is. There's a reason for that. That is because I was going to a dinner. Okay? I was going to a dinner. The Hollywood dinner in the Hollywood Hills, apparently in the house of like the guy who owns Bitmoji or something and sold it to Snapchat. Is some fucking crazy mansion that this dude lives in. It's like at the tippy top of the Hollywood Hills. And it was like a networking event / dinner situation for like a media company. I think it's like under what is it under? It was like a web summit for The Ankler. Okay. So Hollywood entertainment industry, self-published situation. Party in the Hollywood Hills, yeah. But you already know what it is. Your white hair is showing. I know, I got white hair. It's all good. Seeing the podcast releases back to back this week has been beautiful. I'm so proud of the way you've been handling the attacks. I mean, those are just happening regardless. Like, those are not a consequence of me getting attacked or something. I mean, I shot these podcasts like a while ago. I do it regularly. Anyway, but yeah, I went to this event thing. There was a bunch of like TikTokers there. I met the Midas Touch guy. I met Mr. Midas behind the Midas Touch. That was cool. He is tapped in. Like, Unc knows everything about my stream and whatever is going on in the world of HasanxHASAN. He might even be in here right now. Yeah, Ben Meislis. Yeah, Mr. Midas. Yeah, we talked a little bit about, what's going on, what's happening in the world. I met Mr. Midas himself. Yeah, that's true. Isn't it crazy? Isn't that crazy? I met Mr. Midas, bro. But yeah, Midas Jebediah Touch. Yeah, he said like a lot of his young guys are big fans. Myzelis, Ben Myzelis. Yeah, okay. But in any case, I did that. Did he turn you to gold? Yeah, he touched me and I turned into gold. I saw this crazy artwork there that reminded me of Expedition 33, which is part of the reason why I left early. I went there. I talked to some people. I'll give you some. A lot of people I talked to, just to get a better understanding of like where they're coming from, like what they're tuned into. Normies or even people who are like in the entertainment sphere, like the things that they care about, things that they're not super tapped into everything that's going on in politics, things that they care about. The Nelk Boys interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu and how big of a mistake that was. That was a big point. That was a conversation piece for everybody. Everybody was like talking about how ridiculous that was and how crazy, how this like spells how dire the times are, Not me. I didn't bring it up as a topic, but that was a thing. And then another thing was, people just like hating Donald Trump. That was definitely a thing. I try to, I try to go to this stuff so I can get a better understanding of where people are coming from, and also hopefully. You supported 3 different terrorist groups, you disgusting fuck. Okay, man. All right, big dog. But yeah. What did you go to? It was just like a summit networking thing. Yeah, but it was crazy. Like you can see the Hollywood Bowl, you can see the Hollywood sign. It was wild from this house. I'm not even like a big views guy, you know. I don't really care about views like that, but it was cool. It was a cool experience. What humiliation ritual did you perform? So many humiliation rituals, dude. I mean, it's just like having to stay up and outside of my house so close to my bedtime is the biggest humiliation ritual for me. That's my shit. You know what I mean? That's my life. So that's it. That's enough for me. Also, the Hasan Minhaj, Hasan Minhaj thing came out. I don't know if you guys saw, or maybe you did. Wait, how do I move this stuff? I don't know what happened. Did my banner get misaligned or something? What? Oh, it did. Why did that happen? That's weird. All right, I fixed it. I was on Hasan Minhaj. It's the first clip is out. We did a collabo post. Here it is.
Kings, and then there's manlets. If you're like, a short king, you don't care, you're cool.
Got it. Hitler had little man syndrome.
Yes.
And so he basically had to be like, I'm a Viking, you know that, right? And everyone's like, you're not.
Yeah, but I think there was like a jealousy of seeing Mussolini down there, and Mussolini's just like riding with the Roman Empire.
And
stuff.
what's Mussolini? Mussolini's like 6'3"?
I don't even know how tall he was, but he had a fat ass. I know that.
Okay.
He was like jealous because you need to create.
Hasan Minhaj loved the Mussolini had a fat ass as a bar,
like a national myth around like the superiority of your people.
Sure.
I don't think Americans have that either because it's like. It's like a made up country that's relatively new with no.
Yeah. And that's why we have 16 Spider-Mans.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like, I don't know what our story is, but we have the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Obviously, 2 Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans. And then we have Tom Holland Spider-Man.
Well,
so that's what we have. And by the way, a third of our Spider-Man, actually 2/3 of our Spider-Mans aren't from here.
That's also true. That's what's interesting is like I think it was after Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Trump was saying like, "We'll hit your cultural landmarks. We'll hit your cultural sites," which is terrorism. That's what Trump was like tweeting out, terrorism. And the Iranian response was something along the lines of like, "We want to hit your cultural land sites, but." Americans have none. Like we can't kill SpongeBob. You know, I say there's short kings and then there's manlets.
Y'all bounce between like 10 topics in 30 seconds. Yeah, I was all over the place. Trump threatened to destroy cultural sites. Yeah, that was Trump 1. GQ Jam, I've had it. Minaj, been a great month to be a HasanAbi head. Yeah, there's a lot of not immediately on the stream style interviews that you can point to if you want to, or if you can watch on your own time as well. Also, part of the reason why I'm in a good mood is because I went in to the gym this morning and I actually had, I went into the gym this morning and I actually had like some knee pain and I was thinking to myself like, oh man, it's going to be a tough ride for me today. Okay, it's going to be a tough one. And then without realizing it, I was a repping 310 for 7. And so I'm in a pretty good mood for that reason as well. You know? Look at that. It's just like, it feels like butter. It feels like there's nothing. It feels like it's not even a real weight, you know? It's just, goddamn. Yeah. Do you only go parallel when recorded? What do you mean? No, I always go parallel. I go ass to grass in the lower ways. What is this? Is this slander? Is this slander?
Hasan sits when he pees. Yeah, no, Hasan does sit when he pees.
That's
but
crazy.
He sits facing. Austin Show just confirmed that Hasan sits when he pees. Yeah, no, Hasan does sit when he pees, but he sits facing the back of the toilet to pee.
Yeah, it's true. They got me. Millennial pause. Millennial pause. That's cowboy style. Nobody linked that to me. What the fuck? Austin, you're in here. She said this while I was live and nobody linked this to me. What the fuck? Austin, you're in here and you didn't even raid me, bro. What the fuck is this? What the heliante? That's crazy. That's crazy. This man has the audacity to call me every morning and won't even hit me with a raid. That's wild. He raided Maya? You raided Maya? Wow, you are phony, bro. Did she pick up the call when you called her? No. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. These guys are... You can't trust Austin. You just can't. He's just fake, okay? He's just phony. Hold that L, Hasan. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. It's my L. Unapologetically supporting women. Okay. Well, support men too a little bit. Okay. Men are needing it. Men are in need of it. Men are in need of support, especially because you raided my mortal enemy who defeated me in the marketplace of basketball yesterday. Okay. How dare you? How dare you? She destroyed me. She destroyed the one thing that I love, which is basketball, the game of basketball. You know, ever since my dad rolled his tube socks, I've been loving the game of basketball. And then Maya came in with her 5'1" stature and destroyed it, destroyed my dreams. Okay? She did that. And you're out here supporting her. It's fucked up. She took everything from me. She took everything from me. Anyway, as a man, we kind of deserve being hated. Not gonna lie, I agree. You kept asking, "Are you okay?" to her, and it made her so mad. To be honest, me too. Okay, but like I asked that to Elam too. That's just who I am as a big person. I don't think you guys understand. That's not on some like. First of all, if I was actually like patronizing her or something, then I would not have like backed her down. You know, I would have just like. I took it somewhat seriously. Okay, calm down. But the reason why I always ask, like, are you okay? That's just how I am with everybody. That's how I am with everybody. Being a big dude, growing up as a big person, a larger person than the average person, I've always been very scared about hurting people on accident. Next time tackle, okay, I'm going to beat her ass straight up. More fear and talk? What is
America.
This? What is that? It's just you saying America.
That's my Obama. America.
That's so bad, I don't even know if it's problematic or not.
No.
I'll do Obama, okay? Hey, yo, what up, son? What's up with Congress being all up in my ass and shit, bro?
Oh, God. I love Always Sunny.
Oh, that was doing so racist.
That's so amazing.
America.
How has this not gotten more hype? This clip is incredible. Next time, use the battery sock on
What
Maya.
is that?
Sure. She was saying today she was glad he took her seriously and wanted the ball 1v1, 100% effort. It made her feel good. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't fucking around. I legit thought she wanted to do 1v1, like game to 10 or something. You know what I mean? I straight up thought she was down. What is this? Much better impression than you, not gonna lie. Step
Well,
your game up.
HasanxHASAN my favorite. You better not boycott him, but...
Oh, this guy's... yeah, I know exactly who this guy is. I watch his shit all the time. He's so funny. He is very good at doing a Benjamin Netanyahu. It's creepy how good he is.
HasanxHASAN my favorite. You better not boycott him, but where's the caramel and ice cream flavor? They don't even have a cake batter flavor or nothing.
Yeah, he does a lot of that. He does a lot of Bibi Netanyahu impressions. It's really fucking good. Other than that, what else did I do? Yeah, I lifted. I worked out, got my booty straight. You know what I mean? Whole lot of ass for no reason. Just walking around with a whole lot of ass. Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. Double cheeked up on a Wednesday morning. Double cheeked up at all times. Speaking of double cheeked up, Kaya Piker, I didn't realize how big she is until I see her around like other normal sized human beings. Please look at this size, bro.
And even in spite of everything else, you know?
She is literally larger. She is like significantly larger than Maya. I just realized like she's also heavier. Most likely heavier than Maya too. And I forget how big my daughter is because, you know, next to me, you know, I'm just like throwing her around. I'm wrestling with her. I don't even think about it. But when she's around like normal humans, all of a sudden it's just like...
My phone was sitting in the sun. It's overheated.
I mean, it's probably more to it than just that.
How much does she weigh? 120 pounds? So funny. She just sleeps all day. She runs around, wrestles in the morning when I'm working out, and then just sleeps the entire day. And then at night, when I'm done streaming, she just runs up to me when I'm sitting on the couch and just lays on top of me and starts licking my face to get my attention. And I'm like, bro, chill. It's the best, though. She's the best.
Hi. Chat, short stream.
That's it.
Hasan, why are you grunting? Because I'm an old man. I had just played another game of basketball. Okay, calm down. This video made me pro-Israel. It will have the same effect on you.
We've been hit by, we've been struck by Hamas criminal.
Oh God, this is what the hell? No. Ain't no, I'm not touching that. Oh God. Hamas criminal? Absolutely not. We are not doing that. That's like reverse. That is the reverse Rabbi Shmuley. You know how Rabbi Shmuley makes people anti-Zionist? Like, I feel like this is going to have the reverse effect. People are going to start running around being pro-Israel and shit. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Let me tell you. We can't be having that. Oh, I saw this one. They in the comments calling him Chetniyahu. Yeah. I did see this. Chet back in the lab working on his 3-ball. All you're going to learn is how to throw bombs, okay? And miss. When you do that, he ain't got internet. He ain't got internet. He ain't got internet. He doesn't know. Am Israel Chet. Stop. I love the thunder. Don't make me see this again. Yeah, he's Amish, bro. He's Amish. No one has gone to Israel and improved, okay? Like in general, that's just not happened, okay? And it's not, I'm not even talking about just basketball. I'm talking in general, okay? So is your bitch ass gonna sue or still thinking about it, putito? What the hell is a putito? Thank you for the money. Okay, that's I what does that mean? It's a F slur in Spanish. A little puto. It means little bitch. Oh. That's cute. That's cute. Wait, is it the F slur? Why would the F slur be little bitch? I thought puto meant whore. Why do people immediately make shit up? Okay. Y'all need to calm down. All right. Anyway, what else? Personal news wise, Expedition 33, I'm cooked. I just keep getting my ass beat with all of these like different side bosses. But that's it. Puta is whore. Pute is the F word, but is more commonly used. Pute? It's just one letter. All of a sudden, it turns into the F slur. That's crazy. I feel like y'all are lying to me. I don't know if that's true. Anyway, all right, whatever. What else? What else has happened in my life? Not much, just like, you know, calls. We got a lot of travel coming up. We got a lot happening in the world. That's it. That's what's going on. We got China. I'm planning on going to whatchamacallit, going to Michigan for the People's Conference that's coming up next week. And I want to bring Will and Austin with me if I can, but we'll see. Did you see PlayStation is increasing their prices only in the US? Yes, that's the least shocking turn of events. Obviously, why would that be surprising at all? It's a terrorist, baby. Donald Trump, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing the dang thing, okay? He's doing the dang thing. He's saving America. He's making America great again. He's killing it. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, Donald Trump. I love you so much. Terrorists. Yeah. Tariffs, terrorism. When is Ireland the lads? Not sure exactly when, what the timeline on that looks like. Anyway, we're going to talk about, we're talking about Texas Democrat redistricting, Texas redistricting, imminent. God damn it, it's like stuck in my head now. Have you seen the ad? Yeah, everyone's been blowing my shit up. I'm gonna probably link up with this guy, Graham Plattner, for Senate. At first, when I saw he was a vet, I was like, oh, here we go, brother. But it was actually a bunch of progressive people that were hitting me up, blowing my shit up, being like, yo, you got to check this dude out. So I did, and it seems cool, and he's got a lot of people working with him that I think is good. We'll potentially do some, maybe we'll go out to Maine, you know what I'm saying? Also would love to hear more about what a guy can do from a red state. Organize, baby. I feel like a lot of your neighbors have the same problems as you. What are you doing? What the hell? She just activated like she locked in. I think she saw a bug. Texas redistricting imminent. Cuomo hires right-wing meme guy. What else? Yeah, we got to do Hurricane Erin today. We have to. Prager, you, anti-woke teacher. Anti-woke teachers. Trump admin, full force, changing cultural norms to reflect right-wing values. Israel's invading Gaza. Obviously, we're going to talk about that. Israel is once again intensifying its Holocaust, and more. People, hey, HasanAbi in chat. People, hey, back to you, chatter. Do we have a blast off meme? Do we have a blast off meme? There's Vuvuzela as well. We'll talk about Vuvuzela too. Blast off straight from the Hasan Minhaj episode. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's a good one. Thank you, chatter. Thank you, chatter. Hurricane Erin, please. Hello, Hasan. I have a hurricane update today. Please, I have to go to work soon. Okay, chat, I've been in here waiting for days. Okay, Stinky. Stinky is our hurricane correspondent, as you guys know. Stinky, give us what's going on. Give us the update, Stinky. What's happening in the world of hurricanes? Do you fuck with Super Eye Patch Wolf? Yes, he's great. His weather talk was stinky. Within BDS, is stealing Coke Zeros from the break room at work okay? I think so. I mean, probably the best thing to do would be to try to get your company to not purchase them or like purchase a substitute instead, but I don't know. Sure. You're not buying it, you know? All right, Stinky's got Hurricane Erin updates. Let's take a look. Okay, hi, hello, Hasan in chat. I've been waiting for days for this. Please stay focused. I've worked very hard on this, and please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle and enjoy the ride. All right, let's go. Please, please, please stick with me here. I spent a lot of time on this. As of 2 p.m. EDT, Hurricane Erin is a Category 2 hurricane with wind speeds of 110 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 943 millibars. Erin is a physically large storm and still growing. However, I cannot find an exact measurement, and there likely will not be one until the official tropical cyclone report is out in a few months. But it is safe to say that Erin is a beast of a hurricane. In asterisks, it is important to note that the size and diameter of a storm has little to no bearing on its strength. Uh-oh. You spammed too much, and you got Fossabot timed out. Okay. Still growing. Erin is a physically large storm and still growing. I cannot find the exact measurement. As of 2 p.m. EDT, Erin is about 335 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Southeast means halfway between south and southeast. As of 8 a.m. EDT, Erin is moving northwestward, halfway between north and northwest, and life-threatening rip currents are expected along the U.S. East Coast beaches. Super cool video from Hurricane Hunters from August 16th and or AccuWeather. Okay, got those links. The outer bands of Hurricane Erin are expected to bring worsening weather conditions to the coast of North Carolina by Wednesday evening. Beachgoers are cautioned against swimming at most U.S. East Coast beaches due to life-threatening surf and rip currents current risk map. Video of rip currents on the beach in North Carolina. And then you said, please do not go swimming. Rip currents are not to be underestimated. And then you got banned. The entire coast of the Outer Banks, North Carolina, is under a storm surge warning. Video storm surge in the Outer Banks already. Here, let's take a look at some of this. Rips were observed. This is from NWS Wilmington. This is the last remaining woke soldiers out there that are monitoring the weather and extreme weather conditions in spite of the Trump administration's attempts to make this kind of stuff illegal. Okay. In spite of the Trump administration's desperate attempts to make this kind of reporting as useless as possible. Because obviously interpreting what's going on with these weather incidents and natural disasters is both woke and gay. Here are some of the wokest and the gayest of all of us, scientists and also members of the U.S. Air Force that are flying into the eye of the storm. Hurricane hunters flew straight into the eye of Hurricane Erin at Category 5 strength, capturing stunning footage of the stadium effect from inside the storm. Let's take a look at how woke and how gay people truly get in the process of scientific discovery, and more importantly than even scientific discovery, a way to interpret what kind of damage might happen in the aftermath of these catastrophic incidents. Whoa, that is ginormous. Oh my Lord. Dude. That is unironically terrifying. What are you looking at? This is what the U.S. Air Force does. They sent in flight missions directly into the eye of the storm to calculate the intensity of the storm and like all this other shit, right? And they obviously film themselves in the process. What you are seeing is the stadium effect, which is like the calm inside of the eye. The outer barriers of the storm are obviously the most damaging parts, but like the inside, because this is such a big, such a wide hurricane or cyclone, that it's like the inside of it, the eye of it is like major. It's massive. Nah, they're weather manipulating. Okay, I know you guys are joking, but like people unironically do believe that. They genuinely think that like these guys actually fly into the eye of the storm, not to measure it, but also to like actually intensify it or something, because that's just the kind of thing we do nowadays, okay? Because everybody's homeschooled. And even those who weren't homeschooled basically got the worst possible education they could, and now they believe things that they see on Facebook. It doesn't even have to make sense. People still believe it. And also, we are living in hell world. Okay, so here's the National Hurricane Center, Atlantic, saying there's a high risk of rip currents from today and on Thursday for most U.S. East Coast beaches from South Florida to Massachusetts due to Hurricane Erin. Beachgoers are urged to follow information from lifeguards, local authorities, and beach warning flags. The best advice, stay out of the water. I feel like when people warn about stuff like this, by the way, here's another fat eye footage. Whenever people talk about this stuff, I feel like people go, bet. All right, bet. That means it's surf time. You know what I mean? I can't help but feel as though people just go, all right, bet. But anyway, the NHC is also monitoring two other disturbances in the Atlantic Ocean in addition to Hurricane Erin. However, neither have turned into anything yet, like a tropical depression, storm, etc. And the NHC is continuing to monitor. There's no tropical cyclone activity expected for the next 7 days in the eastern or central Pacific. In closing, please listen to local officials, NHC, NOAA guidance. Please do not go swimming in beaches that have been shut down. They have been shut down for a reason. Please evacuate if told so. If told to. Also, apparently a Spirit Airlines pilot flew a plane full of people through a part of the hurricane. I'm honestly not sure. That's not my wheelhouse, and I also couldn't find a single article on it. I found tweets, threads, posts, Facebook posts, Instagram reels, etc. Super reliable stuff, so I didn't include anything about it here. That's just Spirit Airlines, though. That's normal. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's like it might be fake, but it wouldn't actually shock me if it was like totally real as well, because that's just how Spirit Airlines operates, you know? That's just how they do. All right. By yesterday, ERIN was very disorganized with a defined eye, no longer visible in satellite images. Today, ERIN is more organized with the eye becoming more visible, but is not as defined over the weekend. ERIN is not predicted to make landfall on any land masses. Please remember that landfall means the hurricane has crossed the shoreline of a landmass. The effects from ERIN on the islands in the Atlantic, Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Bahamas, Bermuda, etc., are from the outer rain bands of the storm. ERIN has not made any landfall on any landmasses since it formed and is not likely given its predicted path. That's great. It seems like a near miss. You know what I mean? Over the weekend, Hurricane ERIN wobbled off her predicted course. This does happen. Okay, it's a natural disaster. We cannot predict this movements perfectly. Yeah, you can't because woke and gay scientists are trying to control the weather. That's why. That's why you couldn't predict it. You couldn't predict it because you couldn't control it. This was an uncontrollable force. This is a woke hurricane. Defying the scientists that want to make it, damage Trump supporters because they want to punish people for voting for a big, beautiful president who just wants to save the country. That's what I think. That's my honest assessment. Anyway, as far as like the Spirit Airlines flight goes, the least shocking turn of events would be a Spirit Airlines pilot. Flight path shows Spirit Airlines flying through Category 4 hurricane. Spirit Airlines plane has appeared to have flown through Hurricane ERIN this week when the hurricane was a Category 4 storm with winds well over 100 miles per hour, according to a flight path. Spirit Airlines told Newsweek in a statement that the flight operated normally and no injuries were reported. Safety is always our top priority, statement said. In this case, our pilots followed procedures from ATC instructions while en route to San Juan. Our operations control center closely tracks weather systems and works with our pilots and ATC to determine flight paths to safely navigate around or above adverse weather conditions. I mean, let me explain something to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. It's Spirit Airlines. If you wanted the package where you avoid the hurricane, you have to pay an additional $50. And unfortunately, people did not want to pay the additional $50 for the hurricane avoidance package, and therefore this is what they got. Okay? That's it. Spirit fucks, you're just rich. Wait, what do you mean? I'm telling you. Spirit Airlines is goated. Okay? It's great. It's fantastic. Spirit Airlines is so goated because it's cheaper than Amtrak. Spirit Airlines is so amazing that sometimes Spirit Airlines is cheaper than the Uber to the airport. Okay? Of course, there are some issues that come along with operating a low-cost carrier, and those issues are sometimes you don't have the hurricane avoidance package that you paid for, and therefore you just go through it. Yeah, Spirit Airlines. We say fuck it every time. All right. NHC is also monitoring to order. Okay, well, I already read that. So that's where we're at. This was your Hurricane ERIN update. Thank you to Stinky. Everybody say thank you, Stinky. And I'll cover it a little bit more as well, but we are going to move on to talk about Texas Democrats and the redistricting plans that are set in motion. Okay? Texas Democrats have obviously escaped the state, but then they came back. I don't know why. I guess like Texas has this gravitational pull. Maybe they wanted good barbecue again or something. Who knows? But they couldn't stay out of the state for a long enough time to avoid, to avoid this redistricting. Eventually, you got to legislate. So they're back. And, of course, the Texas Republicans are actively trying to carve out maps where they can get like 5 easy W's for Donald Trump, 5 new red districts for Donald Trump. That's how it is. Cover the AI collapse that's on the horizon. I will as well. The AI bubble is popping too. We'll definitely do that. Texas Republicans have locked Democratic Representative Nicole Collier inside the State House chamber and refused to allow her to leave. They are requiring Democrats to sign permission slips and have a police escort in order to leave the chamber, and she refuses to sign it. It's pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy situation overall, and hopefully we'll get some additional redistricting in blue states out of this, where they just like carve out maps in the least. I mean, blue states have a lot of blue states have independent redistricting commissions. The reasons why those independent redistricting commissions were even created was quite literally to rebalance the goddamn districting, because Republicans had actively gerrymandered these states, and those actual initial independent commissions were helpful to the Democrats because it basically rebalanced it. Having said that, however, the independent commissions are now basically a hurdle against the Democrats. Is a hurdle against the Democrats because red states don't have it for the most part. And it's very clear that they are actively doing this. Red states don't have it. They're actively going to redistrict. They're going to try to secure as many House seats as possible. So we've got to fight fire with fire. That's what I say. Did you hear about the 4K Marines headed to Venezuela? When you say 4K Marines, it sounds like Warhammer. Yes, I did hear about it. I feel like the fact that we're encouraging gerrymandering now means we're actually over. I mean, yes, but it's a healthy attitude shift, in my opinion, from the Democrats, who are at least actively trying to fight back. Okay? Because the notion that we can't disrupt these the delicate balance that holds these institutions. We can't just like seemingly take a stand that is actively partisan is ridiculous. Republicans have never in a million years, Republicans have never actually had this concern. So if you're fighting against the enemy that doesn't play by the rules and you keep pointing to the referees and going, I can't understand it. They're violating the rules. Why can't we preserve the sanctity of the rules? At a certain point, you got to realize you're getting dunked on. Okay? You're getting dunked on. Do something, anything. Okay? So this is what it is. This is the thing. And I really hope that there aren't like significant setbacks and that like liberals don't get duped by concern trolling that comes from Republicans on this issue. Okay? Yeah, there's no high road and low road. It's a dirt road. Thank you. It's time for the Democrats to get dirty. Please. I mean, it was time for the Democrats to get dirty 20 years ago. Okay? Democrats only get dirty when it's about Democrats only pull out dirty tricks and suppression when it comes to undermining their left flank, okay? Use that against the Republicans, please. Stop using that against your left flank. We're done. We're done with bringing a knife to a gunfight, okay? Democrats don't even bring the knife, by the way. I'm demanding that they bring the knife, or better yet, a gun to the gunfight. Meanwhile, Democrats are bringing an apology letter to the gunfight. It's over. If in order to save this nation from the grips of crippling fascist authoritarianism, you have to start playing dirty. You have to fight back. It's ridiculous. And obviously, the other side of the story is that Governor Gavin Newsom, who wants to become president, is using this to his advantage and trying to win favor nationally to become like a strong presence that actively trolls the Trump administration and become a strong presence that will, do these sorts of things in this massive state, in my state, in California. I do hate Gavin Newsom, make no mistake. I mean, there's some good things that he's done. There's some initiatives that he's actually expended a lot of social capital on, but there are so many other glaringly obvious problems that he is a clear-cut hurdle against solutions on. Homelessness is one of the major issues here, obviously. Another one is like Medicare for all in the state of California. So, he is taking advantage of this, but he is doing something that's good. And it's most likely working. Look, Governor Gavin Newsom's California redistricting proposal has a 22-point polling advantage, according to internal memo from Newsom's pollsters obtained by Axios. Holy Toledo! Harry Anton has some choice words for this. Newsom's social media strategy / opposition to Trump is working. He's gained millions of social media followers. Google searches for him are up like a rocket. He's now the front runner for the 2028 Dem nomination per the prediction markets. It's because Democrats want a fighter. Where is AOC? What are we doing? There is no world where the Democrats are actively demanding a fighter. There is no world where Gavin Newsom should take up that mantle, okay? Where's AOC? AOC, step up. Step up. Step up. Step up. Start batting. Start swinging. No, not podcasting, man. I don't know. That shit sucks. That's lame as hell. Gavin Newsom podcasting and like glazing Charlie Kirk on his podcast is idiotic. It's stupid. That is bad instincts. Gavin Newsom, however, getting a lot of play now not because of his like stupid, shitty AI memes or whatever the fuck. Gavin Newsom is getting a lot of play right now because he's doing this.
Been working in terms of generating attention, which is what he's trying to do, right? I mean, take a look here. Let's take a look right at the @GovPress office followers on X. That's, of course, where you get those sort of the account where Newsom posts those Trump-style mocking types of tweets. Get this. That account, get this, up 450% in terms of the number of followers since mid-June. And it's not just on Twitter, X, where Newsom is.
See, Twitter is real life. I was right. No, this is stupid. His Twitter trolling and getting a lot of Twitter followers is utterly irrelevant, okay? It's 75% of the goddamn platform is bot activity anyway. It doesn't matter. That part does not matter. I'm telling you right now, he's gaining national prominence in a favorable way because of the redistricting fight, because he's like constantly saying, Dirty Donald, I'm coming for you, like he's just like attacking Donald Trump. Okay, you're delusional if you think AOC is going to do anything. It's so fucking demoralizing that so many people on the left are clinging on to her as some sort of savior or a realistic contender on a national level. AOC could easily become a realistic contender on a national level if she was actively fighting, okay? If she was more prominent, if she was putting herself on the front lines, if she was actually issue specific, okay? Like, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California, and as the governor, he's in a very powerful position. And in that very powerful position, he's using every opportunity he can to present himself as like the number one guy to fight Donald Trump because he recognizes, he's a shark. He recognizes this is what people are demanding. People are begging for it. People are actively, they're desperate for it, okay? And we have two options. The Democratic Party currently is unimaginably weak. In that process, there will be a new leadership built within the Democratic Party's establishment structure. There's blood in the water. If it goes in the Gavin Newsom direction, that is really bad. Okay? And the reason why I say that's really bad is because Gavin Newsom is not a fighter on issues that matter. This is an issue that matters too, but I'm saying like he's using this as a way to make himself make himself seem as though he's like the active fighter that will destroy the Trump regime or whatever. Okay. We need actual progressives, not someone like Gavin Newsom, who unironically has presented himself as a hurdle against progressive legislation in the state that the California voters consistently vote on through ballot measures that California state legislatures actively try to pass, and then Gavin Newsom vetoes. He is not a good national politician. He's not a good politician. I mean, he's a devastatingly good and charismatic politician in California, but that doesn't mean he's a good, he's going to do good policies. Okay? California is what? The 5th largest economy on the planet. What are we doing? What are we doing? We have tremendous wealth here. Why the fuck do we have so many developing nation style problems in this goddamn state? Look at the roads. Look at the infrastructure. Look at the homelessness crisis. Look at the housing market. It's the 4th largest economy on the planet. Like, it is a larger economy. California is a larger economy than Germany. Okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? We have all of the money here. Okay? Yeah, Newsom does progressive press conferences Monday through Thursday and then vetoes progressive bills on Fridays at 5, so few people notice. Exactly.
Gaining, even on TikTok and Instagram, his followers are up over 1 million since January alone. My goodness gracious. And more than that, Laura, more than that, what about Google? What about those Google searches for him? Get this, daily Google searches for Gavin Newsom up like a rocket. What are we talking about? Since June 1, up 1,300%. Compared to August 1st, look at that, up 500%. So the bottom line is, in politics, especially if you're thinking of entering in 2028, it's all about generating attention. And so far, Gavin Newsom has done a good job at generating attention.
The Democrats want it.
Do Democrats want it? Okay, do Democrats want it?
Yeah. 2017, try to stop the GOP, 23%. 2025, 57%. 2017, work with the GOP for the Dems was 74%. Stop the GOP was at, or work with the GOP is at 42%. Let me explain something to you, okay? That number is so goddamn high still. That's a real holy Toledo moment. The idea that the Democrats still have 42% that say, hey, you know those guys that call us pedophilic interdimensional vampires? We should work with them to find a reasonable middle ground on how many Guatemalans we can execute in a concentration camp. That is so stupid. The only reason why Democrats still have this attitude is because of the years and years and years of propaganda that came from every fucking Dem adjacent outlet that has broken the brains of all of these Democrats that look at these polls, that fucking respond to these goddamn polls that go, yeah, I think, yeah, I like concessions. I like bipartisanship. No more bipartisan compromise unless it's the Republicans doing it. Okay? We're done. We're done with that. Stop with this bullshit. I cannot believe there's still 42% of the goddamn country within the Democratic base of support they still say, we got to work with the GOP. What do you mean? They're evil monsters. I need people to start hating the Republicans more right now. Two things that I demand from the Democrats. Start hating the Republicans more right now. Start hating Israel more right now, okay? No more of this shit. Fuck. God damn, what will it take, dude? Do you need to go directly into a fucking concentration camp at gunpoint by some fucking fat Hitlerite who wanted to get $50,000 as a starting bonus until you go, oh, I guess now we can hate the Republicans. I don't understand. Stop. Have you met a fucking Republican? Have you met, like, not even a Republican, like, have you met a Trump supporter? Have you talked to a Trump supporter? Bro, you sound like you want this to happen. What do you mean? What do you mean? Have you spoken to a fucking fully fleshed out MAGA Trump loyalist? 99% of things that they believe and all of the legislative agenda items that they advocate for are born out of hysteria. It is the most deranged shit. Literally, you could solve so many issues if you would just make these motherfuckers read a book. Any book, dude. Okay? A coloring book. A child's coloring book. Please. It's crazy. We're just like, we're arguing on fundamentals. We're arguing on basics. They ran on a campaign where they were just saying, like, black migrants are eating cats and dogs, man. That's what they said. Like, you can't look to an audience of people that believe that shit and be like, we got to do bipartisan compromise. What do you mean? How do you do bipartisan compromise with a guy who is a carnival barker? How do you do bipartisan compromise with a guy who sounds like one of the black Hebrew Israelites screaming at people at a subway station? You can't do that. What do you mean? Oh, we got to take him seriously. We got to hear him out. We got to find a middle ground, you know? Brain dead chatters who think wish casting is real honestly can't imagine living in reality. Pretending things are good makes them worse, not better, chat. Yeah, there's like the Republicans are actively going, we need the orphan crushing machine. And Democrats are like, maybe we crush half the orphans. No orphan crushing machine. Why are we spending money on the orphan crushing machine? What the fuck? Like, people have completely lost the plot, okay? They've lost their minds. I feel like they're so servile to the way things are, where they're just like, I don't know what to do, man. These guys just believe this shit. No, there is no middle ground, man. Republicans never advocate for a middle ground. I have not heard from a single Republican politician or a single fucking MAGA Trump loyalist cultist that, like, they need to do bipartisan compromise with the Democrats. Like, can we have, like, there's no Republican that's running around being like, can we have some transgender athletes, please? I am a reasonable Republican. I believe maybe some trans athletes should be allowed to participate in high school sports. No, none of them. There's not a single one. Nobody goes, hey, can we be reasonable, please? It doesn't happen. So why the fuck are the Democrats constantly in a state of retreat and constantly in a state of panic? And they're the ones who are going, yeah, actually, you know what? We shouldn't let any trans people participate in high school sports or whatever the fuck. It's so dumb. Bipartisanship only will happen when the Republicans know that the actual counterbalance against growing fascism in this country is designed in a way to actively fight back against whatever the fuck these dipshits are doing. They're never going to concede. They're never going to compromise. Stop trying to compromise. Stop trying to apologize ahead of time. Stop trying to compromise ahead of time. This has been my argument consistently. Okay? It's so stupid. Democrats have basically deluded themselves into thinking that this kind of bipartisanship is actually good, and it feels like you're actually winning if you just take on your opposition's point of view. They're going to get their legislative agenda accomplished, so then you will feel less bad because you wanted it too, I guess. Do you want it? At a certain point, you have to remind yourself, like, do I want this? Do I want the military in D.C.? Do I want ICE agents kidnapping my neighbors and ripping families apart? Do I want concentration camps like Alligator Auschwitz to be propped up all around the country? Do I want any of that? Do I want 10% of it? Do I want 20% of it? My answer is no. This is why I have a lot of smoke for the Democrats too, because they delude themselves into this position where they're like, well, let's just get like 20%. No, 0%, zero Alligator Auschwitz, none of that. What the fuck are we doing? Fight back.
I think is the trend line that I think says it all. Democrats want their leaders to what? Try to stop the GOP or work with the GOP? You go back to 2017, you see here, work with the GOP took the cake at 74% compared to just 23% who said to try and stop the GOP. But now I'm going to come over to your side of the screen, Laura. Look at 2025. I'm coming as close as I can. 57% say they want the Democratic leaders to try and stop the GOP, compared to just 42% who say they want them to work with the GOP. That is a major shift. What are we talking about here? Some quick math up here is 34% rise in terms of the percentage of Democrats who want their leaders to try and stop the GOP. So no wonder.
Yeah, there's only one reason why Newsom is so popular right now, because he was unpopular when he started his podcast shit. Okay? And his popularity was actually getting worse when he started his podcast shit. People were mad at him for fucking hugging and kissing Charlie Kirk and like Steve Bannon. The reason why he's popular now is because he's the only prominent Democrat politician who's showing a sliver of fight against Trump. Has nothing to do with policy. If AOC herself gets arrested at a pro-Palestine rally, she will literally win in 2028 and 2032, except her political instincts fucking suck and she's not willing to do what needs to be done to get the job done. Yeah. And it's not even just like a pro-Palestine rally. She can do that. That's an immediate boost. Okay? But she could do that for ICE kidnappings. She could do that for any number of different things. Okay? I think our progressive Democrats should be looking to Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene and their tactics, okay? Their tactics of not being afraid to draw controversy from time to time with bold messaging bills. I'm not saying they should be talking about like Jewish space lasers, okay? But they should be looking to what they do to create anger and use the momentum that already exists. Use the anger and resentment that people already feel in their hearts to their advantage, to point the finger of blame at the actual outlets that are causing this harm. Corporations, billionaires. Be more uncompromising. Be unafraid to lead. This is the reason why Zoran was successful. Okay?
Gavin Newsom, he's looking at this polling. He's saying, I can generate attention. This is where the Democratic base is. And right now, he seems to be following the Democratic base.
Why? For 2028?
For 2028. That is exactly why. And I think the question is it working? Is it working? Well, let's take a look at the betting markets. I think this gives away so much of it. Okay, the chance of being the 2020.
Dude, the situation is so dire too. Like the fact that we rely on the betting markets to do political analysis, like serious political commentary is happening at the point of betting markets. Like that is so devastating to me. I don't know. I've been ringing the alarm bells on this shit for a minute now. And it's just, I was talking with someone in the industry about this recently, where it's like, there's a couple forces that are so unimaginably wealthy that you just cannot overcome. And they have forcibly, by way of money, been able to infiltrate normal society, polite society. One of those forces is like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia and UAE immediately come to mind. Their charm offensive is so successful because they just dump entire truckloads of money in the direction of anyone that will normalize and anyone that will like go to Saudi Arabia or the UAE. So it's like impossible to go against that at this point. Sports washing is far, far too powerful a force to deal with. And the other side of the story is gambling websites, specifically cryptocurrency backed gambling websites, all the way from Stake to Poly Market and all these other like institutions. They are holding on to any kind of influence they can by way of money. They just like dump boatloads of money in the direction of people, and most people eventually give in. They go, all right, fuck it, like I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that everyone is transgender and everything's computer. It's actually everyone is gambling. Everything's Saudi Arabia.
Democratic nominee, according to the prediction markets. Look at where we were on June 1st. We basically had a clown car for first. Newsom, AOC, Buttigieg, 11%, 10%, 8%. But look at where we are now. Look at this. Look who's jumped up all the way up to 24% chance, about a 1 in 4 chance of getting the nomination. Gavin Newsom. AOC staying pretty steady at 13%. And then, of course, we have Pete Buttigieg, who has stayed absolutely steady at 8%. So at least at this particular point, the prediction markets are saying, yes, yes.
It's too bad Chris Murphy isn't more charismatic and ambitious. He is ambitious. He's not charismatic. His politics are centrist enough to speak to the masses. No, let go of this idea that you have to be a centrist to speak to the masses. That's bullshit. Make a convincing argument, please. The notion, every Democrat has this in their heart, dude. I feel like this is a major hurdle, okay, for the average Democrat voter. The average liberal still has this weird, distorted version of reality. The notion that you have to be a quote-unquote centrist to actually win the largest number of votes. That is bullshit. Look at Donald Trump. Look at Donald Trump. Was he a centrist? Fuck no. He won twice. There is no world where you have to be a centrist to win. You can be a radical as long as you communicate that your ideas are not really all that radical at all. It's actually going to help people. That's it. That's it. Stop. That is a lie that liberal media has told you for years and years and years. Okay? Stop believing this shit. You don't believe mainstream news resources when it comes to talking about Israel. You understand that they are behaving in an indecent manner for an alternative reason, okay? For a cynical reason. So why the fuck do you still believe it when they have told you for decades that like centrism is the way, third way neoliberalism is the way, we have to hug and kiss the Republicans and that's the best way to do it? When Kamala Harris got fucking destroyed by Donald Trump, who was very much not a centrist at all, who said fuck the institutions, fuck the establishment. Even though he was president, he was still able to present himself as like a figurehead that was outside of the boundaries of American politics. And people responded to him again in a positive manner. They fucking voted for him again. Liberals have MSNBC pundit brain because they think it makes them seem smart. It doesn't. I think it makes them seem very dumb. It makes me incredibly frustrated when I hear regular ass like voters present this as a viable political movement too. Like the notion that being nominally better, marginally better than the Republican Party is actually the best method of winning elections, when in fact it's been a demonstrable failure. Okay. And not only has it been a demonstrable failure, but like you don't sound smart at all. You just sound like a fucking loser. There are fantastic examples of this being false. Okay? There are people who have been able to successfully disprove this narrative. Zohran Mamdani is one that I can point to, luckily, and now hopefully there will be even more. Use the momentum of instability within the Democratic Party to run better candidates. Organize in red states too.
This strategy is paying off. Of course, the key question is, will this actually work when you're trying to actually, votes are being cast and counted? And more than that, will it work for a general electorate? Well, it's early days yet. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, Gavin Newsom has done a pretty gosh darn.
Like, this is something that I talked about within corporate culture too. When a corporation is like legitimately invested in a social mission, like Ben and Jerry's, you can tell, okay? There's a benefit to it. It helps with the marketing as well. But you can tell when a company is like legitimately invested in the values that they're advocating for. Whereas on the other side, you can tell when a company is just simply going along with the meta and leaning into certain social messages because they feel like it'll be beneficial for marketing purposes in a disingenuous manner. Target is a great example of this. Politicians are no different, okay? If a politician is at the mercy of what they perceive is people moving in the direction of like right-wing sentiment and right-wing culture wars, and they just go along with it, they are going to look like clowns. Kamala Harris showed what that looks like when she took on so many of the Trump administration's positions from 2020 in her 2024 race against Donald Trump. She lost. People need to be earnest and remember that voters are not that fucking stupid. Stop treating voters like they can't understand anything, okay? Just run a campaign that is issue focused, that actually presents your position, your worldview, regardless of whatever the fucking attacks are, and just stand 10 toes down on it, okay? You need to stop being afraid to lead. This is a major issue. People can see the disingenuous ways in which your advocacy is simply for immediate electoral gain. They can recognize that. You look indecent. You look like a clown when you're so flimsy and wishy-washy on your positions. Republicans on the other side, no matter how radical or how insane their positions might be, are unironically saying, no, this is what I believe. And slowly but surely, they are able to make other people believe their worldview. Okay? They look like they're true believers. That's it. It might be insane, and it certainly is, actually. It's not even it might be insane. It certainly is insane. The notion that, like, you know, transgender athletes is like the #1 problem facing American society. That's a fucking psychotic position, right? Like, that's psychotic. But they are able to earnestly communicate their psychotic ways in which they operate. They're like, no, this is what I believe. I'm a crazy person. I'm crazy. I think all immigrants are rapists. I'm crazy. And slowly but surely, with no opposition whatsoever from the other side, from the Democrats, people become more crazy. I hate the pundit speak from the left. It removes the principles, objectives of politicians who are supposed to work for it. This isn't a board game. I mean, I'm not even doing pundit speak under normal circumstances. This is just like, that's why I always say there is a moral argument you can make, but then there's also a amoral, calculated, cynical argument you can make for the fucking politicians who don't listen. That's why I always say, like, I'm putting on my DNC advisor hat on. Okay? I've done this. I've done this with Israel. I did this throughout the entire election campaign, like throughout the entire general election. I said, there is an argument that I can present to any Democrat that will hear that actually boosts their favorability, okay? That will help them win the election. Anyway, here's a great example of a guy who is kind of doing that, okay? Graham Plattner for Senate. He's a combat veteran, Marines and Army, okay? Friend of the working Mainer, foe of the oligarchy, husband, candidate for U.S. Senate. This guy is running for U.S. Senate, anti-Zionist, very progressive, has all of the progressive bona fides, okay? Oh, shit. Gray bars again. I'm going to look a little bit deeper into his campaign. I haven't, like, fully analyzed it, but and I'm going to link up with him and do some with him as well. But from what I understand, the more Republican part of Maine is very working class, maybe trying to appeal to those people and not just folks with gelled up hair as a winner.
We live in a society in which we've been told a story that power is not for us. Power is not for the people. There is a different class, a different type of person whose job it is to wield power, to be a CEO, to be a politician. This is not true. This is false. Power exists for those who are willing to.
I've been hurt before, okay? I advocated for one ogre, and I need to really see what his background looks like, okay? But he's already being presented as Maine's own Zoran, all right? Here's Edinger Mentum who said that. Here, let's just look at his campaign kickoff video, okay?
Love most about Maine are the people. I have never met people who are more hard scrabble, even in a place that requires you to work like 2 or 3 different jobs. We have watched this state become essentially unlivable for working class people, and it makes me deeply angry. My name is Graham Plattner, and I'm running for U.S. Senate in Maine to defeat Susan Collins, A decade of military service going overseas, farming oysters to feed my community, diving to lend a hand to other fishermen, trying to start a family. But everywhere I've gone, it seems like the fabric of what holds us together is being ripped apart by billionaires and corrupt politicians.
Yeah, progressive mind in a MAGA body. Progressive mind in an Aryan Brotherhood body. Look, I don't give a fuck what someone's background is. You guys know this. I am agnostic to the optics. I do not care. You can be a 33-year-old brown Muslim dude who is a socialist. You can be the type of dude that looks like he's a tier 1 operator going on the Sean Ryan podcast to talk about how, you know, he was door kicking in Fallujah. All right. As long as what's coming out of your mouth and the values that you believe align with mine, I'm there for you. Okay. It don't matter. America's an incredibly fucking diverse country. That's it.
Profiting off of destroying our environment, driving our families into poverty, and crushing the middle class. I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not a...
I'll be honest, I don't really like how much he fucking posts that as well, but I guess that's for election stuff. You know? It's just... Because, like, you know me. I fucking hate the Democrats, like... that constantly go, this is the Amy McGrath method, you know? Democrats love a veteran, okay? They love a veteran, okay? Having said that, there are left flank vets out there, and this guy seems to be one of them, okay? There are also a lot of fucking neoliberal Air Force guys and gals who are like... a lot of neo-lib Air Force veterans who love talking about, like, I killed children. Okay? I did so many drone strikes. It was awesome. I'm a much more patriotic figure than my Republican opposition is. Okay? He doesn't even want to kill children overseas. I do. Like, when Democrats run with that shit, I'm so annoyed by it. He's not really doing that. He's not really doing that. I don't know how this will read to people in general, because he is like, he does look the part. He is very, he is very grunt force.
Afraid to name an enemy. And the enemy is the oligarchy. It's the billionaires who pay for it, and the politicians who sell us out. And yeah, that means politicians like Susan Collins. I'm not fooled by this fake charade of Collins' deliberations and moderation. The difference between Susan Collins and Ted Cruz is at least Ted Cruz is honest about selling us out and not giving a damn. People know that the system is screwing them. They know it in their bones. Nobody I know around here can afford a house. Healthcare is a disaster. Hospitals are closing. We have watched all of that get ripped away from us, and everyone's just trying to keep it all together. Why can't we have universal health care like every other first world country? Why can't we take care of our veterans when they come home? Why are we funding endless wars and bombing children? Why are CEOs more powerful than unions? We fought 3 different wars since the last time we raised the minimum wage. I'm not pretending to have all the answers, but I know that I'm asking the right questions. When I tell people around here that I'm running for Senate, sometimes the initial reaction is, what the but when I tell them why I'm doing it, because I truly do believe that we can build a system that is going to represent working people, the #1 response has been, well, thank God somebody's going to do it. You're supposed to...
What are his concrete policies? This is nothing. Okay, we're going to get into it, Jessica Tarlov. Fucking calm down, okay? How about you worry about the Fox and 5 appearance that you have today, okay? Calm down, Jessica. Calm it. We're going to get into it. He's got a fucking website, all right? GramForSenate.com platform. He's got it. Listen, I totally understand why a lot of people see a swagged out white boy geared up, looking like a grunt force tier 1 operator, and immediately think of John Fetty Wapman, okay? I get it. We've been burned before. And I understand it. You just, like I said, only time will tell. But as far as his platform goes, like, I mean, he's actively speaking out about this stuff too. Like, I mean, look, Graham Plattner to Prem Tucker on Zateo said, there's a genocide that is occurring in Gaza. And at some point in the not so distant future, we are all going to be looking around and realizing that we failed the ultimate moral test of our time. The reason why I'm saying like, I'm warm to this person is not because like I'm a bro with progressive ideals, but also because, this is John Betterman. Okay. The reason why I'm warm to this guy is because of who he has surrounded himself with. Okay. His team, from what I have seen, is fairly solid. Fuck, man, I'm scared because Feder fuck hurt me so bad. But yeah, I will be going and interviewing him and stuff and getting making a better assessment in the future. All right.
To fight for the things you love. This is our home, and I will fight tirelessly for it. For you. It's Mainers first, and Maine always.
Yeah, okay. Here's a notable section from his policies, by the way. Stop the mass deportation machine. Pass real immigration reform. Rhetorically shows much more in common with pre-Bernie 2016 on immigration than a lot of the modern Democratic Party. Our government is kidnapping people off the streets and imprisoning them in hellish conditions. This is unconscionable. It is long past time for serious immigration reform. Unfortunately, many multinational corporations have no interest in this. They want illegal workers with no rights who they can pay slave wages and abuse at will. I will support a path to citizenship and an end to the mass deportation machine. We need strong border security and a path to citizenship. We cannot do one without the other. I don't love we need a strong border security talk, but you know. But again, match your expectations. Match your expectations to what you see from the rest of the Democratic Party, and this guy stands out. Okay? It's good to be it's good to be critical and make an assessment off of like everything that they're communicating. But ultimately, it's he's an ACP member. He's not. It's funny. Yeah, he's a part of the American Communist Party. I don't think so. Where I stand, Maine is becoming unaffordable for thousands of us. Why? Because we have a government by, of, and for billionaires who are building a billionaire economy that none of us can afford. I'm not just running against Susan Collins. I'm running against the billionaire class that owns her and all of Washington. Even if this is fake, okay, even if this is like fake posturing, it's good that there is this kind of messaging coming out, okay? This is what every Democrat should be saying, including Pete Buttigieg. This should be the thing that Democrats are fucking screaming from the mountaintops, okay? That's it. That is what they should be pushing all the time. We should not settle for politicians who speak in vague generalities about policy. Here's where I stand. Most importantly, I want to hear from you as this platform grows and develops. Overview. America's entered a new gilded age. We have a government of, by, and for billionaires. We have direct consequence of disastrous court decisions capped by Citizens United that have allowed billionaires to buy elections. As a result, they have built a billionaire economy, one that creates explosive growth for a tiny privileged few, for a handful of billionaires and multinational corporations, and inflation, stagnation, and decline for the rest of us. In 1990, there were 66 billionaires in America. Today, there are over 900. When you look around, do you see a community that is over 10 times wealthier than 1990? And so, while my platform spans many issues, I view most of my job as a U.S. Senator to do things. 1, to ban billionaires buying elections. 2, to dismantle the billionaire economy in favor of an economy that works for the American worker, for small businesses, For the vast majority of Americans, I will be a senator for all those who can't buy senators. So here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. In order to put together a coherent political campaign, you need to talk about what you stand for. You need to talk about who you want to defend. And more importantly, perhaps, something that is very much missing from the Democratic Party's method of communication, you need to talk about who you despise and who you oppose. Targeting billionaires who are unimaginably powerful figures, but their numbers are minuscule, okay, in comparison to the 99% of Americans is good. You need to fucking position yourself against villains, okay? Democrats don't do that. They want to suck up to the billionaires, and so they look like they're fucking phony. Ban billionaires buying elections. Rebuild our failing healthcare system. Our system for profit health insurance is a disaster. We pay more than any other country in the developed world. Healthcare is a basic human right, not a privilege, not a perk, a right. As a veteran, I'm fortunate to receive quality care through the VA, but Americans should not have to put on a uniform or fight in misguided foreign wars just to get decent healthcare. Every single person in this country deserves good healthcare, no matter who you are. We have rural hospitals closing because of policy choices made by Republicans like Susan Collins. Like, I'll tell you something, okay? Democrats especially, who are guided by fear of fucking up, oftentimes don't take strong positions that they are worried will not reflect positively. Like they're worried that like they'll say something that the media will take on and just like yell about. Israel's a great example of this. Some of them are indecent charlatans, and some of them do have this misguided fear that if they speak out against Israel, that they won't actually be rewarded by the population, by the broader population, which they will, 100,000%. But they are worried that like people will come and fucking petition their speeches and things like that. They'll get suppressed by all of the different organs that are pro-Israel that have made themselves irreplaceable, seemingly, in the eyes of the DC bubble in American politics and in the American media system. Okay? I think a guy like this could just like very easily also take a strong anti-war position, given his background, to be like, I don't think we should be doing any of these fucking wars at all. I think it's a jobs program, and it's utterly ridiculous how much we are destroying the next generation so that they can get a leg up. These systems, these social services should be provided unconditionally to every single person living on U.S. soil, and that on top of that, the military's focus as a jobs program should be on rebuilding this country and infrastructure projects rather than fucking, rather than constantly waging war and destroying the global south. That is a position that a guy like this could take. Okay? I don't know if that's something that he genuinely believes or not, but that's something that many people would be so afraid to say out loud, because they're worried that people will go, oh, you're an anti-patriotic fucking terrorist or whatever, right? It's not a problem to say these things, especially when you got Donald motherfucking Trump, who presents himself, who has the audacity to present himself as an anti-war guy. American foreign policy has been deliberately American foreign policy, by design in the media, it never takes the forefront of political messaging. It's not something that people care about when it comes to elections either, okay? This is the attitude that people have in D.C. That is by design, because if American foreign policy was at the forefront, people would recognize how violent America is, and people would start asking questions about, like, why are we giving hundreds of billions of dollars to all these other fucking countries, or even waging wars overseas? Like, why the fuck are we doing that? And we're creating a lot of animosity against us around the world. So for that reason, the media rarely ever talks about it, or have a complete bipartisan stranglehold on permanent warfare, permanent military contracts, constant fucking money going to the military industrial complex. Okay? But that has created this very weird position where America as a nation state relies on constant extraction of natural resources from the global south to exist in the ways that it does, to offer the limited amount of comforts that it does to the labor aristocracy, while simultaneously the average American believes that they're anti-war. Okay? Because if they were aware that this entire system is designed on permanent military conflict, they probably would have, they probably go on either side of this equation. Some would say, I'm being honest, I like that we're fucking killing children overseas as long as I can get a t-shirt for $5. And others would say, I think this is unconscionable. We should actually focus on isolationism, whatever you want to do with that, that ideology. There are plenty of Americans right now, though, that feel like they're anti-war. They're anti-war. And yet no politician sincerely communicates this message because they're too afraid. They're too afraid that they'll be called a terrorist. Okay? They should do so. They should do that. I call it now, this white guy's not a real one. I know that everybody wants to be right. And I don't even fault you for being cynical, okay? I do not fault you for being cynical. Having said that, he has a lot of decent people around him. Though he's a political newcomer, Plattner has said he's brought on board two progressive strategists who have experience successfully running against establishment-favored Democrats, Maurice Katz, a top ad maker for New York City Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani, and Joe Calvello, a former senior aide to John Fetterman. Joe's a good dude. Okay, don't hear the John Fetterman thing and then immediately assume he's a bad guy. Joe's got chops. Former Fetterman guy, okay? That's not a red flag. Former. Joe's worked for Bernie. And he is not, out of like a lot of these advisors, okay? These are DSA guys. It's not Joe Calvello's fault that John Fetty Wapman got hit with the pro-Israel stroke gun, okay? It's not his fault, bro. What do you mean? Unless you're saying he was like sneaking in some extra hot dogs so that his cholesterol spiked and then he got hit with that stroke gun. I don't want to hear about how his involvement here was consequential in the political evolution, or rather devolution and regression of the fucking ogre man. Israel's stroke game too good. What if he shot the gun? Yeah, he hit him with the pro-Israel dart. Anyway. I'm not sure what your reach is with reaching new audiences, but have you ever considered being a consultant for a leftist campaign to help with their media image? No. And I don't care to do so. I care to do this. If people want my advice, I'm giving out free ball every goddamn day. They can tune in. And many do, ironically enough. Many people do. This is for everybody, okay? This is free. You don't have to pay me for this advice. I will literally scream this from the fucking rooftops to anyone who will listen. I will scream it to the faces of the Democratic Party analysts and consultants. When they listen, they just don't listen. Or the ones that do listen don't have any motion. Okay? I don't think this kind of quote-unquote advice should be paywalled at all. I think it's stupid. My job is to get this message to as broad an audience as possible. My job requires charitability from the average normie that's tuning in, okay? But it also requires people to hear it and to believe it and to recognize it as a better method. You are the main reason I'm holding up door knocking in the PNW right now? Hell yeah. Funny enough, if you paywalled it, they may listen more. I know. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than almost any other country on earth. That makes me deeply angry. When I'm in the Senate, I'll stand up to corporate greed and fight lower drug prices by empowering. I will end the shameful practice of subsidizing drug companies. I think you should just like also go along with like a tangible position like Medicare for all. You know what I mean? Support small businesses, break up the monopoly. Small business in Maine and beyond has entered a new period of crisis. While COVID accelerated the process of mass small business closures, this trend has been going on for decades. Solving this is no easy matter, but many solutions are straightforward. In particular, why should small businesses pay a higher tax rate than multinational corporations like Amazon? Righting this wrong will be among my top priorities in the Senate. Stop the mass deportation machine. We already read that. Defend our air, our water, our land, and our climate. Maine is a special place in our way of life. Our economy and our future depends on preserving it. Oh, he did say Medicare for all. I didn't. I mean, he is. Yeah, I will be a strong supporter of the Medicare for all system. Okay, my bad. I didn't see that. Yeah. Defend our air, our water. Decisive action on the housing crisis. Let's see. The housing crisis is existential. The American dream of owning a home is wilting as private equity firms and hedge funds buy up housing stock to enrich wealthy investors. We used to provide serious federal support for housing creation and no longer do. We need to bring back serious federal support for building housing. The VA home loan program has provided a critical lifeline to many Americans. I don't think that loans are the best possible way to fix the housing crisis. I think a federal jobs program that is designed around building more housing, that is publicly funded and is like public housing. This is something that I think a lot of people should be more comfortable advocating for. Truly, it's a terrifying prospect for many who do not see that is the alternative here. Protect Social Security before it goes bankrupt. End billionaire tax dodging. Absurd system. We must pass a billionaire minimum pass a billionaire minimum tax. Establishing a baseline tax that rate the super rich cannot go under. This policy is extremely popular, but too often we have elections between multiple candidates who refuse to support it. I like that. Uphold tribal sovereignty and self-determination. God damn. That's woke as fuck. That's cool. That's Do you think pub housing, if you work for the government, local or fed, like the way military does it? I mean, the military doesn't do pub housing either, technically, unless you're on a base. And dudes literally get married to get off the base in general. I think public housing should be done in the same way that is done in places like Vienna. Right now, the housing solution for everyone, even the boldest thinkers, revolves around the public-private partnership. I say fuck that, okay? I think that's a major, major problem. Strengthening our working waterfront, support unions to bring good jobs. The main union means higher wages. I think people should also be unashamed of calling themselves socialists as well. I don't think it has that stink that people think it has. I know maybe I'm bubbled in here to say stuff like that. But, you know, I think it's not a thing that you should fear. It's not a moniker that you should be afraid of. It actually, I think, presents you as a different kind of Democrat. The good kind of Democrat, like a Democrat fighter. I think the association with the DSA and any other like left flank organizations will be seen as a positive and not a negative, in the way that like liberals have fucking deluded themselves into thinking for far too long. What I mean by this is there's a lot of enmity towards the Democrats because of their inability, because their lack of interest in fighting back against the Republicans. If more and more Zoran-style candidates are propping up left and right, okay, bro, it's Maine Lamau. You are in California, in North Hollywood. Oh. You are bubbled in. This is Maine. It doesn't matter what people fucking call themselves. What matters is what they advocate for, okay? That's it. That's it. And this guy has got good policies, okay? Turn off the fucking liberal brain that causes you to lead by fear. Liberals need to stop being fucking cowards, okay? And even people who call themselves like Marxist, Leninists and whatnot still have that lib-ass attitude. Don't do it. It's not worrisome. Those labels, especially at a time when the Democratic Party is unprecedentedly unpopular, when it's supposed to be, when it is supposed to be the opposition party to a deeply, historically unpopular president and an unpopular movement, calling yourself a different kind of Democrat is not a bad thing. Wait, what? Yeah, man, DSA with 85K, really going to make waves? The liberals are too plugged into the Dem machine to ever go third party. I'm not saying... Bitch, did I say this man should run as a third party candidate? He's running as a Democrat. What are you talking about? Hello? I'm saying that presenting yourself within the existing party structure as a different kind of Democrat is a good thing. You guys hear whatever you want to hear. People are desperate for change. People want someone who is going to break down the way that the institutions have operated at the behest of billionaires and corporations and the wealthy. They want that. Dude, one of the best things that happened immediately after Zoran was Republicans quickly claiming that maybe Nancy Pelosi wasn't a socialist at all. They used to say Nancy Pelosi's a communist, Nancy Pelosi's a socialist. And then when a real socialist came in and became a national figure, they very quickly turned around and were like, well, you know, we used to just lie about Nancy Pelosi being a socialist, but it turns out that she's not really a socialist at all. Where are the reasonable Democrats? All it took was for one guy to threaten the existing duopoly in a fucking Democratic mayoral primary to become a national politician, for them to turn around and actually immediately start conceding. This should be the proof that you need. If you have any hangups over this, this should be the proof that you need that you can go in a more radical direction. You can boulder in the direction of the left. This will, by default, make those centrist Democrat style candidates seem better overall anyway to the Republicans that are in the margins, the Republicans who are in the center right. Because they go, oh, well, I guess this guy is better than Zoran. I'm scared of Zoran. And it's even better if Zoran is able to become mayor and do a good job. We need to stop being afraid of subversive labels. Exactly. Socialism is a subversive label, and that's a good thing right now. You know what's a bad label? Being a Democrat. That is a bad label. It is deeply, deeply unpopular. Here's Joe Calvello, who himself said the Democratic Party is deeply unpopular, but national Democrats continue to take a it ain't broke, so don't fix it approach while we are in dire straits. Shane Goldmacher, new at New York Times, Democratic Party is facing a voter registration crisis in red, blue, and battleground states alike, losing ground to the GOP everywhere. My deep dive into the numbers and what it reveals about the party's brand. The Dems are unpopular. The Dems are seen as the pro-Israel, pro-war pussy party who won't actually fucking fight back against the Republicans. They're losing their own base. They're not bringing in new people into the fucking fold. It's a devastating outcome. Why do you think when in normal circumstances, the other party that is not in power is supposed to automatically get a popularity boost, especially when the party in charge, the Republican Party, is deeply unpopular and their policies are violent and people are actually resentful towards towards their policies? Why is the Democratic Party not getting that right now? Why is the Democratic Party not actually getting that popularity boost by just being the not Republican Party? It's because they're showing their bellies. They're cowering in fear, and people are angry. They're resentful, and they can see that the Democrats, the party out of power, is not doing shit about it. Do with that information what you will. Why still advocating for the Dems? Oh my fucking God. Use the existing party machine to your fucking advantage. You guys are so stupid. Do I need to spell it out for you? There is currently, as it stands, no viable third party outcome. Okay? There's just, it doesn't exist. So a person that would normally be a third party candidate should still use the existing infrastructure. And then if they gain national prominence, maybe they'll start their own third party initiative after they have that platform. But you can't do that right now. What the fuck more do you want to hear from me? This is the weakest the Democrats have ever been. It's an opportunity for tremendous gains to be made to utilize the pre-existing structure, okay, and force the Democratic Party to actually be a progressive force, an actual real counterbalance against the Republican fascist movement. That's it. Look at Jeremy Corbyn. And if it doesn't work, then you can fucking move on to a different alternative outcome. And I totally am not against it anyway. If you want, build out the Green Party to be an actual Green Party and not like some fucking weird, possibly foreign influenced group of people that only show their face every 4 years to run around and say a bunch of silly shit and then also see increasingly limited success at a time when people are looking for alternatives. You know? I'm in a competition between Jill Stein and Kamala Harris on who spoke out less post-election. Okay? I don't know who wins that. I'm going to be honest. It's like Twitter activity of Jill Stein, Twitter activity of Kamala Harris post-election. They're nowhere to be found. How did this happen? How did this happen? It's not even just Twitter activity, but just like in general. "30 states plus DC allow for partisan registration. Between 2020 and 2024, Democrats lost 2.1 million voters in those states, and the GOP gained 2.4 million. But those top-line figures are just the start," Shane Goldmacher reports. By percentage, Democrats went from nearly an 11-point edge over GOP in 2020 to just a 6-point edge in 2024. Along the way, some states have flipped the GOP registration edge entirely. Florida, of course, but more big ones are likely coming. In Pennsylvania, the quintessential battleground, Democrats had a registration advantage of 517,000 among active voters in November 2020. As of the summer, only 53,303 voters. In North Carolina, Republicans have raised roughly 95% of the registration advantage that Democrats held in the fall of 2020 by this summer. The Dem edge is less than 17,000, down from nearly 400,000 in 2020. Some have dismissed registration as a lagging indicator in the past, but in 2024, it proved prescient. Democratic weakness was concentrated where Trump was strongest, among men and younger voters. There are few better measurements of a party's brand than who actively choose to identify and register with it. And fewer voters are choosing to become Democrats. Check out this graphic of the trend line for new registrants since 2018. Look at this graph, dude. Look at this graph. We also have some takeaways in the findings. This is perhaps the most stark one. Many voters are choosing to be political independents by not registering with either major party. But of the people who do choose between the two main parties, the Democratic share has been cratering, according to the analysts. Why? Because one party stands for something. It's evil, but at least they stand for something. The other party stands for nothing. They're still presented as evil, but they're also evil and feckless. You got to pick a lane, man. Okay? I am presenting an alternative, which is don't stand for evil and stand for good things instead. It's super simple message. Policy first, agenda first, things that will genuinely improve people's material conditions first and foremost. Become identifiable by tangible policies. Tangible policies that actually genuinely improve people's material conditions. Become an earnest communicator of said policies, and people will reward you. This is how democracy is supposed to fucking work in theory. I am losing my goddamn mind having to have this conversation over and over and over and over and over again every single fucking election cycle, and then in the immediate aftermath of the election cycle, and continue to have this conversation for the past fucking 12 years to an increasingly smaller group of people that are interested in this sort of thing within the power structure of the Democratic Party. And here we are, cratering support. It's an opportunity. It is an opportunity for a true progressive force to overtake and pull the Democrats in the right direction, whether they come along or not. Kicking and screaming, okay? Become undeniable, become unavoidable, become a force that people have to reckon with. Hey, Hasan, I found an absolute banger diss track about you that was posted to YouTube yesterday called Hasan and His Gucci Bag. We are never getting healthcare, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not happening. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve it. We deserve all the bad things, and we're gonna get that. Yeah, it was Gucci Marks who made it. It's got fucking 1.3 million views, and it's like, this is supposed to be like a meme, and some of the dumbest haters have turned this into like. I think it's funny. I've covered it on stream before. I think it's great. Don't point out his hypocrisy. He'll throw a tantrum in his multi-million-dollar mansion. Oh, God. Peasants. Peasants. This is peasant brain. Anyway, and yet the top house Dems still choose to walk back statements calling what Israel's doing a genocide to appear feckless to their constituents. I know. Okay. Not everybody who disagrees with you is a peasant, but these people are definitely no. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that, like, the notion that a guy who's like, hey man, the wealthy are fucking you over, having a relative success in the same structure that he is criticizing should not cause you to fucking immediately attack the guy who's telling you that the system is fucked up. But peasant brain dipshits who admire billionaires unironically fucking turn around and behave as though like I am Jeff Bezos, okay, a mover and shaker, the only force that must be taken down. It's like it's such a stupid, irrelevant thing. You know, it's just always the same gotcha here. You know what? Going forward, I'm not even going to speak on this. I'm going to let Communist SpongeBob speak on this instead. Okay. Well, let me find it real quick. Hold on.
You support Mamdani? Bro literally works inside the system. Isn't that like serving capital?
Man, I'll take material wins over ideological cosplay any day. Yeah, we all stuck under capitalism right now, but some of us trying to actually ease the pain while we dismantle it, that ain't serving capital. That's knowing how to punch from inside the ring.
So what, you a reformist now?
Call it what you want, but if your revolution demands that we leave folks suffering just to stay ideologically pure, you ain't liberating nobody, you just vibing in echo chambers. Mamdani's work challenges power. He's organizing minds while you're busy measuring purity.
But ain't he part of the elite class?
Bruh, critiquing capital while navigating it is the only shot we got until we can flip the board. Let's raise class consciousness business with material gains, not waiting on a perfect moment that ain't ever coming.
So fix what's broken while we build better?
Exactly. Elevating people today is how you get comrades ready for tomorrow. It ain't serving the system, it's using its cracks to break it from within.
There you go.
Follow for more.
Maybe AI is okay sometimes. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand that this this system is so overwhelmingly powerful that I'll take whatever hand of help I can get, and you should have a similar attitude as well. Okay? Don't immediately cast aside W's and try to be. Don't immediately cast aside gains, victories, and behave in this like incredibly cynical manner. Okay? Use the tools that you have to, one, build a working class focused an organized front, and use all of the tools that are at your disposal. Sometimes those tools are going to be the existing infrastructure for the Democratic Party. Okay? If only you show this in the fall of 2024. What do you mean? What do you mean? This has been my fucking attitude. What are you talking about? My anger and resentment against Kamala Harris was correct. It was because she wasn't doing anything that she was supposed to be doing to win a fucking election against Donald Trump and growing fascism in this country. And she lost. And there are still dumb fucks who think she lost because of me. Fuck! Do you think I have more clout than Taylor Swift and Beyonce? Are you that stupid? Or do you think, and this is something that I repeat every fucking election cycle, that you cannot outflank the Democrats? Yeah, we be needed to be adults and understand we can't get everything we want. Okay, I'm just banning you because while you are claiming to be an adult, your brain is a child's brain. Okay? Kamala Harris lost because she didn't do the things that she was supposed to do to win favor in a democratic structure. She literally fucking cast aside her own voter base for some fantastical notion that there was a massive growing coalition of Liz Cheney, former Republican Democrat voters. It didn't exist. God damn. None of that shit. The party fucking failed you again. And you still have some kind of loyalty. If you believe an ounce of the shit you spit, you use your fortune to actually help the base movement, not enrich the shit out of yourself. It sucks because you actually reach folks and gain awareness, but you are definitively a class traitor. You should be using your economic wealth you've gained from our base to help our base, not enrich yourself. You are non-ironically a class traitor. Wait. Are you saying I'm a class traitor as someone who is wealthy? Because yeah, in that sense, I guess you're correct. People always say stuff like this, but they don't just like follow up. What do you mean? What do you mean? I never understand it. It just ultimately turns into socialism when poor. That's it. Like, you use what's going on in our country for profit. Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean. I'm a political commentator, okay? This is my job. Whether there are 10 people watching or 10,000 people watching or 300,000 people watching, this is what I do. I do this when you're tuning in. I do this when you're not tuning in. I do this when the things that I'm saying that I believe in are seen as unconscionable by people, and they leave and they say I'm a fucking terrorist and all this shit. And not only do I do it for free, okay? You can volunteer to give me $5 a month, $6 a month, or a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime, but I don't run fucking ads, okay? I don't even maintain any sort of like IP control. So if you want to make money off of the shit that I'm saying and like post it on your own, people have paid for their fucking student loans by doing so. It's all free. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just mad that I'm successful at that point. That's it. I'm a working class average American. You do this for a living. I'm not trying to go toe to toe with you. You're a big boy and can articulate. Did you just say you have resentments, but you can't even articulate said resentments? What are you doing? So you're just angry for no reason. You don't even know why you're angry. What have you done to help the people you claim to fight for? Every single day, we got to do this, I think. Every single day, I got to be like, hey, man, I'm out in the streets. I get shot at just like you do. If you're also out in the streets, I do fucking fundraisers. I donate myself, both privately and publicly, okay? I go out and work with local community organizers. I go out and prop up political candidates that I think are actually good forces to genuinely change the political system from within. Do I have to repeat that? Do I have to run the fucking highlight reel every time? God damn, dude. God damn. I resent you take money from people on this platform and pocket everything for material bullshit instead of actually backing what you talk about with the capital you're getting. What do you want me to do is the question. If this is a constructive criticism that you have, explain it, okay? Explain what it is. Explain what it is. What do you mean when you say material bullshit that you're pocketing instead of like backing your talk with the capital you're getting? Do you want me to arm a militant vanguard? Is that what your goal is? Like, is that what you think I should be doing? Is that what it is? And not only that, but my attitude and my statements have actually caused and my stubbornness has actually caused problems within my career as well. So if I was a fucking grifter, I always repeat this over and over again, I'd just be right-wing. It's the easiest grift on the planet. It takes nothing. It requires no brain power to be a right-wing grifter. Look at Asmongold. Great example of this. Okay? Why the fuck do I do this? Why do I do this? Why do I receive death threats every fucking day if I don't believe what I'm saying? Why do I do this? Why is my family getting doxxed every fucking day if I don't believe what I'm saying? Why do I do this when I get detained by Customs and Border Patrol if I don't believe what I say? Ultimately, it unironically stems from just like, bro, although you maintain like within the confines, a military vanguard would be dope, but no. Okay, what do you want then? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I can explain it to this for this average chatter. You should be donating substantially. Some might even say as the single largest donator to things like new labor unions forming in America. Yeah, that's right. I should be doing that. That would be good, right? If I was doing that. If I was doing stuff like that, that would be good, right? Of course, I'm too fearful to do such things. Like perhaps if I was like the single largest individual donor to a newly formed labor union movement, like the Amazon labor union. Oh shit, what the fuck? Even if you didn't do anything outside of streaming, it should be enough. Activism takes many forms, and I bet the people criticizing you are just projecting. I know. And especially at a time when, like, motherfuckers don't say anything. They don't even... Brother, people are too afraid to speak out against, like, the Gestapo machine kidnapping people, okay? Most of the content that you consume from content creators, unironically, is nothing. Even if I wasn't doing anything else and just chirping and demanding that people organize, okay? Also, this is hilarious. The amount of time you waste explaining yourself to jackasses and trolls is impressive. From 2020 saying the amount of time you waste explaining yourself to jackasses and trolls is impressive to becoming the jackass and troll is incredible. How did you fucking turn into it? Bro, we know how much you put into this. Don't get riled up from the hate. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. This is just like, this is not like real criticism. It's just someone who wants to be heard. And if they have any sort of like confusion about where I stand on issues, like I'll take the time out and explain it to them. Okay? That's it. Also, thank you, John Hugs, for the 25 gifted subs and Rome TV for the 5 gifted subs. Again, voluntary donations. That's it. If you don't want to fucking donate, if you don't want to subscribe, you don't have to. You don't have to do that at all. It's all free, baby. It's all free. That's it. He flipped when you buy your house. I know. That's what it was. He's like, this motherfucker lives in a house with his family. Fuck him. That's all it takes for a lot of people. Also, he did not present an alternative. What happened to bro in 2022? I got doxxed. I purchased the home that I'm living in right now for myself and my family. And there were a lot of people who are sincerely leftist, who are still misguided and unironically hyper focused on the optics of the situation, not realizing that they're like literally attacking the left for the silliest shit while being a part of the left. It's just misguided anger to an incredibly accessible person. Chad, if you sub long enough, Hasan might cover your favorite local Senate candidate as well as part of his grift, I think. Yep. There is definitely like a misguided attitude of being like a poverty cultist. Okay? On the left, for sure. It's marginal, and I think it's inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but it is what it is. You know? A lot of those cries used to be way, way, way more aggressive, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It's stopped now. And these people have no answers. These people have no answers for why, like, my attitude and my statements have not changed since I had no money to where I'm at now. Don Luca TV, thank you for the 5 gifted. Chris on RSD, thank you for the 10 gifted. Non Anomaly, thank you for the 10 gifted. Whatever Waves, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Implanty Andy, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Your haters are exposed again? What is this? Destiny apparently claiming he wasn't aware that she was underage, but there's evidence suggesting that he may have first met her via Twitter. Hashtags were known at the time, including Destiny himself, for being used to distribute CSAM. Oh, God. Ugh. Gross. To the chatter who hit you with, where were you in 2024? It's too bad Harris and her campaign didn't try even once to satiate or appeal to the Palestinian Americans and their allies. Harris winning would have been better for the Palestinians, but your movement consistently made problems for her campaign and contributed in small but real ways to Trump winning tragic results. The uncommitted movement wasn't a record attempt to create chaos in the party. It was a serious venture by Democratic Party operatives who were trying to throw a Hail Mary to get the Dems to realize how much sympathy they had lost. The Dem Party didn't care one bit. Yeah, they sent Bill Clinton to Michigan to say Judea and Samaria. They responded, why would you change your stances when that's what makes you money? What? Dude, how many people like me exist out there? What are you talking about? Does it never confuse you at all? Do you never actually look at the environment, the media landscape, and all of the people whose content you consume, and never think once to yourself that not a single one of them actually speak out on any number of different issues, even from a liberal perspective, and the only fucking voices that you hear from, for the most part, are incredibly reactionary right-wing voices? Does that not ever shock you at all? Do you not realize that there's a reason for that? And that is because people are fucking terrified to speak out. This all literally stems from you are able to maintain editorial independence and be able to present your opinions to an increasingly larger audience and also gain financial success in the consequence, even if you're like a unique figure in this space. Okay? Why? Why do you think people are afraid to even speak out against Trump right now? If there's so much money to be made, why isn't Asmongold a leftist socialist grifter? Why isn't XQC a socialist grifter? If there's so much money to be made, these guys don't give a fuck about politics. Why aren't they grifting to the left? Have you not noticed that you keep coming back here for one reason? Don't get me wrong, said already a few times, I appreciate the awareness they bring. It seems like you don't, because you're saying I'm doing it cynically to make money off of it, even though for many, many years I made no money off of it at all. And even then, if this was simply content for me, why the fuck don't I take $1 million sponsorships from like Polymarket for one day of work? Why don't I do that? Why don't I take the fucking bag and run with it? Ask yourself these questions, and maybe you will be able to understand the answers. Because you'd be outed. Outed? No, I'm saying if I'm a grifter, if I'm a leftist grifter, and therefore don't have an ideological commitment to this, why don't I just grift to the right is my question to you, as many people do. Okay? Many people do that. There are a million different very successful grifters that present themselves as right-wing, even if they don't fully abide by or give a shit about right-wing politics at all. Why? Why do you spend so much time and so much brain power in your mind to develop this idea that like I'm something that I'm not? I'm actually sinister. And I'm presenting myself as someone that I am not actually. Yeah, you're Schrodinger's grifter. You're both a grifter and not a grifter because you'd be outed if you did grift, so you don't grift. Like, if I'm in it just to make money, doesn't that make sense? That I would just do things that would make me money rather than cause a fuck ton of headaches? Who the fuck would grift to the left? The left is segmented. We love fucking fighting one another, and we eat it. We literally eat it from the right all the way to the far right. We're enemy number one for the right and the far right. We eat it from the center. We eat it from the liberals who see us as like a spoiler, okay? Because we're forcing the liberals to actually do things that everyone would want, okay? And then on top of that, anyone that has even like a marginal disagreement on the left also hates you. Why the fuck would anybody do this if they didn't truly believe in it? Even if right now, if you wanted to grift, yeah, you'd destroy the audience you build, but you'd be welcomed by right-wing money. No, the pathway is clear. People have done this. You can just slowly but surely talk about how annoying the left is and find yourself increasingly abiding by right-wing positions, okay? And then eventually you make that leap and you say, why I left the left. Here is why. There are many such examples, okay? A lot of them are trots. Some of the most vicious fucking right-wing neocons that have played a formative role in American politics started off as trots. Started off as Marxists. People have said this about me for years. Why has it not happened? Why is it that the people who have said this about me have then made that leap to the right? If I was such a dishonest grifter, I wouldn't have every goddamn institution that is working with the Israeli state up my asshole every day of the fucking week, making my life a living hell to the best of their ability. They failed to do so. Okay? That's it. That's it. I've never moved a single fucking inch from my position. Ultimately, it still comes down to, I don't like that you were also able to be successful in this media environment, because this media environment is disgusting, and therefore your success alone shows not that you have been an earnest communicator in perpetuity, but instead it shows that you are a sinister demon doing this for money. If that was the case, don't you think you would see more and more people propping up left and right with a loud and proud socialist message if there is a major audience for this? It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, I'm done arguing with this shit. It's so stupid. I can't believe I did this. What a waste of time this was while we were talking about fucking issues. Getting back to what we were talking about earlier before we moved on to this. That is my biggest, that's my biggest problem, is that I just like, I find myself constantly trying to, I find myself constantly trying to over-explain stuff to people. And I think like when you do that, people immediately assume like, oh, you got caught. You got caught because you are indecent, instead of like listening to what I have to say and going, you know what? I never thought of it that way. I think many people just go, he's chirping into the wind because, you know, my bad faith criticisms actually worked. And it's not bad faith criticisms at all. It's actually a reflection of reality. I did. I got one guide, and I apologize. Chatters that DGGers in their profile that were bad faith from the get. It's okay. It's okay. I still believe that even if someone is like a part of this weird pedophilic sex cult that is a cyber stalking operation designed around the mercy of one man and his own personal ambitions and his own vendetta, that they can still leave that cult eventually if someone talks to them. I'm not going to give up on that fight. Let's continue.
Monitors to Texas now, because happening right now, state lawmakers, they return to the Capitol for a second special session ordered by Governor Greg Abbott. We expect them to vote on redrawing congressional maps. But first, the families affected by that severe Texas flooding, they will testify on the House floor. They're calling on Congress to pass bills allowing recovery efforts to move forward in the state. And today's vote comes after state Democrats fled the state for nearly 2 weeks in protest of Republican redistricting efforts. But Democrats have not stopped demonstrations since they returned. Several other lawmakers joined State Representative Nicole Collier in her protest. Collier slept on the House floor after refusing to sign a GOP-imposed permission slip that required her to leave with a police escort. She has since filed a lawsuit saying the move by Republicans is an abuse of power. Dozens of protesters, they arrived at the Capitol. You see them here to demand her release from the House chambers. But police quickly shut the building down after they got a social media threat calling for others to go to the Capitol and shoot anyone, not allowing lawmakers to leave. Police say they arrested at least 5 people after they refused to exit the building. Democrats stayed in that building with state troopers present. And a reminder for our viewers, Democrats, they hold just 12 seats in Congress to represent the state of Texas, and that puts them in the super minority. Meanwhile, 25 Republicans hold seats in Congress for Texas. But this is where the congressional map stands as of right now. To the left here, you can see the existing map with most of the blue in the middle of the state. And to the right, those small blue dots, well, they shrink even further, marking a loss for Democrats. CBS News political director Finn Gomez joins us now for more on what we can expect today. Finn, thank you for your time. It seems Democrats are out of options here to stop this redistricting bill from being passed, right?
No, that's exactly right, Mugo. I mean, the Republican-controlled Texas legislature is on track to pass these new congressional maps, potentially securing, as you mentioned, up to 5 additional Republican seats ahead of the midterm elections next year. Democratic lawmakers, as you know, ended that 2-week walkout that blocked quorum, allowing the legislature to advance the map. And while the walkout was temporarily stalled the action by Republicans because the Republicans regained control when they return, the options to delay or stop the legislation within the chamber now are extremely limited. But the battle is far from over. Once the maps are passed, legal challenges from Democrats are expected to be filed, likely arguing violations of minority voting rights and other state constitutional concerns. Lawyers and advocacy groups are preparing lawsuits and gearing up for a fight. And as you know, Democratic-led states such as California are pursuing retaliatory redistricting plans aimed at neutralizing these Republican gains. Mugo.
And Finn, just to be clear here, the fight over redistricting doesn't just end in Texas. We know California state Democrats introduced their own proposal for new maps, but this process looks very different than what's playing out in Texas. I'm assuming it's going to be more difficult. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it is a lot more complicated. And I mean, I will say that, you know, the battle really seems to have shifted. Once the expectation of these seats, of these maps to be passed in Texas, it really shifts over to California. And California Democrats are moving swiftly to get their redistricting plan on the November ballot for that special election that Newsom has pushed. This week, that means securing legislative approval and rallying allies like Planned Parenthood and other national Democratic allies who back Governor Newsom's push to add 5 Democratic-friendly new seats. Democrats are confronting an unfolding legal challenge, however, from Republicans who have challenged the move in the state Supreme Court, and all signs point to an intense, high-stakes political showdown in California in November. Ultimately, Newsom and Democrats believe they can pass this new map in November that will effectively counter those Republican gains in the Lone Star State. However, Governor Newsom does not have an easy path here, Mugo, as California Republicans are gearing up to challenge these new maps once the special election is challenged. You know, a top Republican involved in the House Republicans' campaign strategy says even if California establishes these new districts, it could really spur other Republican-led states, some of whom are on the fence, to counter California, including Indiana, Missouri, Florida, saying they believe they will have more options and territory to potentially add more Republican-friendly seats. But in a nutshell, this could get pretty messy before these battle lines are drawn and set ahead of next year's midterms, Mugo.
Oh, yeah, it's starting to look messy already. Finn Gomez, thank you so much for your insight.
Did they have to go back? I don't understand why they did that. Is Newsom the only one who isn't a pussy when fighting Republicans? Like, the others seem so weak. Yeah, that's the way it looks like right now to a lot of people, and it's not good. It's not good that he is the guy. Here's what the Texas state Democrats are doing. Gene Wu, the head of the Texas House Democrats, is forcing a vote on an amendment to the new state congressional maps that would require a release of the Epstein files before they go into effect. I just, because they're dumb, they're claiming that California's commitment to counter Texas means they can come back. I don't think, I don't know. I don't know what the goal is there. I don't understand it. I think they should have just stayed out of it. A DPS trooper couldn't keep up with the state rep on our morning run and threatened to arrest her. Wait, you sent me this link. You sent me the wrong link. Why can't all blue stations redraw their maps to ensure there's only 1 or 0 Republican seats? New meta. I mean, I think they should. Fight fire with fucking fire. Blow it up, dude. Blow it up. Blow it the fuck up. Doesn't seem very democracy, does it? I mean, but they're the ones who are doing it. Democrats should have done it even before the Republicans, honestly, because it was a given that they were going to do it, and it was something that they were doing anyway. They're just doing more of it now. Yeah. My issue with like what the redistricted battle lines would look like is of course like my fear is California Democrats end up redrawing districts to farm out like 6 new positions, right? 6 new Democrat seats, let's say. Best case scenario. And all of the 6 Democrats that come out of that are like Raytheon liberals and fucking pro Silicon Valley liberals and pro Israel liberals. Like if they do that, I am going to lose my fucking mind. And I am afraid that they will do that. So on the one hand, I think it's good that the Democrats are fighting back against the Republicans. But on the other hand, I'm still worried because their moves that they're engaging in is not doing anything to this dynamic that we were covering earlier, which is that the Democratic Party is hemorrhaging voters long before they even go to the polls. Part of the reason why they're hemorrhaging voters is because they're not actively fighting against the Trump administration. Okay? The other, much larger, much more consequential reason as to why they're hemorrhaging voters is because they're not actually standing for anything meaningful. They are not identifiable by tangible policy prescriptions that they have for all of the awful shit that Americans experience on a regular basis. It's crazy. Cheryl Cole. While on my morning walk in the Muller neighborhood, my DPS escort, who was forced upon me to track my every movement, threatened to arrest me. He lost me on the trail, got angry about it, and then made a scene in front of my constituents to the trail. While a little shaken up from the incident, I remain undeterred by this intimidation tactic. Yeah, it's your fault that cops are too fat to keep up. Typical police activity. Typical police activity. I can't keep up with you, and somehow that is your fault, and now I'm going to shoot you or arrest you. Please walk slower. Ay, ay, ay. Incredible. Can't outrun these bullets. That's right. Anyway, here's another thing that I wanted to talk about. Oklahoma. Oklahoma's America First exam for teachers. Now, Oklahoma is obviously one of the. They're posting your new car. Okay, chill. It's inappropriate to dox me like this. Okay, even if fans are doing it, is really messed up. Why are you doxing me by showing everybody what my vehicle is at a time when I'm the recipient of many death threats? Okay, that is fucked up. Cut it out. Cut it out. Yeah, Oklahoma is 50th in education, by the way, which is fucking awesome. That's great. But they're looking at numbers on the board and they're going, we got to get dumber. Okay? Oklahoma is a testing ground for some of the stupidest initiatives that have come out of this goddamn country. Here is another amazing example. Oklahoma Education Superintendent Ryan Walters is rolling out a new 50-question America First certification exam developed with PragerU for teachers moving to the state from California and New York. Applicants must score 100% on questions that will cover conservative-aligned topics such as religion and biological differences between males and females. Walters has suggested the requirement could later be extended to teachers from other liberal states. Critics, including teachers' unions, call it a political stunt that will deter educators from coming to Oklahoma while it is already grappling with a teacher shortage despite offering bonuses up to $50,000. The move follows other Walters initiatives, such as ordering Bibles in every classroom. Who could forget that one? That was amazing. Changing how the 2020 election is taught to align with Trump's false claims of widespread fraud. This is the reason why I laugh when motherfuckers are like, Hasan, you're a terrorist. Hasan, you hate America. If I was a terrorist who hated America, I would be a Republican. Okay? I know it comes across as difficult. It comes across as a difficult to swallow pill for you. But there is no greater terrorist that hates America than the Bible thumping, American flag draping, dipshit, quote unquote, MAGA loyalists. Okay? These guys make Osama bin Laden look like he's playing in the fucking high school league. Okay? It is so ridiculous. They are actively undermining America and every facet of what it means to be American. Every institution is crippled, and dumb fucks still think I'm the one who's anti-America. There is no greater threat to America than the Republican Party. Okay? And Democrats and their inability to address these issues also presents a grave threat to America as well. But goddamn, are these guys doing their very best. I mean, it's so dumb. They didn't even teach in schools of the U.S. government, and Oklahoma law enforcement stormtroopers firebombed their own black citizens from airplanes in Tulsa in 1921 until recently in that state. Not sure I would trust anyone there with anything education related. I'm telling you, dude, there is no greater threat to America and Americans than the Republican Party. That's it.
If you're from California or New York applying to teach in Oklahoma, you might have to answer this question. Why is freedom of religion important to America's identity? A, because it makes Christianity the national religion. B, because it...
You don't exactly come out as pro-America just saying, yes, because the only way in our modern discourse, the only way to come out as pro-America is just to be a Republican and just be like, I want to kill all of our enemies. Okay? It's stupid. The people that unironically try to save American lives, who advocate to better American lives and not just like fucking suck billionaire dick, are the people who are presented as a serious threat to American safety. It's because everything is busted. Everything is broken. Do you understand? America has tremendous potential in spite of the reality that in our hyper-capitalist state, we have done everything in our fucking power. Our politicians have done everything in their power to destroy Americans and their regular fucking Americans and the regular Americans in their everyday existence. It is ironically those who are like Zoran Mamdani, people like myself, people like yourselves that are actively trying to hold this thing together, to be like, no, dude, there is a different vision here. There is an alternative here. But it's much easier to fucking assume that the people who want to make the country better, okay, who want to move the country away from the throes of fascism, are actually enemies of the fucking state. In this day and age, my finances are at a certain level where I can just move to wherever the fuck I want if I hated America that much, okay? And it's not like the state is super fond of me anyway. The only thing that keeps, I think, the current administration from going after people like myself directly in more meaningful ways is just that they're too busy breaking everything right now, okay? That's it. Once they get bored, they'll come after people like myself too. I'm too stubborn to fucking leave. Bro thinks he's Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, yeah, people have done that already.
Bans all forms of public worship. C, because it limits religious teaching in public life. Or D, because it protects religious choice from government control. Ryan Walters.
Nobody gives a shit about you. Please do, Lemao. Nobody gives a shit about you. Apparently you do, enough to come in here, tune in, and literally beg that I leave the country. And in the process of me explaining, it's so funny that I'm over here being like, look, man, you probably think I hate America for the things that I advocate for. Ironically enough, what I'm advocating for is better for Americans overall, and you have been presented with a lie that people like myself, people that believe in progressive values, people that want to improve others and their material realities are actually desperately advocating against an administration that is doing everything in its power to fucking keep you divided, to keep you focusing on your fucking neighbor as though they are responsible for your shitty material conditions. And you still turn around and you go, get the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a shit about you, brother. I hope you leave the country. Let's say I do. Okay? Let's say I leave the country tomorrow. I'm hating America from outside the club. Okay? I can't even get in. What difference does that make for your life? Does that actually make rent cheaper for you? Do you immediately, do you through the magnanimous nature of your bosses, do you just have better wages and better benefits automatically? No, none of these things will happen unless you fight for them. That's my goal, is to unlock your potential.
Religious choice from government control. Ryan Walters announced over the summer plans to introduce a new qualification test specifically aimed at teachers applying to teach in the state from New York and California. Walters said the test will focus on questions about U.S. civics, such as the Constitution and the makeup of Congress, as well as gender and the biological differences between the two genders. When we asked Walters why he singled out California and New York for this requirement, he said that those two states in particular have teaching standards antithetical to Oklahoma's. He singled out the way they teach ideas about gender and race. The Oklahoma Education Association has said that this is a political stunt and that it could run the risk of turning away quality teachers from wanting to teach in the state.
This is such a cool story. In Oklahoma, if you want...
Yeah, we're owning the libtards by making sure no teacher that actually wants to educate the children of Oklahoma ever come down to the state. It's like, what the fuck are we doing, man? It's the lowest rated state for education. And this is the kind of dumb shit that they're busying themselves with. What are we doing? Wake up! It's so goddamn stupid, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe how dumb these motherfuckers are. Fuck.
to move to Oklahoma and you want to be a teacher, you're going to have to take this test because the superintendent of education for the entire state is super conservative.
Yeah, everything is trolling. We're just trolling people. We're trolling them. Ha ha. It's great. We're owning the libtards. It's fucking awesome.
He's trying to protect the kids and trying to root out radical leftist ideology. The test is basically your knowledge of history for America, but the left is so upset about this.
So before we actually read you the test, let's talk about
the knowledge of American history that requires you to fucking answer a question like about trans people existing in society, which they do, by the way. We're doing Peter Thiel's vision for America. The tech billionaires have hijacked the state and they're accelerating the destruction of the country so they can carve out their techno-feudalist fiefdoms. Yeah, knowledge of slavery is woke left ideology, as you guys know. Libs of TikTok is on our library regulation board. By the way, I hate the state. I know. Isn't Peter Thiel LGBT? Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. He's a billionaire and also a villain regardless. Peter Thiel would implement the complete genocide of all gay and trans people if it improved his fucking stock portfolio even a little bit. He doesn't give a shit about anybody. Being a billionaire, like being a capital owner, being a billionaire is far more consequential than who you choose to fall in love with. What are we talking about? There are plenty of evil gays out there. Being a gay person doesn't automatically make you like woke or progressive. It's crazy.
Actually, what the left is saying about this. This is what the American Federation of Teachers Union, Randy Reingorter, who's a complete leftist, this is what she said. This MAGA loyalty test will be yet another turnoff for teachers in a state already struggling with a huge shortage. The state representative, John Waldron of Oklahoma, he's also the Democratic Party chair, said, if you want to see a textbook definition.
So much winning, dude. This is so sick. So sick. I love that. Why do you need school? You can just watch PragerU videos, dude. Fucking awesome.
Of indoctrination.
Yeah, if you want to see the sample stories, they got them here.
Test for teachers. It's a sad echo of a more paranoid past.
Right. So they want to find out what teachers are coming to Oklahoma and they're going to be teaching their kids, especially if they come from New York or California. So they have some very basic questions. Why people think this is ideological, I don't get. Here's one of them. What are the first three words of the Constitution? In God we trust, life, liberty, and happiness, the United States, or we the people.
Or Life, Liberty, and Levin.
Right, which is a very successful show. I think it's been changed. Right. I think Jefferson eventually changed it.
The answer, obviously, we the people.
Why is freedom of religion important to America's identity?
Why is freedom of religion important to America's identity? What the fuck?
A, it becomes Christianity, the national religion.
And he's like, yeah, that would be good.
Bans all forms of public worship. Or C, it limits religious teaching in public life. Or D, it protects religious choice from government control. So,
D.
You would hope that people would circle D.
I mean, but this is also a factual test. You can have your political views about it, but what does the Constitution state? Is giving a question and answer, and the answer is clearly accurate. Why they're hyper-ventilating about this, I don't understand.
This is the same state they're trying to put Bibles in classrooms. And this superintendent, we have to read more.
It's insane that they have the second question. They enforce the Bibles in public schools. Yeah, the same guy that put this test out is the guy that made it so that every fucking Oklahoma classroom has to get Bibles. They're so dumb.
about him. His name is Ryan Walters. I bet Donald Trump will say something about him because this is a bold move.
Right.
But good for him.
I think it's getting us back to the basics. And these schools are out of control. The kids can't even read. Something is going wrong. Math and reading scores are at all-time low. Got to get back to the
Can
foundation.
I just read quickly what Ryan Walters said? As long as I'm superintendent of Oklahoma, classrooms will be safeguarded from the radical leftist ideology fostered in places like California and New York. Any teacher coming from these states will be required.
Let's look at some of the other questions. What are the two parts of the U.S. Congress? House of Lords and Commons, courts and Senate, executive and legislative, Senate and House of Representatives. How many senators are there? 435. Yeah, when I'm done with it, that's how many senators are going to be there, okay? Yeah, leave it up to me. Why do some states have more representatives than others? They cover a larger... Okay, so some of these questions are really just stupid. This is just like... this is just dumb. This is just like super basic shit. I assume this is what they have in like the citizenship test. You know what I mean? Wait. Oh my God, every answer is D. Representation is determined by population size. Oh, wait, what? Wait, why is every answer D? Oh my God, I just realized. No way. There ain't no way that they designed this and it's just all the answers are deliberately D. Did they just not scramble the results? Did they? Wait. What the? Maybe that's just how they do it. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, Jesus Christ. This 5-question preview is just a small portion of the assessment, which officials say covers American history, civics, and constitutional principles. The entire thing has not yet been released. Supporters argue the requirement will ensure teachers entering Oklahoma classrooms are aligned with what Walters calls traditional American values. Critics, however, have described this move as politically motivated loyalty test to screen out educators based on ideology rather than ability. Yeah, this is the funny thing is that the conservatives were like, oh, we can't do DEI. We don't want DEI. And now it's like, oh no, you actually literally don't want people who have different opinions than you. You just don't want people. The entire time, lo and behold, what they were screaming about was a bastardization of what DEI actually is, which, but they just wanted it to work in the direction of fail-son conservatives. This is worse than what they accused the USSR of doing or China. Oh, for sure. For sure.
To pass our new PragerU assessment before receiving certification because we refuse to let Gavin Newsom's woke Marxist agenda turn Oklahoma into the same dumpster fire California has become.
This is all related to an earlier segment we had.
Wait, this is the guy? He pushed book bans and religion in schools. Now he's accused of screening explicit images at work. Oklahoma schools chief Ryan Walters, once a candidate on President Donald Trump's short list for education secretary, is now facing a GOP-backed probe. After a public backlash for pushing Bibles endorsed by President Donald Trump on Oklahoma students, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Ryan Walters is now mired in a scandal for an entirely different reason. Images of nude women on his office television. Oh my Lord. It is... oh my God. He was gooning! He was fucking gooning! Oh! He's a gooner! Get him out! Why? Why? How? Every time. These guys are weird sex freaks. How is that possible? How is it every single time? You got a motherfucker. The harder they thump the Bible, the harder they crank their fucking penis. The harder they jork their penis. in public in a school. What the fuck? Oh my God. Two members of the Oklahoma State Board of Education are accusing Walters, who was on Trump's short list of education secretary candidates last year, on screening graphic images on a television connected to his computer Thursday during a closed-door meeting focused on teaching credentials and student attendance. Now the state's Republican leaders, oh my God, he was cranking it, and then he fucking opened up his laptop and connected the TV without realizing that the last thing he was looking at was porn-a-rooney. Oh my God. Oh, bro, we need to bring back shame, dog. We need to bring back shame. MAGA Superintendent Ryan Walters hits out at porn claims. Oklahoma to require parents to provide immigration status for students. Oklahoma Superintendent Ryan Walters is hit back after colleagues alleged they saw images of nude women on TV. Walters, a Republican, issued a statement on X Sunday denying these claims. An investigation into the matter is reported to be underway. Why it matters. Walters spoken out against showing what he deems to be pornography in schools, and he has pushed to remove books he say contain sexual content, including Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner. The Kite Runner? Okay, what about the Bible? You put a book that has stories in it that are definitely not appropriate for children to fucking read and consume in every classroom in Oklahoma. Every single one. He also made headlines for his endorsements of pro-religious policies in Oklahoma public schools, including putting Bibles that mimic the God Bless the USA Bibles endorsed by President Donald Trump. Two board members who attended the executive session of the Oklahoma State Board of Education on July 24th, chaired by Walters, told the Oklahoman that images of naked women were displayed on a TV screen. The allegations came from Ryan Detharj of Kingfisher and Becky Carson of Edmond, who described the ordeal as really bizarre. Newspaper reported that it was not clear who was responsible for the alleged images, that Detharj, I don't know how to say his last name, said Walters was sitting with his back to the TV screen, so it wasn't in Walters' direct view. The superintendent allegedly turned off the TV after Carson alerted him to the matter. On X, Walters said the claims were politically motivated attacks, and he's leading the charge for a bold overhaul of education in the state. Any suggestion that the device of mine was used to stream inappropriate content on the television set is categorically false, he wrote, adding that there was absolutely no truth to the allegations. Earlier in a statement to the Oklahoman, Quentin Hitchcock, a spokesperson for Walters, described this story as junk tabloid lie. Any number of people have access to these offices. You have a hostile board who will say and do anything except tell the truth now. And the Wokelahoman is reporting on an alleged... Okay, that's bars. Calling the Oklahoman the Wokelahoman. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We are run by baboons, bro. We literally have the dumbest motherfuckers in charge. I have so much hatred in my heart for these people. Oh my God. I can't get over it. Oh my God. This is so annoying. Oh my God. What's wrong with a little porn-a-rooney, dude? What the fuck?
Appreciate you.
He did an interview sitting next to the TV where he claimed the TV was unable to connect to the devices other than cable, but refused to let cameras pan to show the TV.
Talking to us about this, it must have been a wild few days for you. I would love to hear what went down. Walk us through what happened during that executive session.
Sure. I mean, what we've seen here.
Like, this is beyond politics, dude. Even if you're a Republican, you shouldn't want a guy like this in charge. Like, how? I'm sorry. And it's not even because he was watching porn on his fucking laptop before doing a meeting, okay? That's not even it. He's just like a dumb guy. He is actively fucking up education. As a part of his job, he is fucking up education in the state that has the worst educational outcomes, man. Why the fuck are the dumb fuck Republicans living in Oklahoma going, that's my guy. That's the guy I want. We need worse results. Are you that stupid? Do you think like higher number, better education? You're like, what do you mean? We're basically number one in the country for the worst education, which means it's the best education. It wasn't just this one time. Pretty graphic. Oklahoma lawmaker confirms Ryan Walters sent him pornographic images. What? What? Oh my God!
Is the grossest lies and political attack that the state's ever seen. We have a cable TV box back there. And we have got a gross accusation that's already been proven by OMS and the sheriff's office to be impossible to have happened. There's no devices connected to that cable TV. It is a cable TV set. We've got board members that are lying and crucifying my character to stop the work we're doing here for Oklahomans. And I will not tolerate these lies, the character assassination. My family has had to hear this nonsense for 4 days of something that is demonstrably false because board members with Governor Stitt decided to tell a lie and spin a narrative that is impossible to be true. So what we're seeing is a political attack to assassinate my character because they're trying to stop the will of Oklahomans to bring education reform. And I'm just absolutely not going to tolerate it.
Sounds like you're looping Governor Stitt in with this. It's a pretty strong accusation.
It's his board. It's his board members that concocted a lie. It is his board members that decided to try to disrupt a board meeting. And when that didn't work, they went to the most salacious lie they could come up with and to accuse me of something that is impossible to have happened, that did not happen, that is now provable by 2 independent investigations.
They haven't released any results of investigations.
And they will be.
But you're saying this is what
they've already been here. We've already done it.
You've talked to them.
We've already
Both
done it.
agencies.
It is impossible.
Guilty. Bro, this is this motherfucker, this is the guiltiest motherfucker in Oklahoma. Okay? This is the guiltiest dude in Oklahoma. I've never seen someone as guilty as this man. This is crazy. Turns out he did it already before. Some Oklahoma lawmakers say State Superintendent Ryan Walters emailed them pornographic material claiming this was what was available in our schools. The State Department of Education said they supplied them with what they requested. McBride tells Fox 25 it was pretty graphic, but he wants Walters to share where he found those pictures. Don't just send me a bunch of graphic, sexually explicit photos without where it came from or what did they do. That's kind of the problem I got with it, Rep. McBride said. This is, you know what this reminds me of? That famous QAnon psycho, Dom Lucre, when he posted an image of CSAM that he had literally watermarked, that he posted on Twitter. That image is so illegal to have that people have gone to prison for having it in their hard drives. Dom Lucre, on the other hand, literally took a screenshot of the image and watermarked it and posted it on Twitter. And Elon Musk, instead of immediately floating this problem to the authorities to say, hey, this prominent feature, this prominent right-wing psychopath is posting CSAM, the most notorious CSAM. Instead of that, he literally unbanned him. And that guy now goes on the White House press pool and shit. That's the stage that we're in right now. People do not understand how fucking insane this is. CSAM is child sexual abuse material, formerly known as CP. But child pornography is like a gross designation of an already horrifying thing. Child sexual abuse material is the way to refer, the correct way to refer to child pornography, because pornography is created by consenting adults. Interviewer asked a fair question. He threw Governor Stitt under the bus despite him having endorsed Walters.
Seen transpire over the last 5 days is the nastiest, biggest lie ever lodged at an official in Oklahoma. I cannot begin to describe the disgusting nature.
Bro, this guy is a gooner. I can tell, dude. He just has gooner vibes to him. Also, on top of that, I can tell from what he's done thus far. I mean, it's like, come on. How many times does he have to get caught? He needs to, he's got the gooner eyes, dude. The 1,000-yard stare of a man who has consumed far too much naughty America pornographic material.
Of the lies leveled against me by board members, by the media, and by the teachers union. This has been a coordinated attack to crucify my character and to try to stop the will of Oklahomans and their vision for education in the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah, they hate me because I'm too good at combating the woke. Even the Republicans are scared of my smoke that I have for the woke. Sick.
These board members have a lot to answer for, and so does the governor of the state of Oklahoma.
Or maybe you're just a freak.
Did he direct these board members to lie about me? Did he direct his board members to go in and disrupt everything in these board meetings? Did he have the board fight against bringing private schools into the state for families to have school choice? What exactly directives were they given?
What the fuck? Yo, that was from the video. His phone. His ringtone, dude. What the hell? Ryan! Caught! Ryan! What the hell are you doing? Go to the 928, the longer interview you clicked on. It's such a hilarious cop moment. Okay, here.
And it's absolutely outrageous that people that are supposed to be working for the state of Oklahoma for our kids would peddle that kind of lie to try to disrupt the actions that the people of Oklahoma demanded.
I would love to see this
again, bro. This guy can't stop himself. Jerkmate. The ad is so much louder than the video. As soon as you click on the tab, the ad starts and it's literally 700x volume and you're like, ah! Stop jacking off by yourself. Go on, jerkmate. Are you jerking off alone? Stupid idiot. Why are you yelling at me? Yes, I am jerking off alone. Who the fuck jerks off with other people around? Let me jerk off alone. Stop yelling at me. God damn it.
cable TV box and screen before we leave, please, so we can just show people this is what they're talking about. This is what it is. It is not a computer. It is not Ryan's computer. Is there a chance that we can get some sort of visual so people can finally picture what we're talking about?
It's a cable TV box. It is a TV.
Let me ask your folks, just to be like, look, this is what we're talking about here.
I think he's answered the question.
So you won't show us the room, because that's the other thing is, did this happen in your office?
Office.
It's it's not his private office, just a private office.
It's his private office.
His private office. Okay, because that's the other thing is, the stories. It is so hard to keep track, and that's why I'm so glad I'm getting.
He is not happy. He is not happy about this line of questioning. This guy is the Woklahoman. I thought I was talking to a different outlet, Fox 25, not the Woklahoman. Look at his fucking face, dude. God damn.
This was in Ryan Walters' private office. He says it was a TV connected only to a cable box. This is not like an internet type situation.
He's so mad. He's so mad. You know why he's mad, though? It's not because this is all of a sudden turned into a contentious interview, even though she's asking like a pretty basic question. He's mad because this is taking away from his jerk-off time. He's like, come on now. Brazzers needs me. I'm its strongest soldier. Every moment I'm taken away doing this goddamn interview with the Woklahoman is a moment I could be gooning. Yeah, he's got cock shame too. Look, cock shame. Classic.
And is that what I'm hearing?
I think he's covered in great detail.
I just want to make sure I have it right.
So,
But we're unable to see that. Or
Wendy, I've told you, this is an outrageous lie. The media has run with lies from board members with a political agenda that is now proven to be false by both two independent groups. This is outrageous, and we should be asking what the governor's involvement was. Does he stand by board members that have peddled the worst lie and scandal?
Why does my phone ringtone keep coming out? I hate it.
In Oklahoma, and we will continue to push back against any kind of lie, any kind of attack on the people of Oklahoma.
But you won't show us the screen.
I just told you, it's a TV, Wendy. It is a TV set.
We'd like to see it, so that's disappointing. But I can't think of any other questions. This certainly adds so much more light to something that's been so murky. So we really appreciate that. Is there anything?
Here, the journalist, if she was a real one, she would have been like, Gooner says what? Or started off the conversation by being like, so MILF or cuck porn? What's your favorite? You know, shit like that. Really throw some curveballs at him, have him confuse him because he's a fucking real ass gooner. Incestuous hentai?
Else that you want us to know? Sounds like you're looking forward to these agencies clearing your name and then perhaps seeing who else might have done some wrongdoing here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, we're going to absolutely hold individuals accountable for these outrageous lies that they peddled and the accusations that they made that they knew were false, that they have continued to peddle. And also, look, the media needs to take a real hard look, too, at this. People ran with headlines. People ran with salacious lies that were provably false. And there's going to be a lot of consequences for this.
Yeah, right. Hopefully to you. Anyway, on the other side of the aisle, this is a previous story from this guy, this fucking freakazoid. Apparently, from a couple years prior to this incident, he was in a little bit of trouble from Fox 25 again for sending pornographic images to lawmakers to be like, this is what's in the schools. And then he literally didn't even actually clarify where it came from and what the images actually were. Yeah. He was sending a Google Drive called My Goon Stash. On the other side of the aisle, State Representative Andy Fugate wonders why Walters would send this type of content. Human Resources tell you never to send something of sexual nature of any kind by email to other employees outside of your own company. It doesn't matter, Rep. Fugate said. From my perspective, it also calls into question his leadership abilities. Ryan Walters chose to be there, Fugate said, but he wasn't able to speak to legislators who have very serious concerns about what's happening in the State Department of Education and the complete lack of leadership. I'm gonna be honest, dude. It's just like, is there anything we can do about this stuff? Like, these guys do not have the capacity to feel shame. You know? Is this a journalist just reading stuff on the internet? Are you talking about me? What am I supposed to do? Read you like the fucking newspaper? Get the physical copy? What are you, stuck in 1948 or something? What are you talking about? Yes, bro. In the age of the internet, that's what we do. That's where the information is being disseminated.
Is the nastiest political attack we've seen on an Oklahoma official. These are lies by board members, by a corrupt news media, and perpetuated by the teachers union to try to stop the will of Oklahoma voters and the Oklahoma parents. What we are going to continue to do is move this education reform for the families of Oklahoma. I will not stop. I will not back down to these lies by board members and others. These board members should resign immediately in disgrace over the lies that they have pushed about me to try to destroy my character. My family's had to read these headlines that are simply not true. This is why people don't trust the news media. So many lies that they have run.
It's fake news. It's fake news. It's made up. Classic. It could just hit you in the fucking face like an email from Ryan Walters that has sexually explicit imagery in it, and you can still get away with it by saying, it's fake news. I was not gooning. Oh, we gotta, dude, mods, we gotta nerf, okay? Fake news meta, too OP. We must nerf. It's crazy. Fake news, woke, gay, boom, is done. You hit that triple beam and you can get away with whatever the fuck you want, okay? There's also more PragerU news and information, which is incredible. On the one hand, PragerU is not exactly like a successful media operation by any means. On the other hand, it's become unimaginably successful under the Trump administration. Initiatives by Ryan Walters and many others around the country have made PragerU a substitute for educational materials. It's not even a fucking joke, including what we just talked about, like the anti-woke initiative thing that Ryan Walters implemented for teachers coming in from states like California, California, or New York. Okay? That was written by PragerU. PragerU is also, PragerU has his fingers in every orifice of information, seemingly. Let's take a look.
PragerU is the most insidious outfit advancing the right's online agenda, and that's saying something. Its 5-minute videos, which have collected nearly 5 billion views, couch typical Republican dog whistles and outright misinformation with titles like The Myth of Voter Suppression. They serve as a gateway to the more overt right-wing content pushed by the likes of Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. PragerU pushes its videos into schools. Over 6,000 teachers and parents have signed up so far. And social media's algorithms amplify all this misinformation. When PragerU's videos are assigned by teachers for students to watch at home, more right-wing content comes up for kids on social media and YouTube. And it's spreading around the world. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu even used one of PragerU's videos to...
Israel Defense Forces is the world's most moral army. Watch via PragerU.
Justify the actions of the Israeli military. Backed by fracking billionaires Dan and Paris Wilkes and other right-wing...
Same guys that back Daily Wire too, by the way. Again.
Billionaires. PragerU deploys a $25 million a year budget with ads targeting young people with right-wing propaganda. Schools, the internet, and now even far-right leaders abroad. This organization is advancing its right-wing ideology everywhere. So the next time you see these videos, know the truth about who's really behind them.
Yep. Here it is also. This is about the Smithsonian Museum because it's too woke. Here's Lindsay Halligan, special assistant to the president, on Fox News, talking about the Smithsonian Museum being too woke.
So, like just about every other country in the world, the United States has got a checkered past. I mean, what should we do in terms of our museum? Should we ignore that? Should that be massaged in a certain way to make it less significant? I mean, some of the worst episodes in our history were formative experiences that led us to where we are today, and those typically are reflected in museums.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery as
Slavery, I don't know. I'm just here to collect a paycheck. Like, look.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery is awful. No one thinks otherwise. But what I saw when I was going through the museums personally was an overemphasis on slavery, and I think there should be more of an overemphasis.
We're so cooked.
Emphasis on how far
Like, this person is making decisions. She can't even put her fucking clothes on in the morning without supervision. And you're over here talking about how, like, we need to change the way that we educate people. There's too much focus on slavery.
far we've come since slavery. Our country is a country of progress, and it's the greatest country in the world, and we should be able to take our kids, our students through the Smithsonian and feel proud when we leave. There's a lot of history to our country, both positive and negative, but we need to keep moving forward. We can't just keep focusing on the negative. All it does is divide us, and we really need to unite the country and focus on all the positive as we approach America's 250th birthday.
All right. Well,
Oh, it's so bad, bro. Here's more. Here's more.
so what specifically, Lindsay, is going on at the Smithsonian that's got the president's back up here?
Well, I think it's common knowledge that our education system in general has been just indoctrinated.
Dude, I cannot believe that shit that initially started off as like right-wing gripes. Shit that initially started off as like right-wing gripes. Oh man, you know, things that like Christopher Rufo was trying to argue about in the Manhattan Institute, which is a right-wing think tank, are now official government policy. Oh, America's history hurts my white feelings, so we should change it. Everything here is so ridiculous. Like, every aspect of this conversation is insane, dude. It's just a part of American history. What do you mean? The way that we are presenting it is already fairly whitewashed, okay? These institutions already have like a shield to preserve white people's feelings around these kinds of issues anyway. She literally said there's an overemphasis of slavery at the National Museum of African American History. Like, what the fuck? How did they get here, man? What do you mean? Like, that's profoundly important. That's it.
With political ideology and various ideological narratives. And the Smithsonian is really a version of education. It could be the foundation of our American education. And so I don't know if you, when you were young, you went to the Smithsonian museums as a kid on a class trip, but I did. And the Smithsonian is really supposed to be a trust instrument. And what's happened is it's become more of a platform upon which the curators and leadership at the Smithsonian can push ideological narratives. And we really want to help the Smithsonian be the gem, as you described that it is, and represent our nation properly and truthfully.
Yeah, I mean, that... Oh, God. Oh, God. Here's Michael's. This was, like, unimaginably racist a couple days ago. I didn't even cover it. People who speak like this should not be getting platformed on fucking CNN, man. What the hell? Like, you know, this is not spirited discourse at this point. And Abby Phillips is like, Abby Phillips is black. She's the host of the show. This conversation was so insane, dude.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like,
he's not whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No,
okay.
he's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact.
What the fuck? Wait, who was like, what? Is she doing the Jews did the transatlantic slave trade thing or something? Like, what is she trying to say? Hold up. What do you mean? If we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade specifically as a formative part of American history, yeah, it was the white people. Like, what? Like, overwhelmingly, by and large. It's an American museum talking about African American history. Yeah, they're going to talk about Americans who did slavery. Hasan, please just stop. You sound stupid. Yes, you are right. I am the one who sounds stupid here.
And slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at let's talk about the fact
slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
I can't believe we got Richie Torres coming in hot here. That's like such an objectively insane statement to make. What do you mean less than 2% of white people? Okay. No, she says black people also had slaves. Oh my God. Insane.
Owned slaves.
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Well,
Slavery is 1,000 years old. Okay. And America is the first country to end slavery. Not correct. So much so that the tiny sliver of people that own slaves literally fought to preserve that that system. So that's the reason why there was a war fought to end that system. Okay. Other countries were like, yeah, we should move away from this. America was like, nope. So much so that there's an entire fucking now woke national holiday called Juneteenth where slavers literally escaped to Texas and we're just like, let's just keep it going. Maybe they won't notice. There is a separate holiday, separate now national holiday for the additional liberation of slaves that took place after the abolition of slavery in this goddamn country.
Thousands of years old.
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
The first race to try to end slavery. Yeah, I know her ass is not talking about the fucking good Reverend John Brown, okay? I know she's not talking about that shit.
Okay. Well, what's controversial?
This is such a Trumpian thing, too, to be like, white people preserved it, maintained it, and they enslaved black people. It is different from other forms of slavery because of how unimaginably cruel the practices were and how it was defined by a genetic, the ancestry, the notion that black people were inferior and not human and simply cattle. The practices were so ruthless, and the people actively defended it and fought and died to continue the maintenance of this system. And in 2025, you still have people going, well, white people ended slavery. That is crazy, man. She's taking credit for all white people right now. That's kind of epic. Yeah, we started it, but we also tried to end it is a hilarious fucking thing to say. That's why I said it's a Trump route. Yeah, I broke it, but I could continue breaking it. But here I am, no longer breaking it. Shouldn't you actually appreciate me for that? Israel could do a much worse version of the genocide that it's currently doing if it wanted to. Shouldn't you praise Israel for not doing the an even worse version of the genocide that it's doing? It's always the same shit.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
Yeah, it's like, hey, excuse me, how about you offer some praise to the good man Adolf Hitler? After all, he was responsible for killing Adolf Hitler. That's the type of fucking argument she's making here, okay? It's crazy. What do you mean? The fuck is this? What are we doing? This is on CNN, bro. This is not Fox News. I feel like a decade ago, this would be the outlier on a Fox News panel. And even would have other Fox News hosts be like, okay, maybe that's a bridge too far. You're saying the quiet part out loud. We're not supposed to say that.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in the context of American history. Okay. In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of... Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is the gay flag?
And then she moves on to the first thing you see is the gay flag. Isn't this the fitness lady? I don't know what the fuck her deal is. She just seems like a ginormous racist. Kind of like yesterday's skinny talk lady. She looks like she would hate Obama.
Correct.
She has the look of a white lady who would just hate Obama. And I'm not talking about like decent reasons to criticize Barack Obama, like extrajudicial killings of people by drone strike. I'm talking the bad reasons to hate Obama. You know what I mean? Jillian Michaels would do better for the world if she just continued giving people 2000 style body dysmorphia and forcing them to do caffeine pills. She got famous for being a trainer on the reality TV show The Biggest Loser. Ugh. She's been on a right-wing grift for a while, but they just released a Netflix doc about how awful she is, and now she's leaning into the grift extra hard. She's literally gay? Wait, what? You're like, I hate the pride flag. Just read in the Free Press. Oh, there you go. That's enough for me. I don't need to read the rest of it. When someone says, just read this in the Free Press, I'm like, yeah, you're done. I'm not interested. It's like saying, I just watched a PragerU video that was enlightening. No, it wasn't. You're a fucking moron. She has a black daughter? Stop! Jillian Muggles talking crazy on CNN while being the mother to a black daughter is rich but not surprising. There's a lot more that could be said, but God help the child.
What happened to your face, man? Look at my kid's face. He's got a scar like Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. What the hell is going on at this school?
A kid hit him. Another kid hit him.
As though I don't have enough going on.
Dude, why do racists do this all the... It's so weird, bro. This is like... This is as common as like white ladies claiming indigenous ancestry. White people love being racist fucking monsters while simultaneously adopting black children. I don't know what it is. I just don't understand like where it comes from in their brain. It's the same shit. It's like, dude, Michael Penis has an adopted black son. Did you got when I found out it blew my fucking mind. It was she who told me about it. Remember? Mike Johnson has an adopted black son. Laura Ingraham has adopted children from like El Salvador. Laura Ingraham. Fucking Sig Heiling every night at Fox News doing the Ingram angle, okay? The angles, when you look at it, the swastika. She has adopted children from like Guatemala and El Salvador. It's very strange. It's a very strange thing. I don't understand it. They're like, I'm so racist, I want to fuck up the life and existence of like a literal black person or a person from like any number of different countries that I'm like actively advocating to destroy. There's nothing inherently wrong with transracial adoption, but there's this whole thing, especially among evangelicals, where they're basically doing white man's burden, where they have to take in the poor black and brown children and make them enlightened. Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Because like, to me, when I see stuff like that, it doesn't automatically mean, unless someone is like straight up a racist person, I'm not going to immediately assume there's like some weird shit going on. Like it's all right, you know. Like I'm not an advocate for I'm not an advocate for like no transracial adoptions or something, whatever. But I have seen a weird amount of people that that have truly fucked up takes about black and brown people who have then turned around and adopted black and brown children. And it is strange. The number she used of 2% is a misrepresentation of the population of slave owners because they're only counting landowning white men rather than the whole household that would take advantage of those slaves. Not to mention that one white man could own hundreds of slaves. The fact that no one on that panel pushed back efficiently is fucking disgusting. Yeah, there's that too. What is it? I think it comes down to like 25% of the population, right? Also, it doesn't even fucking matter because they fought. They fought to preserve it. The South in its entirety fought to preserve it. What are we talking about? %32%. That's just a lie. It was 0.3%. Oh, 2% if you include the North, 20 to 25% if you focus on the South. And, you know, damn near 100% of white people still benefited from it in the racial hierarchy that existed in the South. And an overwhelming majority of them fought to preserve this system. And a decent chunk of them still fought to prop up the same racial pecking order in the South in the Reconstruction period that they successfully undermined and destroyed. Like, why the fuck are there so many racialized disparities in this country to this day? Even the abolition of slavery still has an allowance for slavery through the prison system. It's in our laws. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is still very much constitutionally A-OK. Do you ever stop talking about race or slavery? Yeah, all the fucking time, dumb fuck. It just happens to be that this is the point that they are bringing up. Why does it frustrate you so much that I'm doing pushback to people who are like, yeah, let's just like forget about slavery. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. God damn, dude. People are so gross. I don't see the fucking point, though. Why is this even a topic of discussion? Slavery happened. The black were oppressed and the whites were the oppressors. What is this obsession on the slave owner's skin color? On God, I don't understand. Americans. The focus on it comes from the fact that people want to literally whitewash incredibly damaging aspects of American history because it all goes back to the assumption that black people are in their positions in American society, in contemporary American society, because of their genetic inferiority rather than because of, again, an accurate history, an understanding of the historical events that unfolded and the continued racial dominance that exists in this nation. If you don't learn the lessons of the past, you are doomed to repeat them. And these guys are actively trying to undermine an accurate reflection
President
of history.
Trump says he has instructed his lawyers to scour through America's museums.
It's so funny because nobody ever says, hey, Trump, why are you too focused on how sad the history of slavery makes you feel? Okay, people only fucking turn around and go, why are you calling this racist? Classic. It's not the other person that's being racist that's a problem for you. It's the fact that someone is calling that out accurately for what it is. That's the issue. Okay, so you don't give a shit about racism at all, it seems. You're so woke. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. I want people to learn. I want people to know the actual history. That doesn't mean I'm woke or whatever the fuck you think woke is. I hate this shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm woke, dude. I love woke. Okay. I'm woke as fuck. God damn. It's so stupid. People genuinely do not realize that they are advocating for their own demise when they do shit like this. They don't realize that they're like advocating to learn the wrong thing. And then one day, when the dust is settled, they turn around and be like, how do we get here? How do we fucking get here? I don't know, man. For the last 30 years, you've been actively undermining education in this fucking country by claiming it's woke. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of how we got here. Wow, knowing history. Pff, what? How boring. How woke. That's literally how these guys started this fucking conversation, by the way. By just saying, this is woke, this is CRT, this is making white people feel bad. And now they're implementing censorship. Call it for what it is. This is cancel culture, actual cancel culture. This is actual censorship. This is an actual First Amendment violation. Republicans have always been the champions of cancel culture, champions of anti-free speech, while simultaneously constantly fucking chirping about how much the left actually wants to cancel and the left wants to censor people. Cancel culture and First Amendment violations, rather, happen at the point of the government intervention. Okay? That's what the Republicans have been doing. Every time they demand book banning, every time they demand censorship over educational materials, that's what they're doing. That's what actual First Amendment violations is. But ask the average American in this country right now, they literally all will tell you collectively, nah, it's the left. It's the left. They're the biggest pussies around. They're the ones who want to cancel shit because that marketing has been so clever. It's been so insidious. There has never been a moment throughout this country's history where it wasn't actually reactionary forces that have actively undermined the First Amendment, whether it be the McCarthyist, Red Scare trials that took place, all the way to demanding that certain books get banned. Even at the peak of the left is joy killers and woke scolds and love doing cancel culture in like the 2014 to like 2018, 2019, 2020 era, it was still Republicans that were responsible for the largest number of books being banned in schools. Even at that moment, when it was the peak of leftist cancel culture, it was still the Republicans that were very much engaging in active censorship. It's crazy. It's crazy that people just like don't reflect on these events with accuracy.
Rid them of exhibits he considers woke, specifically citing exhibits on slavery. President Trump targeted the Smithsonian museums, saying they are, quote, out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Back in March, the president signed an executive order directing the Smithsonian.
And by the way, the reason why I always talk about like how insidious and how pervasive white supremacist thought is that it is such a formative part of social conditioning living in the United States of America that even like sometimes black people will also entertain this shit. Not this to this degree, but like when you get educated in a white dominant society, you end up reflecting that kind of ideology without even realizing that you're doing it. No, I'm not even talking about Kanye West. Like those are the most extreme examples. I'm talking about people that also do like the left is being so woke shit. Okay? Not realizing that like all of that is unironically just a reinforcement of white dominance.
Smithsonian Institution, which runs more than 20 museums in Washington and elsewhere, to, quote, celebrate American exceptionalism and remove divisive or partisan narratives. Last month, the Smithsonian removed references to Trump in an exhibit on presidential impeachments in the Museum of American History. Mentions of Trump's impeachments were later restored, although with changes. Now he's complaining about exhibits.
Yeah, I know. I saw pieces of the Amanda Seals goes against black conservatives video. It was insane. Jubilee done did it again, bro. They done did it again.
Exhibits on slavery. Although during his first term, he visited the Museum of African American History and Culture, which tells the story of slavery and celebrates African American.
It's called Double Consciousness. Du Bois, black sociologists discussed how black and brown people see themselves through the eyes of white society. Yeah, that's where the pick your pants up style black conservative attitude comes from. That's it. No, it's not Dubois. It's Du Bois. W-E-B, Du Bois. That's the correct way to say it. And it's deliberate. He specifically pronounced it like that. And there's a reason for it.
American accomplishments, and he called it a, quote, truly great museum done with love. It's not clear whether President Trump actually has the authority to tell any museum, including the museums of the Smithsonian Institution, what to put on display. The American Alliance of Museums, which represents museums across the country, says that no president has the power to impose the kind of review that Trump says he is now ordering. The organization has warned that the president's actions represent a, quote, growing threat of censorship against museums in America. Mary?
Yeah, lots of questions about where this goes from here. John, thanks.
I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race.
Dude, I hate this argument also, like, always and forever. The argument is like, well, it hurts people's feelings to learn about the history. It's like, why? It only hurts your feelings if you want to defend it. Okay? That's it. Like, it's so stupid. What do you mean it hurts your feelings to learn about white people's participation in the maintenance of slavery? Like, you didn't do it. The only reason why it pisses you off is because you kind of want to defend it, and that's what it is. Also, fuck your feelings. What do you mean? It's just like an evil thing that took place. We have to learn about it. Like, it's so dumb. It increases hate for the country. No. You know what increases hate for the country? When dumb fucks say learning about slavery accurately hurts my feelings. That's what increases hate for the country. What do you mean? Let's just make shit up then, because it'll make everybody feel better. Yeah, when you oppose genocide in loud and angry ways, what I hear is an attack on me personally, someone whose support for genocide is deeply connected to my identity. If your liberal is acting out, they might just be bored. Show them this tweet, and it can keep them occupied for up to 2 years. Like, I don't understand it. I'm Turkish, okay? The Armenian genocide happened. I think it's fucking insane to not acknowledge it. And the Turkish government certainly does not, right? It's like, I don't understand how people hold on to this gripe to deny historical atrocities. Like, why would it be something that you are still, like, the only way that it's still connected to you now is if you refuse to reckon with it. If you refuse to understand it, there is no way you're not understanding this. The only people these things identify with is their country because they have nothing else. They're sad they didn't get to do it. No, I mean, I understand what the motivations are. Okay, I understand what the motivations are for why they want to shelter people from the fucking truth. I'm just saying it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. The only reason why you oppose an accurate reflection of history is because you kind of either like the events that unfolded, or you're still trying to, at the very least, like, continue to defend it, and you take advantage of the lack of knowledge.
And that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate.
It's also so funny because like Republicans will always be like, oh, well, you know who defeated slavery? The Republicans. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Okay, but right now in 2025, you're the motherfucker defending Confederate statues. Your friends who are wearing the stars and bars are going out to vote for Republicans. What am I supposed to do with this information? Like, what do you mean? So why are you defending it then? Okay, defend the Republicans, historic Republican Party. It makes no sense. Like, that is an active denial of the reality that you can see. Who represents the interests of the Confederate South right now? Okay, a modernized version of the same racial pecking order. Republicans do. That's it. That's it. What do you mean? You're the one who's defending the Confederate statues. You're doing that because it's a reinforcement of the racial pecking order. The reason why those statues were fucking planted outside of courthouses was to remind black people how things used to be and how things still are. Yeah. It's a very stupid meme, but it's true. It's like, you know, it was the Democrats who fought for slavery.
That reflects the very real differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad. It was evil, the nation's original sin. And it is impossible to understand the true history of this country without fully grappling with slavery's impact. Simply because of their birthplace and the color of their skin, the bodies and spirits of black men, women, and children were exploited for profit and power. They were forced onto ships, bound by shackles and collars that ripped off their skin. One older man described it as iron entering our souls. Some chose to jump into the waters infested with sharks rather than feel that iron. Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep-deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated. Now, this endured for decades, centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor.
Oh, Abby, this is hurting my feelings. Why are you talking about this? It's hurting my feelings. Oh, man. Oh, I hate hearing about this. It's like, dude, that's what you sound like. Like, if you're the type of dude who's like, nah, this hurts my feelings, I would rather not learn about this. This is fucking insane. What do you mean? It's like incredibly important part of American history. Of course people are going to fucking talk about it. Why the fuck do you think the Civil War was fought? Like, what? It's so stupid. I can't believe it, dude. We're at that stage now. It's like talking about modern German history without mentioning the Holocaust. The fuck? Yeah, it made me snort. It's so dumb. My feelings.
The North and in the South. And for many of the white Americans who did not personally own slaves, they benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands. So, when we acknowledge the existence of black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase. Those people built families, they developed a culture, they were the keepers of the faith, cultivators of community. And they are the ones who deserve credit.
This also is important to understand, like, black identity. The reason why you can point to a black culture, but you can't really point to a white culture outside of what it's not, which is its proximity, its distance rather to blackness, is for this reason. Because black culture, African American culture, was designed, was created, born out of this chattel slavery system that engaged in the cultural erasure of Africans that were forcibly sent here as cattle. That's why there is a thing that you can point to as black culture, because it's born out of the collective identity of people who were enslaved and had their culture, their language, their ethnicities removed. Pointing this out is not reverse racism. It's just the truth. In America, white people can point to being Polish, being Greek, being German. Some of these were not considered white initially as well, but have obviously gotten under the, being Hispanic, under the umbrella of whiteness now. Okay? You can trace your lineage back to whichever ship your great-great-great-grandfather or grandmother took. Black people don't have that. That's why they're black. Yes, Italian too, Irish. It's so crazy that any sort of discourse around this is met with so much animosity because it makes people feel bad. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? It's ridiculous. And then you have to constantly find yourself in a defensive posture against people's feelings. Like, I can't. Like, what am I supposed to do? That's your problem. It's a thing that happened. And it's important to analyze the thing that happened. Especially when you are reflecting on contemporary black existence. This is a very important thing that happened that still plays a formative role.
For forcing America to rid itself of the stain of slavery. Now, all of this information, these stories are from the Smithsonian's African American History Museum. And I share this not as a lecture for you, but as a lesson. America, the superpower, is largely possible only because of the superpowers of people who went lifetimes without the same rights of generations who were boosted from their backs. True history should include everything. Yes, the evils and the horrors too. And museums are supposed to be places that protect those stories, the images, the lessons, the very things that inform so much of our current state of our republic, from racism to poverty. No matter how painful, or in the president's words, how horrible the lesson. Now, just listen to one formerly enslaved man describe what slavery is like in his own words.
You know what I'd rather do? If I thought that I'd ever be a slave again, I'd take a gun and just end it all right away. Because you're nothing but a dog. You're not a thing but a dog.
We are here in the studio with our panel, Leah Wright-Rigueur. I was actually surprised to see President Trump basically saying the quiet part out loud, that this review of the Smithsonian is not about even just something vague about reviewing history to make sure that it's fair. He wants to make it so that it talks less about slavery. What does that say to you?
Well, I think it's an effort. It's part of a larger effort to both sanewash and whitewash American history, and essentially erase all of the parts and disappear all of the parts that make Americans, that make President Trump uncomfortable, that feel distasteful, that are a reflection of.
I don't know how Abby Phillip will do it, but if I hear that motherfucker Scott Jennings say some fuck shit here, I might have to tune out. He just so, oh my God, he's going to say some shit. I know he's going to say some shit.
The actual real and horrific parts of our history. And I find it a little ironic. You know, earlier today, as I was listening to some of the commentary, my first thought was, wait a second. I wonder if the president has actually ever visited any of the Smithsonian museums. And then I remembered that in 2017, he actually took a tour of the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Let me just play, actually, what he said during that tour. Listen to this.
I had the privilege of visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture right here in Washington, D.C. It's a new, beautiful Smithsonian museum that serves as a shining example of African Americans' incredible contributions to our culture, our society, and our history. It also tells of the great struggle for freedom and equality that prevailed against this.
You don't understand, he was woke back then. He was also, because that was the meta.
Sins of slavery and the injustice of discrimination. The work and love of the people who helped create such a masterpiece is a testament to the legacy of so many leaders it honors.
So was it that he didn't believe what he read from the teleprompter as he recorded that video, or what?
You know, I'm really struggling to understand in a lot of ways, particularly.
Question, Hasan, this isn't coming from someone who supports monuments to slavers, but would you consider taking those statues down as an erasure of history? No. A monument is a testament. A monument, specifically ones that were dedicated to slavers, are created to remind people the racial pecking order. That's the reason why those statues weren't even actually fucking propped up in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. They were propped up during periods of racial unrest, specifically during the civil rights struggle. You're not going to fucking forget about Robert E. Lee if your school is not named Robert E. Lee. You're supposed to learn about him in the books in your school. It's ironic because even Robert E. Lee at his deathbed recognized that he took a fat fucking L and said that there should be no monuments to the Confederacy because they tried it and they failed. And in the interest of unifying the country, it would be best to just let bygones be bygones. You don't put up a monument of someone like that in order to remind people of the worst aspects of history. You put up a monument like that to celebrate that person.
Given that the tour that he took with director Lonnie Bunch was actually a reflection of really the mastery that and really the care.
You do it to glorify the actions that took place. And for the Daughters of the Confederacy, which is where this like whole monument subject even started, and also the reason why you learn about like in southern states, you learn about the Civil War as a battle for states' rights to own slaves, but not that second part. They don't say the second part out loud. Is because of the deliberate attempt by the Daughters of the Confederacy to like undermine the historic truth of the Confederacy. And they started off immediately after.
Patience that historians, that scholars, that curators put into the Museum of African American History and Culture. It is not just about the horrors of slavery, although it tells that very important story. It actually follows this really brilliant model where you move through the museum and it tells the story not just of enslaved Americans in America, but also of the resilience, of the triumph. And in doing so, it tells a story that is very much about democracy and about a quest for democracy and the way that Americans both built this country, but also the story and the narrative of like a truly American experience. And so for the president, I think, to just simply erase that and push that away tells it, particularly after praising it a few years ago, tells us that this is part of a much larger agenda. This is part of a much larger agenda to erase things that really, I think the country is just refuses to deal with and is really uncomfortable with.
He said as much by ending this post with, "This country cannot be woke because woke is broke." He says, "We have to have the hottest country in the world and we want people to talk about it, including our museums." Why is he equating talking?
Okay, he's gotten dumber. Like, he really has visibly deteriorated. Even his statements now are stupider than they were before, and they were very fucking stupid even back then.
About slavery with woke.
Well, look, I think, let me just start this conversation by saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country. And that was a necessary thing that happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment or the worst institution or the worst mistake we ever made? Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth? My belief is that he wants...
First of all, we can't even fucking, what do you mean get over it? He's like, it's the original sin, but we got to get over it. It's crazy. I mean, he's trying to sane wash what Trump is trying to say, which is so stupid, because he just basically ends up regurgitating the position of the museum to begin with, which is an accurate reflection of events and the tremendous struggle that Black people faced, and the resilience. That's like what he's describing is what the museum is currently doing. So what needs to be changed?
Wants to look at these museums, not because he wants to do away with the idea that slavery occurred, but that he wants to ask a very simple question. Are we going to present ourselves as being exceptional or not? And I think he believes there is an effort by some to continue to try to define us from our worst moment instead of to try to focus and define us based on our best moments, which started when we eradicated.
For the record, that lady that's sitting there is Joe Biden's State Department spokesperson. She works for a PR firm that is now doing PR. I think it's called 7 Letters. Is now doing PR for the Gaza Holocaust Foundation, GHF, the fake aid distribution mechanism that they created. Just so you understand how fucking disgusting a lot of these monsters are. Oftentimes, it's not just the racist white man who is a major piece of shit on that table, you know? He is still the biggest piece of shit there, make no mistake. But, you know, there are others as well. Do not let them run away with it.
Slavery and began to move forward as the light of the world. And so that's what I think.
Museums, that's what makes us an exceptional nation, is because they tell the history and the story of our country, and therefore, you know, these horrible, horrific moments in our history, the original sin, as Abby talked about, when it comes to slavery, has you know, we of course did eradicate it, but look where we've come today. And I think those museums, like to your point, make America exceptional. And in museums all around the world that document atrocities, whether it be, you know, from Nazi Germany to eradicating slavery here in the United States, you have to learn the lessons of the past. And to deny it is to defend it.
I don't think he's denying it. And Bachi may want to comment on this as well. But I think what he wants to ask is a simple question. As we present our history, are we spending most of our time focused on something terrible? Are we going to spend more time as we enter our 250th anniversary focused on what this country has done to improve the lives of every single person?
Brother, I don't know what these guys think the purpose of a fucking museum is. Like what? Like museums are not supposed to be presenting like a future vision of what things are going to look like in the future. It's the history of African Americans in the nation that's doing its function.
Who lives here? We are the light of the world for a reason, because we're an improving commodity.
The question I ask when I hear you say that is, why? I mean, the idea that slavery happened, it's hard to understand what we've overcome if you don't even talk about what it was. You know, I think that kind of waters down the whole
I don't think
experience.
anybody is proposing that we ignore that it happened. I don't think that's accurate.
I think that the problem is that there are people, and Scott used the term a couple of times, and I don't think it was meant with any type of ill intent, but he said, you know, we got over it. And I think that's the problem. I think that there are a lot of people in this country who believe that for some reason we got over it. I mean, the fact is that American chattel slavery is vastly different than what Jillian Michaels and others talk about when they talk about slavery around the world. I mean, the chattel slavery system that we had was extremely transactional. It was actually codified in law, and it was based upon the color and race, as you so eloquently pointed out in your opening. And so not only when you think about that portion of where we are.
Finally, a panel where I hear Bakari Sellout speak, and it doesn't fucking immediately demand a blood-curdling response. Once again, another fucking pro-Israel, awful person on the right side in this argument, of course. But just make no mistake.
26 of our first 30 Supreme Court justices own slaves. The people who are on our money every single day own slaves. United States presidents, members of the United States Congress own slaves. Lehman Brothers, we're not far from Wall Street, own slaves. Brooks Brothers suits that we wear own slaves. So not only are we talking about the epicenter and the foundation of where our country was built, we have to acknowledge that. But even more importantly, and this is where I believe that Scott and I can find agreement on this issue.
Boo.
Breon and Megan Walker are two of my best friends in the world. Their dad was the first African-American SGA president at the University of South Carolina, right? He was an exec at IBM, but he was one of the first, right? We're still talking about first that emerged and stood on those shoulders. I tell the story often about my mom and dad. My mom helped desegregate high schools in Hamilton High School in Memphis.
Baya Unger Sargon of Akkad's there? Oh, hell no. Is there like a contingency on CNN panels where you have to be pro-Israel, by the way? Like, as long as everybody is in agreement that Israel is the most moral nation on the planet, you can have any argument you want, any back and forth you want on other issues. Like, every single person that we saw so far, with the exception, I don't know, of the First Lady, is quite literally a pro-Israel mouthpiece. Incredibly strange.
Tennessee. My dad shot in the Orangeburg Massacre. This is a part of my story. This isn't some faint, distant history. Yeah. And so the reason I bring that up is because I think that American exceptionalism talks about the fact that black folk enslaved folk help build this country for what it is. They built Washington, D.C., but all of us are around this table. Abby, myself, all of us, not just Abby and myself, all of us are around this table because of the sacrifices and the blood and the sweat and the tears these people poured in.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and his team have figured out a very entertaining way to deal with Donald Trump at his own rhetorical level. They've got a new social media strategy that is both, I got to say, pretty damn funny and I think extremely effective, mocking the president with a spot-on impression of his very weird communication style. Since Newsom jumped into the ongoing redistricting fight, his official Twitter account has been posting Trump style.
Are libs eating this stuff? I feel like they are. It sucks. I hate it. It's one of those things where it's like, I just hate this shit so much. I think it's whack. I don't give a fuck. You know, just put the policies in the bag, little bro. You already know what it is. I guess people do like it though. People are hella defending this shit in your sub. It's super disappointing. I just don't think it's that big of an issue. For the record, I don't think it's that big of an issue. Like, it's just that when people turn around and make it seem like this is the most successful form of resistance against Donald Trump, that's when I take issue with it. This is born out of the desperation that many Democrats feel and recognize that there is no voice that's like actually taking to task the Trump administration. That's what this is. You only arrive at this conclusion that like, oh, these kinds of moves are so good because like at least they're fighting back when no one else is fucking fighting back. I don't necessarily care one way or the other. I don't. Jerry Dunleavy says the current shit lib strategy to promote Gavin Newsom is to mock and engage in some apparent denialism about the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, which, while only injuring Trump, resulted in the murder of Corey Contemporary, who was shot and killed while shielding his family. I love when a fucking right-winger remembers that the firefighter guy got killed. They never remember it when Trump is like, God, move the bullet away from my ear. And what? Move his trajectory into the fucking dome of Corey Contemporary? Why do you not give a shit when he says that? That's like so crazy. Republicans never give a fuck about the dude that actually got killed. Only when they have to cry about, in the most like annoying, mealy-mouthed, wishy-washy, liberal ways in which they complain and cry, do they ever turn around and go, they're making fun of Trump for being assassinated. They don't remember. They don't remember that the brave firefighter got shot. Bitch, you don't remember him. You don't fucking remember him. Trump says it's a miracle all the time. A miracle? Really? A miracle that a random Trump supporter got fucking killed? Wow, what a great miracle. I guess you forgot about it. So it's no wonder that liberals forgot about it too. This is what's so interesting. Inside the Democratic Party, Newsom's decided that we're in a post-cancellation media environment. You don't say something offensive and apologize. You trigger whoever was offended and make fun of them. Yeah. It's not necessarily bad to have this kind of attitude, for the record. I obviously have had this kind of attitude in perpetuity. It's just that, like, you need to do this at the behest of something that is good, okay? You need to do this for, like, you need to do this for a policy-driven agenda that you want to highlight. So if it starts and ends at simply doing memes like this, then you're cooked. Put the policies in the bag, little bro. Always. How is redistricting not a good policy agenda? Oh, no, you must have missed it. I talked about that being the real reason why people are actually excited about Gavin Newsom and not this shit. Yeah, that is good. No, I'm in favor of that. Of course, I'm still cautious because I fear that, like, the only guys that they're going to fucking bring, the only guys that they're going to bring into the Democratic front from those new seats that they open up are going to be like Raytheon libtards. And I'm worried about that. Because liberals were doing like Dark Brandon memes and shit back then too, but because there was no fucking policy agenda that you could present as a way to improve people's lives, nobody really gave a shit about those memes at the end of the day, you know? It can't just be memes. Republicans don't win just because they make memes. It's like assuming Zoran won because he's charismatic or Zoran only won because he has a good media team. No. Republicans have policies. They're insane. They're built around hysterics, but they're offering their base something. Vengeance. They're offering their base something. Violence against marginalized groups that they have presented as like the singular reason why, you know, you're cucked by your boss in your place of work is because transgender people exist, you know?
Donald is finished. He is no longer hot. First the hand, so tiny. And now me, Gavin C. Newsom, have taken away his step. Many are saying we can't even do the big stairs on Air Force One anymore. Uses the little baby stairs now. Sad. Has all the Trump trademarks, all capital letters, random quotation marks, little parentheticals, complete unhinged absurdity. From just this morning, I thought this was a good one. I hate Kid Rock, GCN. Reference to Trump's infamous I hate Taylor Swift. Another drags the vice president into it. Not even JD Just Dance Vans can save Trump from the disastrous Maps war he has started. Not even his eyeliner lines look as pretty as California map lines. He will fail, as he always does. Sad, and I, the peacetime governor of our nation's favorite, will save America once again. Many are now calling me Gavin Christopher Columbus Newsom because of the maps. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Beyond the mockery of Trump's text posts, Newsom has also been posting Trump-style AI-generated images of himself, including this, I think, absolute masterpiece of Newsom deep in a moment of reflection or prayer, flanked by 3 MAGA icons and the laying of hands, Kid Rock, who he hates, Tucker Carlson, and the angelic spirit of the recently departed Hulk Hogan. Again, a spot-on mockery of Trump, who isn't doing any of this satirically. What has been equally hilarious has been to watch the joke just go soaring over the heads of Trump's sycophants in the media.
For the last week, Gavin Newsom, why am I giving him advice? You have to stop it with the Twitter thing. I don't know where his wife is. If I were his wife, I would say, "What? You are making a fool of yourself. Stop it. Do not."
Okay, I'm back in. Okay. No, I'm back in. Memes are good. I just realized that Republicans are just so stupid that they don't even understand that that's bar for bar what you could say to Donald Trump. Oh my God. Like down to where is your wife? Oh my God. Oh my God. Down to where is your wife? Where is Melania? Why are you tweeting dumb shit? We're never getting affordable housing. I agree. The question is simple. Would you rather have Gavin Newsom never tweet about these sorts of memes and advocate for Medicare for all in the state of California and a fix to the housing market crisis that has created unimaginable amounts of homelessness in the state? Or would you rather have him still not do those things at all and just meme? The best outcome is he does both. He memes and he does the other thing. But unfortunately, we're only getting the memes and not the thing that I'm talking about. You understand? What is this lady? What is this little lady doing? Did you see this GQ article that mentions you? The one I'm in? Or is there a new GQ article?
Do not let your staff tweet. And if you're doing it yourself, put the phone away and start over. And if you really, he's got a big job as governor of California, but if he wants an even bigger job, he has to be a little bit more serious.
Yes, right. Be more serious. Stop posting exactly like the president of the United States does. Newsom's account responded to that advice, quote, Dana Ding Dong Perino, never heard of her until today, is melting down because of me, Gavin C. Newsom. Fox hate that I am America's most favorite governor, ratings king, saving America. Trump has lost his step and Fox is losing it because when I type, America now wins. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, it is a stark.
Bro. Low key. I feel like this starts off as like kind of funny, and I agree, there's humor in it. Wait, this is another article? Why leftists are suddenly lifting more weights? Man, this shit ain't sudden. I've been lifting more weights. Anyway, what I was going to say is I worry that this started off as a haha joke, but this is unironically going to be the only way that people communicate to a broader audience. God, I fucking hate this shit. I hate it so much. I can totally see. Just like crack cocaine for Gen X liberals, you don't understand the pull this has on them. No, I think the problem is it's kind of like this. Okay, in your group of friends, you hear someone say something silly, like a term that you heard on TikTok. And you first start using the term jokingly. Okay? You first start using the term jokingly, like, oh, I'm rizzed up. I rizzed someone up, you know, that. And then what you once used, ironically, you start using unironically. And I worry that the most effective way to reach the broadest audience is going to be seen as this Trumpian style bullshit where Gavin Newsom will be like, oh, people are yelling at me because I evacuated homeless people. I tell them I'm for law and order. That's why I cleared out the camps. He did that.
Reminder, with someone else doing it, of how truly, utterly deranged our current president sounds whenever he communicates. And also how accustomed we've all become to this very, very weird behavior.
You did what you criticize others of? What you just did? What is that? What is that? I'm not a Gavin Newsom fan, however, I think it has the potential to disarm the kind of Trump rhetoric. Trump already redefined American politics. He already redefined American politics and redesigned it in his own vision. Now we're also even losing sight of the fucking discourse. Yeah, here it is. Really, the most important thing about Newsom to me is that he personally robbed and displaced homeless people for a photo op. This image lives in my mind permanently. I will just never, I will just never find myself to be able to forgive him. There's two ways to solve the housing crisis: punish the homeless or increase the supply of housing, create a market competitor in the government, create public housing. And it's very obvious which side Gavin Newsom is leaning on. I have an entire photo album of these. He did it so many times. No, I know. It's kind of weird that you have an entire photo album in your phone to piss you off. Hasan, I don't get it. Why do you shut down and hate on literally every idea from semi-progressives? It's obviously getting under MAGA skin is effective as picking up the outrage marketing that MAGA capitalizes on. Let them do it and focus on how to capitalize on it as our allies. Oh my God. Chatters, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I said I don't care about the Trump speak. It's funny. Also, he's not progressive. Calm down. You know he's not progressive. That's why you had to say semi-progressive, as though he's in any way, shape, or form. Like, come on. These guys, blue states are supposed to be the fucking beacon, the shining light of progressivism. And historically, they kind of have been, for the record. Like, California has implemented a lot of policies as a major state in this country that has designed the rest of the nation. Okay? Like standards for what kind of vehicles need to be manufactured, things of that nature, which of course car manufacturers have found a way around it with loopholes, but and is partially the reason why the goddamn pickup truck is so fucking huge. But like, I hate that these guys who sit on top of a fucking throne, who have every opportunity to make California lead by example and make California this beacon of progressive values and progressive policies, will just simply use California as a stronghold for the most repulsive conservative Democrat policies. In 2022, I warned that people should be wary of John Fetterman's cool online persona because it masked a lack of commitment to important progressive values. Sure enough, people were taken in by the memes, and then he turned out to be pro-genocide. Same warning goes for Newsom. Listen, you got to respect it. This is Nate Dogg, okay? Nate Dogg, straight up, put some respect on his name, all right? Everybody was like, ha, he dresses funny. Ha, what's his accent? Is he British? Is he not British? He was one of the major role players that actively was just like, fuck John Fetterman. Fuck John Fetterman. John Fetterman can suck my dick, okay?
$15.
What is this? Wow, he's the father who stepped up.
The generational run here on Red.
That's 10 minutes of Nick Fuentes. I'm good, man. Doesn't your birth town have a more advanced subway compared to New York City, even though it's not the largest city in Turkey? My birth town? I was born in New Brunswick. Do you mean like where I grew up in Istanbul and Ankara? I'm confused why acting like so many people are learning about Newsom for the first time. I thought he's been a household name for a while. No, of course not. Are you kidding me? Most people don't know anything. They don't know who the fuck our politicians are. They don't know what the entire background is of their worldview. They don't know their background. They don't know their initiatives. They don't know anything. Most people are not as tuned in. Did you see Aiden said he's going to ask Trump to deport you? Oh my God. Ethan is going to suck Aiden Ross's cock for that. Holy shit. Oh my God. That's so funny. Aiden Ross is about to be the #1 greatest ally to Ethan Klein and the sex pest that is also known as Destiny. Holy fuck. Asmongold. Brother, these guys are lunatics. One of the craziest parts about this is that, like, we are run by fucking lunatics. So That's exactly the type of shit that they might actually follow through on. Stop calling him a sex pest. He's literally a pedophile with hard evidence now. That's true. He is. He was outed as a pedophile too. What is this? Clip Files TV. When they started, was the most brain dead revision of events I've ever heard.
Hasan, on my mom and dad's life you were. And don't do that. Because I can't throw certain people under the bus and everyone believes me. I have no reason to lie. I expose and I talk the real about everything. I don't give a fuck. I got no reason to lie. All my life you were entertaining this contract about coming to kick in the beginning. Don't lie.
I don't know why he keeps saying this over and over again. Like I don't he this is his new meta, is like saying that I wanted to get a kick. I wanted to get a kick deal. Is that a doll of you? Oh shit. Does he have a voodoo doll of me? Is that me?
Don't do that. And guess what? You would have taken the crypto money from stake. So you don't even make any fucking sense. You suck. You suck. How does this retard have a fucking audience? Like, I'm not even joking. Yo, bro, he's banned in Turkey. It makes sense. Let's ban him from America. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, he is literally a terrorist. Yo, bro, please can we ban him from America? Yo, bro, I will get a poll sign. I guarantee everyone will sign it. He sucks. He sucks. Let's deport Hasan. Hashtag deport Hasan. Oh my God, bro, please. Bro, if I see Trump, I'm actually asking him. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna, yo, bro, I'm
also saying you were begging for a kick contract when they started, which is the most brain dead revision of events I've ever heard. What do I say, man? What do I say to this? What triggered this? Calling out a genocide? Like, where is this coming from? No, it was with Aiden. It was different. It was Andrew Tate. He was too busy smelling Andrew Tate's chair, and it all. It is all. It all stems from that. I was trying to pull him away from the Andrew Tate shit at the time. And I saw how damaging that was, and he fucking dove headfirst into that side of the world, and then everything unwinded after that. I mean, slowly but surely, he just became increasingly more deranged. Yeah, back in the day, he like asked me whether he should interview Kanye or not. I told him, obviously not.
I'm starting to think there's some inside trading going on. Because how the fuck do I sell my ETH and then it goes up 50% in 1 month?
Aiden Ross exposed HasanAbi for rigging the market after ETH goes up.
How does that even work? Like, it has to be like HasanAbi or like somebody that does not like me, that is in Ethereum, that is actually doing something to do with like the rigging of like the market. Because there's just absolutely no fucking way I get out of my ETH and then boom, it just peaks. No way.
Yeah, or who can forget when he blamed me for having to give the watch back. After seeing a lot of Hasan hate, I decided to check his stream out, and it turns out he's a pretty Turns out he's pretty normal and educational.
Going on. Because how the fuck?
Exposes Hasan as just aiding making accusations with zero evidence. Now I understand why he likes Trump. They both act like they're way bigger than they are. They aren't winning. It's rigged. I forgot to do my oil change and my car broke down. Thanks a lot. Yeah. No, it's funny because these guys always are like Trump derangement syndrome, but like they unironically have this like very strange Hasan derangement syndrome where like, oh, I stubbed my toe. Thanks, Hasan. I will never understand. For the life of me, I will never understand it. Maybe one day I need to get like one-shotted by psilocybin or something so that I can unlock a different part of my brain so I can comprehend like what I do to some of these people. Because I'm just over here covering the fucking news and dudes that I never think about, dudes that I never talk about, spend every waking moment trying to fucking bring my name up in every conversation, including silly shit like ETH. I don't have a single fucking cryptocurrency coin at all. It's literally because you're brown, understand shit. I mean, I'm so fucking white passing, dude. Well, that's crazy. Maybe people do see it that way. I don't know. Pre-October 7, I would have fucking argued with you on that front. But like, low key, I think that does play a big role. But I don't know. Nah, actually, you know what? That's not it. That can't be it. Are you pro-Palestine? Thoughts on Palestine? Are you pro-Palestine? Dumbass. What do you fucking think? No, but I'm serious. Like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what the fuck it is. There is something. There's something that I do to like a lot of these dudes. It's mostly dudes. I don't think I have like crazy women stalkers like this that are content creators. It is usually dudes. And they are right-wing, for sure. But there's other right-wing motherfuckers who are content creators who don't make it their lives' mission to constantly talk about me or think about me. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. What do you mean? XQC said it long ago. Everyone needs a villain. They just think their audience will jump on the wagon with little effort. Yeah, I guess. This is the internal conflict that Du Bois talked about, fam. Double consciousness can be applied to your white ass too. But I grew up in Turkey. I mean, I was an in-group. So I was functionally white as a part of the in-group in the sociological construct. So I guess maybe that's the reason. My most formative years were spent in Turkey, being a part of the in-group in Turkey. Like, I have people I have disagreements with, right? Even people who I'm aligned with. Yeah, 2 years ago, X admitting he wouldn't entertain a kick deal.
Held strong, and he automatically said no based off of his beliefs and what he wants his platform to be. And I gotta respect that. I gotta respect that because he represents things that I don't give a fuck about. I give no fuck about. Okay, so I gotta respect the fact that he doesn't have a price. I don't think. I gotta respect that. Okay, It's not about the viewers following him there. Okay, nobody gives a fuck about performance. There are no performance incentives for these deals because they want you to do good. When you are stressed, respect. Well, I like the fact that he didn't. If he even said like, "Oh, dude, I'll think about it," I would have probably snitched on him. Okay, the fact that he didn't even, no, I wouldn't have, but still, the fact that he didn't even think about it gave me the thought that, you know what, he believes in what he says, even though I don't agree with what he says.
One of the craziest things is the Kick owners are in constant contact with my management. And they routinely try to do like a Discord call with me. Like they want to do a stream with me. And I do not know why. And I've been like, nope. It's true. I think I'm lucky because like Eddie is so rich that he just doesn't give a fuck about me like that. Obviously he doesn't like me, but he doesn't care enough to personally make my life miserable. I already have other billionaires that are even more fucking powerful than Eddie up my ass anyway. People like Elon Musk. And again, luckily, they're too busy doing other shit. But it just is always so strange that he just like still... Eddie is the owner of Stake, the cryptocurrency casino. Other billionaires like your dad? Yeah, my billionaire father. That's such a funny... That's also one of the funniest and dumbest memes that people believe. Anyway. It's not like it's so insane for these dudes to take it back from Kick, but they also need to position themselves as heroically as taking on woke Hasan while they do it for some reason. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, but speaking of my enemies, Destiny is apparently claiming he wasn't aware that the person that, if you recall, Destiny is in some legal trouble currently because he was caught distributing without consent videos that he had filmed, both with and without consent, his sexual activities with people. Okay? And the only reason we know about it is because he tried to hook up with some random Discord e-girl, apparently. And then in the process of trying to hook up with this random girl, random teenager on Discord, somewhere along the way, like these videos that he was sending to her got revealed. He was sending around revenge porn. Okay? And I think like some of the aspects of that story you most likely heard about. I covered it after the allegations were unearthed. But basically, he's now in a bunch of legal trouble, civil and criminal, over this. But it turns out there's more to the story. There was speculation that the person that he was trying to hook up with was underage. And I guess now there is confirmation that that person indeed was underage. Remember those logs that came out of Sex Pestiny trying to do age play? Well, it turns out he was trying to do age play with someone who was already a minor. or at least according to the readily available information. This was now, obviously, this is not that surprising for many of you because you've probably seen Destiny defend lowering the age of consent before, talk about how actually it's not pedophilia, but ephebophilia and things of that nature. He's done all of that, right? So this might not come that much of a surprise to you, but this seems like the biggest confirmation so far. More leaked sex between Destiny and Rose, the underage girl he sent revenge porn to, because my parents are like super strict. Don't do this, don't do that, don't go there, don't talk too high. Well, fuck, it would be so hard to drive you home. Oh, God, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's fucking insane. Go watch on mute. Family and kids all over the place here in our house. Ah ha ha. Yes, ma'am. You can give me a discreet video of your little feet. Anyway. This is really fucked up shit. It has now been 100% confirmed that Rose was 17 at the time. The streamer Destiny was exchanging pornographic material with her, anything sent to her prior October 2022, placing him in direct violation of numerous state and federal statutes. I guess, like, they found out the actual identity of the person that he was sexting with, and they found out the age of the person he was sexting with, and it turns out she was 17 at the time. It's a parking ticket. She leaked it herself from what I can gather. Will Israel grant him refuge? Maybe if he converts. His defense is that he thought she was 18, but alleged DM shows he didn't even try to verify her age despite being skeptical that she was 18. This is allegedly the first interaction Destiny had with Rose, a 17-year-old. The second image is an email explaining how the image was obtained and some behind-the-scenes DGG Mossad info. If this is truly all Destiny did to verify age, he deserves no amount of charity. You are hot AF, but 18? What the fuck? Also, 1 day old account. Oh, well, I mean, I'm flattered. If you wanted to, yeah, sure. Preferably one near an ID, so I know you're at least 18. But I understand if that's too much info, you'd be comfortable showing. Yeah, that's fine. Just writing something on a piece of paper, more than enough. Yeah. What? I'm not solo. A friend of mine is employed by Destiny. Destiny, the R word, started a server of approximately 10 people with the purpose of finding Rose. You're correct in that they failed. He shared the attached image with the server, as well as sharing videos of having sex with older men, other NSFW with the purpose of identifying her, identifying the hotel, etc. She was 17 years old. In the majority of porn she shared with the server, other members of the server had to tell him that if he's going to continue sending photos and videos of her, to please blur the genitals because they don't want to get in trouble if this turns out that she was underage. I don't know how damning this screenshot will be. What the fuck is this? Those features of the screenshots made me initially question the credibility of it, but I don't believe my friend would lie as they are still completely indoctrinated by Destiny, and I have no reason to believe that they would try to sabotage him. Close to the bottom of the screenshot, it's partially obscure, but he says, okay, I believe you. She declined to show proof of age, and Destiny enthusiastically accepted that. The only verification she gave him was proof she's not a catfish by writing her screen name and the date on a piece of paper and taking a picture with it. It looks like a minor and declines to verify their age after being asked. An adult with a functioning moral integrity or even an ounce of self-preservation would cease communication. He was trying to get CSAM Rainbolt shit. Are there any FBI agents working in this goddamn country? Why are streamers doing this investigation for them? It's even crazier than that. I don't even think these are streamers that are doing this investigation for him. These are members of his own community that aren't like as brain broken by the cult, that are literally saying like, this is a bridge too far for me. And they're the ones who have actually actively pulled themselves out of the state of the state of the cult that they were in. These are all literally ex-cult members. There are a lot of people who used to call themselves orbiters, including some of the girls that he actually shared the revenge porn of, that called themselves orbiters. Like, he basically designed this like weird little sex cult for himself. And these people were self-described orbiters that were trying to, you know, generate some kind of goodwill and clout off of like being associated with him. And then when all of this stuff came out of him just like filming himself both consensually and unconsensually without telling the other person that he was filming them, of having sex, and then sending these images to random people online that he wanted to fuck for some weird reason, and I cannot comprehend what that reason would even be. He did all of this shit, and a bunch of those people who were wronged by him, including Pixie, which is one of the main victims here, who just tweeted out he knew 8 minutes ago. Okay. She was one of the people that is in a court case with him right now for revenge porn. And their friends basically said, this is a bridge too far. We're severing our ties. Okay. Now, what's really interesting about this is that one of the major generals in this battle is Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman. You might know him as Diddy Dan or Dan Stalkman, the guy who owns Redact Dev, the guy who was so stupid that he basically tanked the reputation of his company by making it seem as though I was a client of his company, and also simultaneously that his company that's supposed to like sanitize your social media footprint was actually literally keeping blackmail on people, on their clients. Like, that's the way he presented his own company. That's what he was doing as far as marketing. That person also, from my understanding, literally used the members of Destiny's cult that were actually criticizing Destiny. He basically used private information of those people to blackmail them into silence, to blackmail them into submission. Yes, that Dan Saltman that sponsors H3H3 podcasts, Ethan Klein's podcast, who is one of my major stalkers, who is actively trying to constantly get the ADL up my ass for the crime of calling out Israel's genocide. That guy is a sponsor of the H3H3 podcast. He basically damn near writes most of Ethan Klein's context nukes and all this shit that he does, alongside Destiny's entire community. Because unfortunately, that community almost completely revolves around no like real decipherable worldview, but instead just an insane anger that they feel towards me because I guess wronged their favorite content creator, Destiny. It's interesting though, because what they fail to recognize is Destiny is fucking up his own career all the time. Like, that's the reason. That's the reason why he's not like a household name. But because he's so narcissistic and can never take accountability for his own actions, he has basically created this world where he can constantly say, no, I'm in this position because Hasan lies about me or whatever. Or he might say, oh, I did this thing that's wrong, but think about Hasan. He did something as well. And this has been an ongoing cycle where he just basically uses me as an off-ramp to design me as like a primary villain for his community. And a lot of his worldview unironically revolves around that. somehow finding a way to directly contradict whatever the fuck I'm advocating for, even if under normal circumstances you should be in the same boat. I mean, he is the primary vector of the hate Hasan content farming. That's where it came from. Before that, it was just like random right-wingers. He's the one who serialized that content and made a lot of money off of it. Paid child support off of it for years. In any case, he goes on the wall of shame alongside many of my other ops that have been outed as pedophiles and sex criminals. Destiny has an online career spanning nearly 2 decades at this point. He's expressed all throughout his career that underage girls can and do trick adult streamers. He was over 30 years old when he started talking to Rose. There is no defense. He was willfully ignorant. It's worth noting that a member of a niche online forum made a post early in the morning breaking down how Discord image links work and said it could mean Destiny had been sharing images of Rose around in a newly created channel around the time the leaks happened. As far as I'm concerned right now, the Twitter DMs and email story are compelling, but it's all still alleged. There's no direct evidence proving it right now from what I know. Right now, I'm pretty convinced, but I'd like to see more screenshots backing up the story. How does this keep happening to your enemies? It's because I bring a vibe to the party that pedophiles really don't like. The anti-pedophilia vibes that I bring around is something that sex pest, sex criminal pedophiles really do not fucking jive with. And of course, they declare me persona non grata, public enemy number 1. I don't know what the fuck it is. But yeah, I just super love sucking dick. When I haven't for a while, I get needy. Ahaha, cute. Cum fetish, yes. Lol. Have you recorded any more BJ cum videos recently? He was soliciting CSAM from a 17-year-old in those logs. But the story also doesn't necessarily end there. I mean, he basically admitted to a lot of this stuff and then went and turned around and hired, allegedly he was soliciting CSAM. But he basically turned around and started, at first it seemed like he wanted to apologize for it, at least on the revenge porn side of things, to the people that he had harmed. He admitted a lot of this stuff. And then he went and he hired Prince Andrew's law firm. And since then, he's just been on a fucking tear of undermining the victims over and over and over again. Because at this point, it's just like there's nothing going on here. Like it's indefensible. And his reputation is understandably forever tarnished. So all he can do is basically attack and try to bring others down to his level. But yeah, here he is demanding or trying to get her to fly in. I remember having a friend who would just listen to him and literally talk about how you ripped him off and like you used them for clout to jumpstart your career. Meanwhile, he doesn't even watch him anymore. And every time I bring this shit up, he just claims that he didn't know. Yeah. Rose was cited for a traffic violation on July 21st of the 2021. The details in the court case mention her date of birth as 10/04, presumably October 2004, without a date specified. I do want to say this, and I can't stress it enough. Dan 100% knew, and Destiny also 100% knew. Keep in mind that currently Ethan Klein is making an effort to defame Hasan and to downplay Destiny's action by comparing them to Hasan's. Do not let these three people, Destiny, Dan, and Ethan, escape this. Ethan is fully aware of the allegations against Destiny and is purposely helping him bury it alongside Dan Saltman. These people are evil. Rose is the only one of the multiple minors that Destiny is 100% sexist throughout the years, this says. Again, I will reiterate, Willie Mack from the start said that he wanted Destiny to get away with it. And when he confronted him finally about Rose, he put it in the video Destiny's lie that you need age verification for Tinder, which isn't true. Willie Mack was and has continued to sweep for the pedo from the start. What is this? Dan also 100% knew the email that he sent to Bad Empanada was my confirmation. He knows Rose was underage, but he doesn't care and is actively helping him hide it. Redact Dev is run by a pedo sympathizer. Ethan Klein currently is running the campaign to defame Hasan to downplay Destiny's actions while sponsored by Redact.dev. These people are all in cahoots and coordinating one way or another, and they don't even try to hide that they want to help Destiny hide that he's a pedophile. If Hasan still refuses to weaponize against Destiny, then he's just as bad as him. He's actively refusing to give the kill shot to an actual predator who has been doing this exact thing for more than a decade. Wait, what do you mean? How the fuck is this my fault?
The child porn problem on Facebook is people sending it in the messages.
Yeah. Sure. This is the weirdest thing I'd ever discovered in my entire fucking life. There was a hashtag. I don't remember what the hashtag was. There was a hashtag on Twitter for underage people posting porn.
Interesting.
Where, fuck, it was like TWT or it was some fucking bullshit hashtag. But if you clicked it, it was a ton of girls, like 15, 16. Someone was posting full-on fucking porn with hashtags. Like, holy shit.
The child porn problem on Facebook is people sending it in the messages.
Yeah. Sure. This is the weirdest thing I'd ever.
How the fuck did he know that is strange.
It is like, what was it? It was like, I think it was like 15. She wrote 15 minus 3 plus 2 or something like that. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody saw it. Yeah, it was 8 plus 12 minus 5. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I start scrolling through, and I'm pretty sure there is a tag on Twitter, MNSFW, I think means minor, not safe for work. And there's a whole bunch of people on Twitter that are minors posting like fucking sex shit. What the fuck? It was not major, yeah.
NSF side of Twitter, even though it's supposed to be 18 plus, full of 15-year-olds with 18 plus DNI in their bios, barely 18-year-olds looking to start OnlyFans accounts. What the fuck is this shit? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. Ugh. When you feel like the internet is a depraved place that's nasty and full of fucking freaks, it gets worse. It's worse than you would ever I didn't know this shit. Anyway, ugh, nuke Twitter. This is your ops, brother, horrible people. I know. But the reason why I brought this up is because, yes, as the previous Twitter thread also was pointing to, as that previous Twitter thread was also pointing to, yes, Dan Saltman, who's Destiny's podcast co-host, sponsors the H3H3 podcast now. Post October 7, in the last couple of months, they basically became the only sponsor of the podcast. I'm pretty sure. That's why you see that little redact dev button, the Ethan Klein button that he hits when he says some fuck shit as a 40-year-old man who can't control his mouth. That button is sponsored by Dan Saltman. Dan Saltman has a podcast with Destiny. Dan Saltman has done numerous brigades spamming false information to advertisers to try to implement an adpocalypse on Twitch, claiming that Twitch has a deep-rooted anti-Semitism problem. Of course, Dan Saltman streams on Kick. So does Destiny. And I think we all know what that platform looks like. Anyway, Ethan Klein knows all of this. He knows that Dan Saltman has a podcast with Destiny, is Destiny's like general, basically, second in command. And he tries to actively make it seem as though he's not in cahoots with Destiny and his community, when in fact they get most of their notes from that community. Right now, there's probably thousands of people watching on Destiny's website trying to find the next thing that they can clip out of context and post on Livestream Fails, the popular subreddit that was once popular for Livestream Fails and now is just an entire subreddit dedicated to just me. Hasan triples down on calling Hilo a valid target of violence. Los Ratones employs a Hasan strategy during a League of Legends game. I don't even know what this even means. I think they're just trying to memify it. If you look at some of the top posts, XQC calls out Hasan for brainwashing his audience regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict. The reason why this subreddit is so active when it comes to fuck Hasan posts is because it's owned now and completely controlled by one of Destiny's orbiters, who, by his own admission, once famously ran for, I guess, a company, or not a company, sorry, once ran for a competition that is called like DGGer of the Year. They've used the Livestream Fail subreddit for the past couple of years at this point to actively try to create and manufacture drama. And in the process of trying to actively manufacture and create drama, they basically destroyed the subreddit, ironically enough. But this is it. That's Dan Saltman. This is this is not what he looks like. I think this is just like, this is Photoshop. Destiny's podcast co-host. And that is the guy who runs LSF, former Twitch staff of 4 years. Stale 2000, I believe, is his username. And on his YouTube page, we found a video of him petitioning to be the, if you do top and then click by week, look at the top post in the subreddit, owned and operated entirely by Destiny's mod. The guy on the right is not actually Photoshopped. The guy on the left is Photoshopped. Hasan wasn't invited to the streamer games because AT&T didn't want him there. Hasan Piker says that Hilo Klein is a valid military target. No repercussions. One Asmongold clip. Hasan triples down on calling Hilo a valid target of violence. Destiny calls out Twitch for allowing Hasan Piker to run a terrorist recruiting platform on their site. Destiny reacts to Hasan's viral Hilo Klein comments. Hasan's response to Mr. Beast and XQC and Aiden making fun of him for not donating, which, by the way, this one was interesting. It's a 2-minute video, and I did donate. I had donated the first day to Mr. Beast's charity. This is the last week. Does this look normal to you? Hasan caught throwing up a popular Turkish salute. Hilo Klein responds to Hasan Piker's statement in which he endorsed and justified the violence and murder. You would think if this had any sort of real motion and it wasn't just like a fleshlight designed for tarnishing and slandering Destiny's enemies. Yeah, I did donate. I donated the first day. I just did it quietly. Anyway. Active campaign on Reddit to discredit criticism of pedophiles, pedophile propaganda. Yep. This isn't the first time this has happened. I mean, this has been ongoing for a couple of years at this point. So when you wander in the wild, when you wander out in the wild and you see someone who has an opinion over me, about me, that you cannot comprehend where they arrived at that conclusion from. It could be any number of different places, but it's usually from one of these groups that have never stopped doing this shit. Journalists are aware of it. Journalists that have covered Gamergate are aware of it. They say this is like Gamergate on steroids, but directed at one person instead of like a bunch of different targets. It's the exact same shit. For a lot of these guys who never grew out of that Gamergate style of behavior online, this is what they busy themselves with. Yeah, Slate deleted the DDGer of the year video, but it's, of course, it was on his.
Hi, I'm Stale 2000.
Yeah, it was on his YouTube, and when we found it, he deleted it. But this is the guy who runs the LSF subreddit.
And I'm running for DGGer of the year on December the 3rd. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how all of my opponents are way worse than me using facts, logic, and most importantly, evidence, as in chat logs. Here, Albert FCB is asking people to gift him subs. A real DGGer buys his own subs. In the month of November, Fitz spammed the...
Anyway, that's all you need to know about this dude. This is not satire. This is like literally their own little inter-community fun that they engage in. So, not only that, but like I said, Dan Saltman has played a formative role in silencing the criticism that's coming internally from the community after Destiny's numerous sex crimes were unveiled and people started questioning Destiny and people started attacking him. People felt like he was maybe not such a good guy. It even caused some of these people to actually reflect on the way that they have covered me, as a matter of fact, where they were like, if I can't trust this guy on this shit, maybe he was just lying about Hasan this entire time. Some of them actually arrived at that conclusion and realized that they were lied to. But there are those who are obviously still very much firmly in the cult and do everything in their power to either try and sweep this kind of stuff so that other content creators are oblivious to it, or actively try to attack me, because in their minds, I guess they think as long as we can undermine Hasan, then people will eventually love Destiny, which is not how these things work. Very sad state of affairs overall. There was also another video I wanted to show from Dan, if someone has it. Where he's like talking to everyone in his community and Destiny's community being like, you're all hypocrites. If I see you calling out Destiny, I'm going to do everything in my power to take you out. He has already doxed numerous people. He's even doxed people that are like fan editors of mine on Twitter, weaponizing the DMCA claims to his advantage. They're basically just, they're just doing Gamergate, but for one dude. And they've latched on to the pro-Israel side of the argument, because they know that there are at least like groups that are just as fucking crazy that have some level of institutional power that can also be beneficial allies in their cause.
My fellow orbiters or coworkers, if you're one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit, okay? It's like, because it's like, oh my God, sharing nudes? Okay, I'm out of here immediately, right? Like, fuck Hasan, right? Fuck everyone that's using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win. Don't let me capture you.
Like, that's the only way he analyzes this stuff, is like making their side win. This dude is like 60 years old, by the way. It's not about winning a side, man. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's about having an incredibly toxic force in online political discourse that is basically never held to account, never held accountable for any number of different horrifying things that he does. The metric that is applied to someone like myself is so distorted. I get quote unquote canceled or smeared for things that I don't believe, for things that I've never said, for false framing of things that I'm talking about. Meanwhile, if I were to say even a fraction of the awful shit that Ethan Klein says or that Destiny says in any number of different streams that they've done, I would, of course, be canceled 1,000,000 times over by these guys, ironically enough. But this one is extra fucked up because what he's talking about here is a distribution of revenge porn while in the process of trying to solicit, allegedly, CSAM from a minor.
In 4K, being a virtue signaling cunt, that, felony capture that event for many of these people. I will fucking destroy you if that's the case. My fellow orbiter.
Why is Dan trying to sound like Destiny? I don't know, dude, because he's fucking pathetic. I feel like it's given his life meaning, I guess. But that's the main sponsor. That guy is the main sponsor. What is this? Dan Saltman, sponsor of the H3 podcast, is found in Discord dedicated to spreading lies and stalking Hasan's family. Turkey backs Palestine and they don't like America. It was just a funny theory, but I think people would latch onto this without a second thought. So if you don't care about hard proof, then I think this would cause a panic with enough people to get some real movement on it. I found a book his dad wrote. It's the limited free version and in Turkish, but maybe something could be extracted from this. Step 1 is to confirm it's his dad. Step 2 to answer the question, who is his dad? This is the unspoken side of what I have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. What these guys claim I'm doing to them, ironically enough, is exactly what they're doing to me. I've never done this to any of these guys. I don't give a shit enough to do anything like this. And I think it's repulsive to do things like this to begin with. The double standard is so glaringly obvious. Could you imagine if I was in a fucking Discord server stalking Ethan's family members? Or if I was like sponsored by a guy who was doing that? Now that would be a Philip DeFranco video, let me tell you. In the process of defending Israel, Ethan Klein got actually canceled by his own audience. People yelled at him a lot because of the way he was presenting this issue that was a black and white issue. It's genocide. His own audience didn't want him to do it. They couldn't fathom it. They couldn't believe it. And slowly but surely, he just chipped away at the remaining progressive people in his fan base. And in that process, he never let it go. He just assumed that it was because I was like brainwashing his fans into hating him. Okay? Falsely smearing him. And he never stopped smearing me, claiming that I was a terrorist over and over again, a terrorist mouthpiece, a terrorist propagandist, one that should potentially face legal repercussions by the Trump administration. Now, in the process, he claimed that Child Protective Services came to his house. I have no reason to believe that this is false. And as soon as I was made aware of this, I immediately condemned it. I said, I have nothing to do with this. I would never be on board with something like this. I think it's gross. I told people not even to remotely entertain it. Then came the Skullgate, which, again, I still don't know who was responsible for it, and neither does Ethan, but that didn't stop him from claiming that it was I and my fans that both did the Child Protective Services call and also sent skulls to his house. It was everyone that actually had... everyone that Ethan had in his crosshairs that was somehow responsible for skulls being sent to his house, somehow responsible for the Child Protective Services being called to his house. When the skull shit happened, I said, that's freak shit. I condemned it. what's really interesting is I don't think Ethan has once condemned the Islamophobic attacks that I have received, especially because he himself is unironically responsible for a good deal of that and has normalized this kind of sentiment and behavior and advocated for it. And he certainly has not, even once, to my knowledge, condemned Destiny for making a direct death threat against me. This is, yet again, the double standard that I have talked about over and over again. I have always combated anti-Semitism as a dangerous form of bigotry, always in my career. That's why I have a lot of Nazis who hate me. Nazis who even align with Ethan now because of their hatred for me. Think about that. Ethan Klein is a Jewish content creator. And there are out and about open neo-Nazis that align with him because he's attacking me. I've never once collaborated with anti-Semites. There are plenty of them who hate Ethan as well, because I don't agree with them. I don't agree with their worldview. I see them as a threat as well. Ethan does not see Nazis as a threat, as long as those Nazis are directing their animosity towards someone who is pro-Palestine, his former podcast co-host. This is hypocrisy of the highest order. That's it. He has mentioned Destiny's calling for your death. He thinks it's fine because your fans do it all the time. He has posted 2 Instagram stories, one today saying that. Yeah, imagine how much concerned trolling would take place if I literally saw an active death threat an active death threat that Ethan Klein was receiving from a prominent content creator, okay, and said, that's totally fine. That's actually perfectly valid. They can't, because I don't believe that, because I don't think that that is appropriate at all. So much so that I've even criticized Bad Empanada for not even doing a death threat towards Ethan Klein, mind you, but instead playing the Palestinian version of Call of Duty. It's interesting, though. A content creator equals random internet comment? No, I mean, it's not equivalent either. And of course, if you want to understand what this kind of like insanity leads to, look, it's him 100% confirmed. One sec, I got it. Old Man Laundry, take a look when you also get around to it. Goes through Jank's life and details his sister Hasan's mom stalking my family. That's Dan Saltman, sponsor of the H3H3 broadcast through redact.dev in a Discord dedicated to stalking my family. That is Ethan Klein's only sponsor. What the fuck are we doing? Here we go again with the drama. Resident Sleeper. Brother, do you think it's drama that there is a Discord server dedicated to stalking my family? Are you fucking insane? What is drama, dude? Bro, one of these days, I'm going to get fucking shot and killed. And these guys are going to be like El Hasan, tuning in from the hospital, talking about how he got shot. L drama, bro. Put the news in the bag, little bro. Anyway, I saw this on my community page. I said, if I get murked by an adult wearing a color block pastel hoodie made for children, I'm haunting everyone involved for generations. These were some of the comments under Ethan Klein's video. Nah, I think in this case, he needs to be taken out. Hasan, that's a member. Hasan cannot threaten our queen and expect to get away with it. Whatever happens to him now will be well deserved. May he sleep with one eye open. He has gravely mistaken our fan base for not being dangerously insane when it comes to protecting our own. It's coming for him. What about Hasan? He doesn't have anywhere near the protection he will need. I've watched him up close plenty for when I need to. The war has begun. Please, someone has to off Hasan. People should never have associated with these far-left psychos like Hasan. They're as twisted as any MAGA cultist, just in a different ideological direction. Also similar ones as well. Disgusting. Yeah, there's more. It's not just those 3 comments. This is just like some choice words from under the video. A video that Ethan Klein has changed the thumbnail and title of 1 million times at this point, including, as far as I understand, his last version of it was just death threat. If it makes you feel any better, the garish colors will make it harder for the assassin to sneak around. I agree. That's true. Yeah. How do we get here? Well, we got here because streamer Destiny has been accused of sexting and sharing pornographic material with a 17-year-old girl. Twitter users, including his own son, Nathan Bonnell, are sharing evidence of sexual chat logs between Destiny and the minor. Since when did you care about the children? Except for Rose, lol, says his own son, who apparently is now a Nazi. The question is it really that hard? For Ethan, is it really that hard to not involve yourself with these people? Is it really that hard to say, hey, please don't fucking send death threats to my mortal enemy who never wanted to be in this position? It's actually insane. Anyway, he called Asmongold fine and only Trump coded. Yeah, Ethan Klein, the guy who loves fighting back against quote unquote anti-Semitism, who claims that Twitch has a real anti-Semitism problem and has now consistently again demanded that his fans brigade and mass spam advertisers with false smears about myself being a dangerous anti-Semite in an effort to bring about an adpocalypse to an entire platform that content creators rely on, okay, has also defended Asmongold because Asmongold is an incredibly important vector of hate in the fuck Hasan universe. Will Ethan Klein, who once said Asmongold is Trump-coded but not necessarily pro-Trump, which was an insane statement that even his own fucking producers had to correct him on. Will he have a statement about
Jews
this?
and blacks didn't? It's all Jews and blacks. Yeah, and by the way, on Twitter, you would have a lot of people that agree with you. No, there's been a lot of people that have been feeling that way. It's been massive. It's been crazy. Like, I've been seeing, like, the amount of people who are, like, hyper-focused on, like, especially Jews. People really don't like Jews anymore. They really, really don't. Like, I've been seeing, like, and I feel like every time that I feel like it's peaked, it goes again. It gets even more extreme. People go even harder with it. They never have, bro. I mean, there's 109 examples of that. You're right.
For those of you who don't know, 109 is, and I didn't even fucking know this until recently, is a dog whistle. Part of the reason why I know it's a dog whistle is because Ethan Klein tried to claim that when I told him he had actually posted about me 110 times on Instagram, he thought that was me doing a dog whistle. The dog whistle is Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries. That's something that Nazis say. So they bring that 109 number up. Yeah. So he knows it is a dog whistle because he claimed that I was doing it to him. It was just the number of Instagram stories that he'd posted about me. But that was enough for him and his fan base to claim that I was actually doing a dog whistle, this dog whistle specifically. Asman talked about Goyslop talking about fast food. I mean, he's also routinely promoted Nick Fuentes.
Right.
Asmongold is a really interesting person because he has consistently fucking defended Israel, attacked Israel's critics, calling them terrorists, demanded their deportation, saying that they're a dangerous threat to American foreign policy, but also simultaneously loves Nick Fuentes and regularly fucking will hype up Nick Fuentes. You figure Asmongold is anti-Semitic on purpose or just ignorant and apathetic? Could be either, but I think probably on purpose. But even on the aspect of, drama-related things, Ethan Klein went from calling out Keemstar's anti-Semitism to wearing Keemstar's merch, it seems, making the entire team wear it too. What a way to go out, man. What a fucking way to go out. This man did a content nuke on Keemstar. Actively presented Keemstar as his major enemy, only to turn around and become a formative ally to Keemstar after Keemstar spent years calling his wife a horse. No shame. He did 3 nukes on Keemstar. Now that everyone is concerned about anti-Semitism, I'd like to remind everyone that Keemstar told his audience to tweet at me, "Death to all Jews." This is the person that started the outrage machine about my apparent anti-Semitism towards Ben Shapiro. This man said Twitch was incredibly anti-Semitic and now is entertaining a kick deal. He was part of the reason why Kick even exists to begin with, because alongside myself, he actively crusaded against crypto casino gambling. And then it got banned off Twitch. So Stake, the crypto casino, had to make its own website. That website is known as Kick. Years later, now Ethan Klein is entertaining getting a contract from Kick. After spending the last 22 months of Israel's unlimited Holocaust against the Palestinian population, decrying that Twitch is an incredibly anti-Semitic website for allowing someone like myself to continue ranting against the state of Israel for its genocide. He can't even stick to one fucking consistent position. It makes no sense. No morals, no principles, just fucking pure hatred. There are plenty of people that still get duped by these guys because they just don't pay close attention to anything. And I don't even fucking fault them for it. But that's it. That's it. It's a sad state of affairs. Anyway. Yeah, meanwhile on Kick, the platform Ethan Klein is now attempting to go to after demanding the biggest poly streamer in the country world firing a bazooka directly at the Overton window. Meanwhile, our brave champion against anti-Semitism, Ethan Klein. Karen Klein hasn't been able to gaslight the mods into buying his contrived narrative, so now he's trying to destroy the incomes of everyone who streams on Twitch. Right sponsors. It's the only route Twitch has left open. Twitch found no violation of the Hasan clip about Gila. I wonder why. Because there was no violation. Because it wasn't a fucking death threat. If it was, I would have been banned. Have you ever been banned? Yes, a fuck ton. I've been banned for far less. The less defensible Israel becomes, the less defensible Israel becomes, the more aggressive these guys become in their attacks against those who have criticized Israel and also made them look stupid and feel stupid. My most famous ban happened literally on this day in 2021. Or no, 2019 at this point, right? Not even 2021. Yeah, 2019. Someone from, I think it was someone from Sex Pastinis community that immediately posted it onto LSF. 8/21. But the incident happened on 8/20, where I was responding to Dan Crenshaw saying they hate us because they ain't us. And I said, America deserved 9/11. We totally did. We totally brought it on ourselves. When referencing blowback, a well-established historical assessment of America's events and interference in the Middle East that led to the events of 9/11, the horrific tragedy of 9/11. That clip, when it made its way to LSF, then made its way to Keemstar, and immediately made its way to Fox News. The next day, I was banned. Didn't you say something else? I may or may not have said something else about Dan Crenshaw. I won't get into it. Where's the self-preservation from other streamers? They're just going to sit down and be scared while their livelihood is threatened by a freak crashing out? Yes. Because in some ways, I think they correctly interpret this as an event that is inevitably going to go away. If these guys are successful and then I'm deplatformed, it goes away for all these other content creators and they go, oh, finally, you know? Yeah, we like Hasan, but he was really threatening our bag because of his existence. And that's the goal. For a lot of these guys, they can't actually make me into a toxic figure amongst my friends. So they try to bring me down to their level. These are people that none of these guys want to collaborate with. None of these guys want to be around. But as long as they can associate themselves forcibly with someone like myself and make it everybody else's problem by routinely attacking my friends for even collaborating with me, for example, then they can successfully turn me into a toxic pariah figure. That's the whole point of the LSF brigading, for example. They can't do it, so they try everything they possibly can. In the process, if they were to be successful and get me deplatformed, then people are like, all right, finally, they'll move on to someone else. If they fail and get bored, eventually they'll move on to someone else. Ultimately, for a lot of the content creators that are in the periphery, quietly watching the events that are unfolding, their hope is that it just inevitably goes away. I think what they fail to recognize, that the lack of counter messaging from progressive voices on this platform, out of understandable fear that they might be harassed endlessly by some of these rabid monsters, has created an environment where the most loud voices you hear are the likes of Asmongold. And there's only one person who is actively in the top, regularly duking it out with these people, and that person is ritualistically humiliated with ridiculous smears over and over again and turned into a toxic pariah. What do you think happens at that point? If the only voices of political discourse is far-right voices, and the only major voice of progressive politics is a guy that those far-right voices are explicitly attacking with regular frequency, from the audience's perspective, they don't actually understand where that silence comes from these other content creators. They don't see the way the sausage gets made. They don't know that this is out of real fear of harassment that they do not want to invoke. So they think, oh, everybody's right-wing. This is cool. Reading an AI script? Yes. I'm reading an AI script. And not just like communicating my day-to-day experience. But it's all good, baby. I'm a stubborn motherfucker, and I'm not going to stop. That's it. Because unlike a lot of these guys, I'm not fueled by pure spite and resentment and a narcissistic desire to want to fucking undermine people who have made them feel stupid at some point. The reason why I'm stubborn is because I do believe something. I believe exactly what I communicate to you. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't do this. There are much easier ways to make a far larger buck online, even in the realm of political commentary. If this was a pure grift, then I just joined the wave of content creators that are doing unlimited right-wing propaganda right now because they're at the mercy of political. They're at the mercy of political memes, and they just basically latch on to whatever motion any sort of politics has, whether it be Andrew Tate taking off like a rocket ship and designing your worldview around whatever the fuck he's saying, or whether it's Donald Trump winning the election. And you didn't even need that? You had mainstream media offer where you could be progressive despite obviously being leashed? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. J-Reg went on Atriok's stream and talked about the political compass, lumped you as only talking about Israel-Palestine for drama. Yeah, I think he has a intellectual disability if he genuinely thinks that I only talk about Israel-Palestine for drama. But I doubt he's that stupid. I think he's actually, he's had some funny moments on that issue at least. So I don't know if he's like that. J-Reg is a deep fried politics, like political compass guy. Yeah. Okay, that reminds me. Actually, you know what? That reminds me of a funny thing that I saw. Remember when I was showing you like the top 10 tweets or whatever the fuck? Or the top posts from live stream fails? I have to show you one of the funniest comments I've ever read. Okay? There was someone that there was a comment that I saw that actually one-shotted me, and it was like, Hasan has no tweets and has never talked about Palestine before October 7. Like, let me see if I can find it. Is awesome because you can say whatever the fuck you want about me over there, and everyone will be like, that's right. Yeah, over 7 years ago, Hasan posted this as one of the first videos on his YouTube channel before he even started streaming full time. Since then, nothing has changed. It never began on October 7th. I read a comment that hundreds of upvotes claiming your mom and dad are billionaires. Yeah, I know. Bro, people just lying. Exactly. But because there are enough people who want that kind of lie to be real, they'll just go along with it. Do you have an intellectual disability for leaking nudes as a 35-year-old dude in front of youngins to act cool? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not even 35 right now. I'm 34. Are you talking about something that might happen in the future? Or are you or do you think I'm Destiny or something who is 36? Youngins? Are you precogging? What the fuck? They're talking about E's next video. What? Do not leak the future nudes, bruh. Their new piece de resistance against you is that you showed unsolicited news you received on social media to other people. Yeah, amazing. Ethan is claiming you intentionally show your phone to your friends and it's just full of nudes. That's cool. Yeah, that's not true. I don't know what else to say about it. You can leak me a few news is fine. Okay, don't even joke about it, chatter. Come on. No jokes. Yeah, that was I think that was Destiny's audience trying to actively come up with a retort when everyone was going, "Oh, dude, you're gross. You distributed revenge porn." And I think in their endless like fuck Hasan route, they thought the best possible way to get out of this is just to say, oh, Hasan does that too. But because they couldn't find something like that, because I have not done something like that, they had to basically turn around and be like, well, here in this Cosmo article that very clearly defines that in the process of showing, which, by the way, before I was even a Twitch streamer, when I was at the Young Turks, in the process of in the process of like showing the journalists on Cosmopolitan magazine, fans that were sending me merchandise, like what their merch photos, there was nudes, unsolicited nudes that I was the recipient of. It's okay. It happens. It's just not even remotely within the same realm of filming people both consensually and unconsensually in the process of having sex and then sending all of that footage to other people without the consent of the parties involved. How will all this end? Will they eventually become so irrelevant that we collectively move on? Ethan's community has a Gone Wild sub for sharing their news law. Wait, what? What? They have like 5 or 6 clips of your friends accidentally seeing stuff on your phone which they're assuming to be nudes, including Cutie on a Fear End episode. Without context, that could be anything. That could be a weird text message that, unless they're going, wow, I just saw a nude of a random person on your phone. How the fuck are they interpreting that as? How the fuck are they interpreting that as like me showing people my the news that I've gotten or something? Wasn't Ethan's whole shtick showing a prolapsed anus to people without their consent? Yes, he did do that quite a bit. It's a big bit on a show. And I believe he even did that at one of his live shows where they were not checking IDs. So he might have actually shown a prolapsed anus to minors, as a matter of fact. But of course, that's different. It's not. Noah shows Ethan talking about you showing nudes in this vid. What is this? Israel
This is
slop
just a short
tuber
clip
army?
covering something that happened.
What is in this video? At what time code? Isn't this just like our stream? I'm telling you, dude, he's going to release a video on your sex life and he's going to frame it to make you look bad. If anybody watches a video from a 40-year-old man who has spent the last year actively stalking me, whose obsession, whose psychosexual obsession, his pathological obsession was so clear and present that it was basically calcified in a GQ article by a random journalist who brought it up himself, is going to watch a YouTube video like that and go, yeah, he's not the weirdo. The guy who is actively trying to frame as a bad guy is the real weirdo here. That's on them. Starting a podcast with Ethan was your biggest L? 100%. That is true. Major mistake. If you were to have asked me like a year and a half ago, I would not have said that. I would have said, you know, it's the friends we make along the way that matter. But oh my God, it's not just like a cancerous. It's not just like a cancerous entity on my life, but also on the lives of others who are not even like completely associated with me. You know, like there is very little association that I have with like Denims. You know, we've collaborated like one time. Brogan obviously is a different story. She was my mod. She's a content creator, like on her own, but still. But like Casey Tron, for example, again, so ridiculous. What is this? Foul moi. Ethan Klein reads an article saying he has a psychosexual obsession with Hasan Piker. Ethan vehemently denies these claims. Then just 1 hour later, he accidentally leaks a multiple-page Google Doc all about Hasan's sex life while live on his podcast. What the fuck? Can't make this shit up, man. It's almost cartoonishly stupid. This is one of the funniest cell phones Ethan Klein has ever had. He's like, I'll show everybody. I'm not obsessed. I think part of the animosity you receive from Ethan is to show other people in his life what he'll do to them if they turn their back on him. Oh, for sure. Click on the video. I'm not going to watch the video. I don't care. I do think that he has made his own life miserable for no real reason. Like, he didn't have to behave like this. And he, at any point, can still stop doing this, but I don't think he will. One of Ethan's links was about you and Austin arguing who was the more selfish top. This man proved his own obsession. Wait, what?
Selfish or selfless? Guys, don't listen to them. Women have driven hundreds of miles to have sex with him. And did you hear him talk on the test yesterday? He's had webcam sex, and he doesn't even turn his camera on. Are you kidding me?
That doesn't mean selfish top behavior. It's because I need to protect my. I want to protect my identity, and I would of course never. But because I'm not, because I'm selfless. They know I would never in a million years like screenshot their nudes or anything like that. So they trust me.
Oh.
So it's just mostly stuff like this, just like shit that's like very clearly a joke. That is, there's only one fucking method, man. There's only one method. Is literally take anything that a person is saying in jest as a joke to their fucking friends with the utmost sincerity and act like this is a political advocacy that I'm engaging in. You know what I mean? This is like, that's psychotic. I met a D fan in real life again. I pretended not to know who he was and Googled his name then and was like, bro did revenge porn in the hope that he would be embarrassed since we were in public. Instead, he doubled down and said that D had done nothing illegal. What happened to shame? I mean, if someone is like openly admitting that they're a Destiny fan with the knowledge of that stuff too, then yeah, they're fucking shameless. He also brings up the brothel when you have explained it to him. No, it's really funny. It's really funny because it's not... the brothel thing is not even just me explaining it to him. The brothel thing is literally him reading the article where the brothel successfully sued the government for lying about without actually doing a proper raid and a proper investigation. He debunked that himself. That's what's so crazy. So he's just like putting things in there.
Cheat on their wives because they're not.
It's
pretty.
not about. It's usually not about like looks or
Himself is
whatnot.
like fucking actively argued against. Ethan Klein is smearing Hasan again. He says the brothel was rated for human trafficking. On 2021 on Leftovers, he debunked the claim himself. Look.
I must have missed something. No, you didn't miss anything. I was talking about Hasan Piker going to have sex with a prostitute at a brothel. You know what I want for my birthday? A prostitute? For us to enjoy the ice cream.
And I believe the brothel is now suing the city of Berlin for damages too. On top of that,
I actually have an excerpt here. It says, "The Berlin authorities raided Artemis in a human trafficking investigation. Some people on let's see here. Basically, what they do is, I guess the authorities do routine investigations. They drop in."
I mean this with no hate, but didn't you say you were going to cover him in this drama again a while ago? No, you're right. Absolutely. It's just the dynamic has shifted a little bit, don't you think? Considering that apparently he is like actively slandering me and also is once again trying to trigger an adpocalypse on Twitch by lying about my positions. Hopefully it won't work. It didn't the last time. But the reason why I'm covering this is because we started off talking about who has been funding Ethan Klein's podcast and what the reasons as to why he's engaging in this kind of smear operation. They're stalking my family. This is just another part of the multifaceted, multi-pronged approach.
Just to see if there's any like human trafficking there. They didn't find any human trafficking there.
Yeah, but he's implying that there was.
Right, because what they actually did arrest people for, as you said, was tax fraud and withholding Social Security contributions. So there was no arrests about human trafficking, in fact, and it's routine. And anyway, it was the people arrested were related to tax fraud.
Yeah, I mean the fucking brothel is still in operation. Yeah, it's not like. You know what I mean?
Total bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? Why would he do that?
Well,
yeah. Why would anybody fucking smear someone like that? Especially when they're, you know, on a YouTube video directly reading out. You can find a clip like this for every issue. October 7 really broke his brain. I know. It really did. It really fucking did. And you can tell it's genuine because I saw this. Ethan Klein changes the title on his H3 podcast for the third time as the episode struggles to pass 200K views. Hasan Piker put my family in danger. I need your help. The title references Hasan citing violence against Israeli soldiers in the West Bank is legal under international law. The H3 podcast has lost over 280,000 subscribers and 75% of its monthly viewership over the past 2 years. The show is now testing uploading pre-recorded episodes as the revenue has fallen. So like he's doing this because it's not even like a financial imperative. Like there is a real reason why he's doing this shit. Okay? He is like upset. He is genuinely obsessed. So much so that he will fuck up and light on fire what remains of his businesses, whether it be Teddy Fresh, whether it be the H3 Productions podcast, whether it be the good reputation that he had built over years and years of being one of like the OG YouTubers. It's clear he's willing to destroy everything that he's built over the past 2 decades for himself in an effort to like take me out with it, which is so crazy. And I don't know where this goes. I just don't know where this goes. I don't know where this goes for him. I don't get it. What I also don't get is like how there are still remaining like supposedly progressive fans who just like, I guess, turn a blind eye and tune out this shit, or have like totally believed everything that he's saying. And legitimately think I'm like the primary villain. But yeah, it's a narcissistic smear campaign. Like Ethan, I also have a psychosexual obsession with Hasan Piker. Anyway, here's Nick Fuentes giving advice to Destiny's son Nathan.
Money problem sent $15. The generational run you're on red pill. Destiny's son lol.
I don't know. I don't want to get mixed up in that, because you know what happens when you got kids is when you're 14 years old, okay, people got to lay off this guy. He's 14 years old. You know, people are on his Twitter.
He's giving fatherly advice to Destiny's Child now. Too long, don't watch. He doesn't want to get involved. I'm not going to go through it. You're right. That's fucking ridiculous. The amount of fucking clout that Nick Fuentes has been able to garner by basically presenting him as like the #1 fuck Israel guy is also insane. Well, his dad did suck his dick. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know if... Did you see that the kid got banned on Twitter for having a list that you were on? Yes, I saw. I feel really bad for him, dude. You didn't talk about Platner Dog? Yes, I did. It's the first thing I talked about. I feel very, very, very bad about that situation. That's all I'm gonna say. It's so sad that he just has a real piece of shit for a father, and I think it's just like broken. How do 30K people watch such a cooked R-tard? Thanks, man. Yeah, the world is already hard enough before, you know, we arrive at like having a fucking absent dad who's like too busy, who's too fucking busy running around trying to fuck like Nazi e-girls, Nazi e-boys. who has spent most of his interactions with his family in a Discord server. Like, no child should be in a Discord server, especially not Destiny's Discord server. That was, I mean, this dude was like doomed from the start. Dad leaving him behind to go fuck girls all around the world. Textbook edgelord to incel pipeline. Yeah. Have you seen the nuanced PCM test? Libs are freaking out after getting matched with you. No. Okay, link that to me. That's very funny. Liberals finding out that they actually are closer to my worldview and therefore perhaps maybe more radical than they think they are. But because they've been positioned into thinking I'm the great evil, that is incredible. I need to see this shit. What the fuck is that? Send it to me, chatter. She's trying to gaslight us now. What is this? Hila Klein really trying to rewrite history. She literally said in her own words that she volunteered for a raid. Now she's a poor, innocent secretary. Give me a break. Yeah, I don't fucking understand that. Like, I guess there's the I guess the one positive side of this is that they're like at least embarrassed now. They're embarrassed of what she formerly did and openly talked about.
Always spoken against settlements before this motherfucker even knew what that was.
She's talking about me?
Okay? I've always been against it. So shut the fuck up, Hasan, and go learn something before you talk about other people's business.
He's not into learning.
The other...
Bro, I don't understand. Like, what kind of entertainment value could this have for motherfuckers? You know what I mean? Unless they're like watching it to just like laugh at it. I don't know. Like, what? It's just like two people nervously talking about how much they fucking hate me. And then how Israel is the most misunderstood nation on the planet. I feel like that's all they do. How is there any sort of entertainment value you could derive out of this? Unless you're like a real freak and you're like, I just desperately crave the exact same fuck Hasan content. But this time being nervously reiterated with a little bit of chat GPT botted talking points along with it. You know, this is
thing that I wanted.
This is just a beacon of mental health here.
To say is that now when people say, oh, she just did mandatory service, he's like, oh no, it was way more than mandatory. She volunteered to go into raids.
Participated in this raid.
No, it was just mandatory service.
Yeah, you are
okay, but she did participate in a raid.
Secretary, and you went on a ride along.
And I was a secretary. Don't rewrite history. I'm not going to sit by and let people rewrite what I did and what is my life. It was mandatory service, and I was a secretary. 20 years ago. Now I'm an American citizen. You got a problem?
I don't. I don't
know.
know.
Once you went on like a mission with them
to
like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah,
it's a terrorist city. He's talking about Ramallah, by the way.
So my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade.
Like, why would I know any of this? I didn't know any of this when I actually I didn't know any of this when I actually did the podcast. I didn't even think that they were pro-Israel.
They would go every night on a raid
Right.
in Armada to arrest terrorists. And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
It's funny because it's like, even if she had participated in this and then like joined breaking the silence, like I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. You know what I mean? My automatic expectation isn't that someone who has done something like this, because it is mandatory service, to reflect on it and then think it's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you think like after participating in it, you'd be appalled. Also, I don't know how they're trying to fucking rewrite this part of the story, because Ethan himself admitted in our quote unquote debate that this took place. He went as far as even calling her a terrorist in order to maintain some kind of moral consistency, just so he could call a random 19-year-old in Yemen a terrorist over and over again. They claim he was being sarcastic. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, she did a raid, an illegal raid in the West Bank, because she was bored. It's becoming more and more obvious that in your debate with Ethan, he capitulated instantly on stuff like that to avoid talking about it with you. Yeah, I think so too. He was like, what now? Immediately to like move away from a major point of contention to make it seem like that's not the real reason why there is this like back and forth that's taking place. Yeah, also, yeah, the fact that no one knows the answer to this question is really where this discussion begins and ends. With what we now know, the raid could have been legal or illegal. Anyone trying to argue one way or another without more information is a charlatan. There is no such thing as a legal raid in the illegally occupied West Bank. What do you mean? This guy is supposed to be one of the smarter minds of the pro-Israel side, by the way. They're so fucking cooked. What is this? This is the test I saw people freaking out about on the D subreddit. I saw them freaking out on the Destiny subreddit and neoliberal, but I can't find it right now. I only found this tweet, but it has like barely any likes. Oh, you're a liberal? Then try to get a liberal commentator in this test. I got Hasan Lamau. Like that person, most likely, progressive political commentator advocating for social justice, government intervention in the economy, and addressing inequality aligns well with the user's left-leaning economic and progressive social views. Like that person most likely doesn't realize that they are probably a lot closer to my worldview than they think. Like, that's it. It makes a lot more sense that you got motherfuckers in that community that are like getting Dave Rubin on the test, right? That's what's so funny about this. Like, these guys will do this like political compass test and get frustrated that like they're closely aligned with my worldview, but in their minds it's like there's a higher order of priority, which is fuck Hasan. Hasan is always wrong. So clearly something must be broken. At no point does that person ever further entertain this, and instead entertains the delusion further. There's no questioning like what they have thought There's no questioning about what they've thought about me and whether or not they were wrong, you know, whether or not they were just like actively well poisoned. Before I watched you, I for some reason thought you were a rad lib. Yep. That's why I always tell people, like, the greatest antidote to all the fucking smears. The greatest antidote to all those smears is just be like, dude, just watch one of his videos or just watch his stream, and you will very quickly arrive at who he is and what he believes. But yeah, them disliking me is a load-bearing structure in their entire worldview, because their entire worldview and their entire politics is designed around the opinions of one madman, and that one madman has basically made hating me his only consistent ideological position. So for those guys, they literally can't even comprehend that, like, they might just have been wrong and duped. Here's an example of a Reddit post. Me taking the new nuanced PCM test, satisfied with my results as a sock dem. It's all these guys who like think, it's all these dudes who will refuse to watch. All these dudes who refuse to watch, but like only have seen me through the most negative lens possible, thinking like this is so fucked up. That's it. The notion that anyone would be surprised by a political analysis test of their views is like as a game or something. Yeah. Also, this probably doesn't show the nuance of my worldview anyway. A second leaked DM has hit the timeline. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. The test is run by AI, by the way. It says on the website. The hate HasanAbi industrial complex is hiding a pedophile cult. It's true. It's true. Anyway, let's get back to this. Pro-Palestinian protesters interrupt Representative Wesley Bell's town hall.
Within the past 2 hours, a contentious town hall debate wrapped up with Congressman Wesley Bell in downtown St. Louis. A group of demonstrators.
They hate me, so they're pedos? Wait, no. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're pedos. Them hating me has nothing to do with them being pedophiles. It's just weird that like a lot of people who hate me do turn out to be active pedophiles. But I'm not saying that about them for this reason. I'm saying that because they were soliciting CSAM from a minor, allegedly, and have actively defended hooking up with or talking about how hot 15-year-olds are, for example. I think if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's soliciting in DMs from minors, CSAM, like a duck. It's probably not a chicken, you know? That's it. It's like the classic, oh, you call everybody a Nazi. Meanwhile, I'm talking about like Adolf Hitler. Oh, dude, classic. Is there a person you don't think is a Nazi? It's like, well, this guy definitely is, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do about a dude who's like routinely talked about how he thinks 15-year-olds are fucking hot? What am I supposed to do with this information? It's not my fault. So many of my most active haters are just visibly insane, and many of them happen to be sex criminals as well. Yeah. It is also weird how yeah, exactly. I call all my enemies Nazis, is what a lot of Nazis say, to undermine when I call them Nazis. But then, of course, I'm always Hamas and anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semitic Hamas terrorist and an Epstein affiliate. I always go back to this banger meme about your haters. Oh, yeah. Every year, this meme has to be updated because more and more people, more and more of Hasan Piker's enemies are outed as predators or their collaborators. How is this my fault? Anyway, that's why the judge me by my enemies makes the rounds with regular frequency, it seems. Because of what the fuck they're doing.
Demonstrator showing up, challenging Bell on his stance on the conflict in the Middle East.
5 on your side's Brent Solomon is just back from that heated exchange where at times Bell could barely get a word in. Brent?
Yeah, liken it to a classroom of rowdy students where a teacher is trying to take command and get the students to listen. Half of the room coming out to genuinely hear what the congressman had to say. The other side pushing back, yelling, and at times even standing and turning their back.
Get out, ma'am. Got to go. Security in the white.
So why not? Let's talk about it. So let's talk about it then. Can we talk? Can we talk? Can we talk? You can't.
Congressman Wesley Bell in his second town hall after winning his seat in the U.S. House. He came to talk about a variety of issues, his work getting FEMA assistance for tornado survivors, gun violence claiming lives in the city. But for most of the conversation, a crowd of demonstrators that assembled both inside and outside interjected, questioning his support from pro-Israel interest group AIPAC and what they refer to as genocide in Gaza.
When it comes to the word genocide, I kind of disagree with it because the bottom line is, can I finish? Can I finish? Israel was.
By the way, these people, like, maybe she's wearing a keffiyeh, she's got the mask on and stuff, like, but a bunch of those people are not like, a bunch of those people are not like fucking there specifically to protest you. You know what I mean? I'm willing to entertain the notion that like she might be there specifically to, as a constituent, specifically to address this issue. But like there are so many people booing in that fucking room that were there to talk about a pothole or some shit. Okay. Or that were there to be like, why don't you fight back against the fucking, why don't you fight back against the government? Why don't you fight back against Trump? It's locals. Those are your fucking constituents. You have to keep this shit up, by the way, especially after what Rashida Tlaib told me. 100,000,000%. This is the most effective way. These motherfuckers literally are worried that there are going to be people doing this, but for pro-Israel purposes at their town halls. And that's precisely the reason why they ahead of time will, you know, engage in this like pro-Israel sentiment out of fears that like their donors are going to pull out or some shit. I'm telling you, dude.
Attacked by an openly genocidal terrorist group. Like, how do you get around that? We need to surge aid to make sure that people get fed in Gaza.
What is this? Bro is a sponge for AIPAC. What? Oh, it's because it's from that. It's literally all from the primary, bro. That's what's so crazy. It's just, that is just one primary, bro. That was the money spent to defeat Cori Bush. At first I was like, what the fuck? How did he fucking clock that much money? God damn. And then I'm reminded it's because that money was spent by AIPAC and pro-Israel affiliate groups specifically to unseat Cori Bush, who was actively calling out Israel's genocide at the time. As opposed to my goat, Connor Eats Pants, live streamer and host of the famous internet talk show Fortnite Friday, $0.00 received from AIPAC.
Need to end the war. We need to return every single hostages, and Hamas has to go.
At the end of that town hall, I got an opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, like all these people are not, these people are your constituents, big dog. Yeah, you got to face them.
With the congressman.
Did this go as
12 million to ride Israel silly style? Oh, he's doing tricks on it, blowing bubbles on it. It's crazy. It was 90% locals asking about tornado relief and genocide, bro. I was outside this shit. Yup. He's out there literally doing unlimited gymnastics on it, okay? On the Israeli penis.
you expected?
It actually did. And actually,
you did expect it. He was like, well, I had to show my tongue game, okay? See, now I saw this in a video. I was blowing bubbles. Gargling on it, sexual style. Oh my God.
I thought it would be a little even more contentious, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot of people that are passionate about their issues, and we're seeing this around the country. So,
God, I fucking hate this lip speak, dude. It's like, oh, it's just a very passionate issue. And I did, of course, win this primary specifically because I was blowing bubbles on Israeli dick. Okay? Israeli penis. That's why I won it. They gave me 12 mil. They dumped 12 mil into my race.
it's not just here.
I learned if you put your thumb inside of your hand and make a fist, you can gag on it without gag reflex kicking in. That's what I got for $12 million from the Israel lobby. You want me to show you?
Despite the uproar and chanting from the crowd, we have seen politicians call it quits and wrap up early. Bell stayed for that hour-and-a-half conversation. We spoke about a few other topics, including his former opponent, Cori Bush. You can watch that unedited conversation on KSDK.com right after this newscast.
Read the top comment about what happened. It was so much worse than they're showing. I would say about a good 40% of the audience booed almost the entire time, and it ended 30 minutes early. People and police got into scuffles as well. Not sure if Bell knew what he was getting himself into. Clown Hall. I was there. The event started with the moderator at the end of her lengthy self-congratulatory introduction, pointing at a woman and demanding security to remove her before pointing to another and doing the same. She was trying to make an example out of them and was clearly getting off on the proximity to power. We surrounded them and didn't let security take them, and I don't believe anyone was successfully removed during the town hall. It ended with Wesley Bell encouraging everyone to stay so we could talk more and answer questions. Didn't think it would happen, but wanted to hold him accountable, so many of us stayed. About 5 minutes after, he walked off stage and immediately into the back to speak with the media, meaning media cameras all left the space. Cops went from 0 to 100. No warning, no request to leave. In fact, our congressperson told us to stay. But they started shoving people, shaking them, throwing them into the ground and into folding chairs. A city council person was grabbed by their hair and thrown. I was personally shoved into a wall. And when I moved my arm and stopped bracing myself because I was choking someone else, a giant out-of-uniform cop basically picked me up and threw me onto the chairs on the ground. When they weren't actively being violent, they were threatening more violence. Make no mistake, Wesley Bell made that fucking call. He has nothing but contempt for you. I hate this goddamn party, man. Fuck. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. For example, the boos when Hamas called Hamas genocidal were a lot louder than shown in the local news clip.
Israel was attacked by an openly genocidal terrorist group.
Hey guys, by the way, make no mistake, this is in fucking Missouri, okay? Understand, like, oh my God. You walk up to a random person on the streets nowadays, you ask them, what do you think about Israel? They're going to say, fuck Israel, okay? That's it. That's it. And I say this as someone who was probably in the most pro-Israel place in the United States of America, okay? There's like 2 other places that are as pro-Israel. as ultra Zionist as like the area that I'm in, okay? West Hollywood. You got like Boca Raton and like maybe one segment of New York. And it's like, it's so fuck Israel o'clock that, you know, the people that are refusing to recognize that are so delusional, dude. And to add insult to injury, these motherfuckers present a hurdle for us to get health care. Okay? They don't want you to get free health care. Meanwhile, Israel has free health care, bro. What the fuck? They can spend all that money on free health care because we got their defense and offense covered. You can't keep running around and going, but Hamas around this country, man. It's fuck Israel o'clock. Nobody gives a fuck anymore about but Hamas are terrorists. YouGov poll shows the majority of Americans not believe that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinians, particularly young and Democrats. I suspect views of Israel are going to keep deteriorating after the conflict rather than bouncing back to positive. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying this. Okay? Also, this one doesn't make sense. 93% strongly or somewhat oppose sympathies in the Israel-Palestinian conflict. 72% oppose the Israelis. What is happening here? What happened here? There's just, most Americans are like, what is the average American position that like they hate Jews and they hate Muslims? Is that what it is? But they hate Muslims more? Is that how they analyze the situation? It's just like, Jews and Muslims fighting each other. Come on, get me out of this shit. Okay, well, we're not funding Palestinians. We're funding Israel, okay? God, Americans are fucking so stupid. I always think like, hopefully there's something salvageable there. Unironically, that's how a lot of normies see it. Unironically, yes, they recognize Israel's in the wrong and hate Israel more, but also hate Muslims, so they don't hate Israel as much. I guess that's what it is. It's all good. Keep pushing. Keep making noise, okay? I just went to my Dem congressman's town hall, and holy moly, the echo chamber, we are so cooked. I went to Dem Congressman Medicare Town Hall, and let me just say we're so incredibly cooked. My rep, Gil Cisneros of CA31, is so incredibly useless in the info he gave tonight. His staff, of course, didn't give him my questions on the 90% approval rating of congressional Dems, which is shocking, but they read him an audience question on how the so-called big, beautiful bill was an impact on VA benefits. The congressman just stuttered his way through, looking at the clock in the back of the auditorium in order to hit the 1 hour mark. He also gave the dumbest answer to someone who asked what the Dems are going to do to mitigate the worst impacts of the BBB. Again, just stuttering to run out the clock. He sounded like he was giving a presentation for a book he didn't read. Then he just said the generic, nothing we can do except elect more Dems, I guess. I also found it gross how he purposely went out of his way to take as few questions as possible by having a super old guy he brought it ramble on in his place. Sorry for the long answer. I just wanted to confirm what Rashida Tlaib said to Hasan. These guys are not fighting at all. And that's that. He purposely did this at a senior center on a work day. Also, this was Wesley Bell less than 2 weeks ago. Instead of being in St. Louis meeting with Isaac Herzog. Oh, yeah, Wesley Bell was on the fucking freshman Democrat AIPAC trip. Oh, God, what a fucking gross little monstrous piece of shit he is. God, I have so much hate in my heart for these fucking scumbags, dude. Oh, my God. Nazis, all of them. So unimaginably stupid. Dude, I don't know where the fuck we go from here, dude. They're just straight up throwing it back. More Americans oppose and support Israel taking military control of all of Gaza. I sent a letter to my damn congressman, and he sent back a copy-paste email about how much he loves Israel and how protesters in America are supported by Hamas, and he wants them to be arrested, i.e. me. "28% of Americans strongly or someone support Israel taking military control over Gaza, while 42% oppose it. 52% of Republicans support Israel taking over Gaza." Reuters Ipsos poll found that 58% of Americans support recognizing Palestine, only 28% oppose. 59% describe Israel's response in Gaza is excessive, a 6 points increase from the last poll. It's not enough. We got to get those numbers up. It's up to you and me and everyone else around us to get those numbers up. I'm telling you right now, if you think you hate Israel, you don't hate Israel enough, okay? It's fuck Israel o'clock. Some people are having a hard time reading that watch, okay? That's it. We can do better. We can do better. In January 2024, by the time of the ICJ's first order for prime ministers or for PMs, it was extremely controversial to say Israel was committing genocide. At this point, it's controversial to say it isn't. Share of Americans who say Israel is not committing genocide against Palestinian civilians is 28%. Okay? Like April 2024, it was already the plurality. The yes had overtaken. What happened here? What the fuck was this? Did they do like a mass blast of Remember October 7 shit in October 2024? Is that why? When they were like, oh, wait, maybe it's not a genocide or something. Election polling? Yeah, maybe. Also, peak of Kamala Lib momentum? I don't know. In any case, I'm going to keep repeating it again and again. Is fuck Israel o'clock.
He was not going to
Anyway, I got to pee while we watch this beautiful sight.
But we cannot disrupt the purpose of the town hall. There are people that want to have their questions read. It is not fair that those individuals that actually have submitted questions here, who really have concerns, not saying your concerns are not important. What I'm saying is, let's do this the democratic way, the democracy way.
So there are a lot of complicated issues in this situation. Feeding children is not one of them. That's a very simple thing to do, is to make certain that we are flooding the zone, surging humanitarian aid. Come on, let me finish. Let me finish the answer. Do you want me to print out an answer so you can just read it? So what we need to do, stop talking. We're trying to answer the question. Okay. Now,
after months of physical violence and humiliation on the Le Local group's Kick channel, 298 hours into a live stream, one of the group's other members reached for a bottle to throw at Jean Pormanov to wake him up. But the 46-year-old streamer had died in his sleep. His autopsy, scheduled for Thursday, will look to establish whether his co-streamers bear responsibility. Authorities have come under fire for failure to prevent the months of violence in plain sight.
The death of Jean Pormanov and the violence he was subjected to are absolutely horrific. My condolences are with his family and his friends. Jean Pormanov was humiliated and mistreated for months during live streams on the platform Kick.
The group consisted of Pormanov, a former soldier, Kudu, who has disabilities, and the two ringleaders, Naruto and Safin. The latter two came under investigation after website Mediapart shone a light on the channel last December. They were briefly taken into custody in January, but after both Pormanov and Kudu refused to undergo medical or psychiatric.
This video shows some wild shit. Oh, did they show like some of the torture or something? What the fuck, Kick in France? Dude, this is man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Like, this is the final stage of this kind of content if left unchecked. Okay? That's it. Kick was joking about him a year ago. Kick joking about Jen Pormanove, a man who was tortured to death on their live stream. Deadpool avec un hoodie Kick. John Pormanove was tortured over the course of 2 years by two streamers on Kick. They found a small stream and took him into their home. He was disabled, vulnerable, and living with his parents. They hit him, strangled him, and treated him like a punching bag every day of his life. They paid him 6,000 euros a month, even though they make 2,000 euros every hour they streamed. They financially manipulated him and threatened to get him thrown out of the streets if he left. At one point, he said that he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. This was reported about in French media in early 2025, but nothing happened. They decided to do a 10-day live stream specifically to torture him. He died in his sleep 2 days ago. This is the TLDR, but I'll put the full thread down below. It's horrible. Don't look up the videos. They're horrifying. The worst part about the joke is that he looks like that because of the torture they allowed on their platform. Never use Kick. I'm French. The minister had been warned about that man's situation long ago, but said it's not a priority. I mean, this is not Black Mirror shit, chat. It's happening in real time. How many times have we covered, like, pedophiles on Kick are unironically distributing CSAM? They are procuring and distributing CSAM, serializing this content. Like, we know this already. It is fucking insane. It's not Black Mirror. It's real life, okay? And there's not really anything you can do about it. There's just they have unlimited money and very little interest. Many kids here in France are defending his friends. That's crazy. I think the real issue here is, like, because they have unlimited money, no one wants to regulate these guys, and it's up to them to self-regulate, and they seemingly are not invested in the self-regulation because they have an endless bag. Bro, they've literally got Mr. Beast. A week before this happened, Mr. Beast openly signed on to the platform. Now you got fucking Ethan Klein, who is trying to sign on to Kick. There are always going to be people out there who don't give a fuck. Like, Mr. Beast is a Walmart figure, man. He's got fucking... He's in Walmart. Like, and he's on this platform. Very clearly, it doesn't matter. These guys want to normalize Kick, and they get unlimited bags to do so. I don't know. I just, like, this is yet another instance of right but too early, in my opinion, where it's going to turn into a situation where, you know, all of the fucking animosity that that myself and many others who have been actively calling this shit out for a long time is just only getting fucking animosity from a lot of people who like that their favorite content creator is there and want to defend it regardless of the consequences. There's nothing you could do. Kick proposed these torture guys $5 million per year to do online gambling. They refused for some reason. Torture is fine, but they drew the line at gambling. I don't think Kick loves this shit personally either, for the record. They don't like that this is the only thing that their platform is known for. They want to use the platform as like a casino. And that's the entertainment component that's bringing in people into the casino. You don't want your casino online to be known as the casino where people are getting tortured to death for entertainment purposes. Okay? And look at the fucking psychos, dude. Twitch has a dark history too. Brother, Twitch, YouTube, these are mass platforms, okay? Owned by major conglomerates. And they've been around for decades. There have been mass shootings that have taken place on Twitch. Like someone has live streamed it. These guys immediately clamp on it. They have an entire moderation team dedicated in real time to fucking handle stuff like this. Okay? As opposed to a dude who did a 10-day snuff film, like a bunch of content creators on the platform who did a 10-day snuff film that ended up with the dude that they were torturing dying. Like, this is endless cope to be like, oh, Twitch does this too, or YouTube does this too. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking sit here and act like there isn't fuck shit on this platform too. Certainly there is. But at least like this platform and all the other platforms like try to actively mitigate the harm. Whereas Kick very clearly does not implement this harm mitigation at all. They do not give a fuck about moderation. Years ago, when Kick was first starting out, I said, great, competition is not a bad thing. And I told straight up to Train, to his face, if you don't actively pursue moderation on this platform that you are an advisor of, it is going to turn into open season, a shithole filled to the brim with pedophile Nazis. And that's precisely what happened. Lo and behold, that is exactly what happened. Of course, Train and all the Kick enjoyers and all the content creators that went there never let me fucking forget, never let me forget that warning. I did. I warned him. I directly warned him straight to his fucking face. I said, listen, this is what's going to happen. I know this shit. I know what happens when there's no moderation. Kick and new Twitter has basically busted the brains of so many young kids that get a lot of content from that side. I'm sure someone has the clip of me saying straight to Train's face, like, this is going to be fucked up. And in this day and age, clearly, there's increasingly less interest in moderation, and people basically just like wear it on their fucking sleeves. This kind of like horrifying nonsense. Like people are literally vice signaling. How do you recognize that you are part of the problem? How do I recognize that I'm part of the problem? You think I'm part of the... Explain to me what you mean by this. At most, you can say like, I saw the warning signs ahead of time about crypto casino gambling on the platform and wanted changes to be made. And then Twitch banned stake.com. So then Stake went back to Twitch and went to AWS and got their own website called Kick. I'm not saying you're the problem, but we all are. Okay, what is this fucking vague generalization? What do you mean we're all the problem? The fuck? You don't multi-stream on Kick? No, fuck no. Oh. You not hearing him. Yeah, he's spitting. Here's the clip of you talking about Kick Train, and it's a literal fucking poop sock. Take an hour off. Or day off, not an hour. Aiden, Ross, and Drake are currently doing PR for Kick after this, funding Jean's burial or some shit is wild. Yeah. And it for a lot of dummies, I think, for a lot of dummies, that's enough. You know, they will take that and be like, what do you mean? They're trying their best. The moderation comment, I think.
Totally, dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
I've said it before. I've said it in different versions as well. Like, this isn't exactly what I was thinking of, but this is one of the moments where I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you need moderation. Also, both of these guys are now on Kick. I said it in Japan too. Update. Naruto's lawyer says the shocking videos are just stagings with Jean Pormanove denying his client is a torturer. He calls them best friends, blames cyberbullying campaign, and plans legal action. Reminder, Naruto and Safine were already investigated by the police in Nice last January. Trigger warning, violence. A shocking story out of France as an actual Black Mirror episode come to life. Streamer Jean Pormanove, real name Raphael Graven, died last night live on Kick. For years, his so-called friends humiliated him on camera with beatings, bullying, insults, all for donations. On Monday night, after 10 days of nonstop streaming, I'm not going to show you the footage. I don't know what they will actually show. On Monday night, after 10 days of nonstop streaming, 46-year-old Jean fell asleep on camera and never woke up. Viewers watched as his body was shaken by his companions, who only realized minutes later he was gone. A live video now widely shared reportedly shows him inanimate under a duvet with two men nearby, one tossing a small plastic water bottle at him. Those 10 days weren't just harmless gaming or chatting. They were 10 days and nights of humiliation, extreme physical violence, sleep deprivation, even being made to swallow toxic products, all live and fully monetized for donations. The channel behind this is called Le Local, run by streamers known as Naruto V and Safine. Mediapart exposed them last year for live humiliation and violence for audience shares. They were detained, then released, and the channel kept going. There's a clip from weeks ago that is especially haunting. His friends laugh about what could happen if he died live. One insists he should stay on camera, that if he ever dies, it'll be because of his health, not them. Under pressure, Jean said it. Some people are now arguing he was a consenting adult, fully aware of what he signed up for. But in reality, in a message to his mother, Jean wrote, "It's going too far. I feel like I'm being sequestered with their shitty concept." Jean, a fragile man in his 40s who spent much of his life streaming alone from his parents' house, wanted community and to belong. Instead, he ended up surrounded by people who made him the punchline. After falling in with his new group, he moved in. Streaming became his whole life. On camera, his friends kept reminding him how they had rescued him, how he owed everything to them. Clips show them mocking his past, saying he never had friends, never had love. They call him disabled, beat him, even strangled him. And all of it was played for laughs, with viewers sending money to keep the abuse going. Other streamers saw it coming. Ava Mind said months ago, this channel should have never been public, both for the damage it did to viewers and the way Jean himself clearly wasn't in control. After his death, she said, "It pisses me off to have been right." Arkunir, one of France's biggest streamers, wrote, "I have rarely been so shocked, frightening that such content could continue for years without anyone intervening. Whether it is the disgusting shit or on the videos or Kick, I hope they all pay." Meanwhile, the man behind Le Local are now posting tributes, calling Jean their brother and asking people not to share the footage of his death. One wrote, "No one knows, but everyone talks. We loved each other. That's all that matters." France's digital minister, Clara Chapaz, called the case an absolute horror, announced a judicial investigation, and says she contacted Kick directly. But Mediapart says the government was warned months ago. Back then, Kick simply wasn't a priority. Kick, the Australian streaming site, said it couldn't comment due to privacy rules. Their terms ban heinous violence, but moderation is looser than Twitch. In the end, someone died on their platform, sparking a national debate in France on social media responsibility. And the community literally laughed when he died on stream, being like, oopsie, no more content. He's dead, lol. Fucking monsters. You're a grown man. It feels like too much pressure. Get up and leave. Everyone's a victim. Lol, now I'll speak how I feel, bud. Dude, you're talking about a dude who had like major disabilities and was lonely. He's like 46 years old. These people clearly took advantage of him. What the fuck's wrong with you? They tortured him and then he died. Jesus Christ. Dude, there's always a special type of person who will just like endlessly find ways to victim blame, no matter how heinous the situation is. They were also his landlord, chatter. Yeah, exactly. Like they literally were providing him housing too. Like they were exploiting him. I don't know, man. It's just like, fuck. I don't know. I don't know what compels someone to be that much of a piece of shit. I don't know what compels someone to be that much of a piece of shit in this circumstance when they're analyzing a situation that they're not even remotely involved in, where they immediately find a way to fucking... No, I understand why those guys could do it, because they're fucking evil, okay? And they wanted to make money, and they didn't care about the humanity of the person that they were, like, torturing. I'm saying, why the fuck are you, a random ass dude on the internet, literally turning around and being like, nah, he was asking for it? Like, what the fuck? You're not even making money off of it. Like, there's not even a financial incentive for you to fucking defend this kind of thing. Like, how the fuck? Like, what do you gain in that situation? You know what I mean? You just see evil being conducted and you go, I'm on the side of evil. I guess it's like, it's the same principle behind people who like entertain lolcowing people, right? Which is just like stalking and harassment of a person who oftentimes has the exact same kind of disability that they have online. You know, it's just like everything that they hate about themselves that they want to attack and destroy. It's a lot of fucking shut-ins who engage in this kind of thing. And they have like crippling disabilities that render them unable to go outside. So they spend every fucking waking moment online literally targeting people with similar kinds of disabilities online and make it their life's mission to ruin their lives, right? It's just misery loving company. Oh. What's so crazy about it is like if they weren't, if the audiences weren't entertaining shit like this, they would probably make something of themselves. But the more they entertain shit like this, and the more they find a sense of community in this shared misery, actively trying to harm other people, the more sedentary they become, you know, the more awful they become for consuming this kind of content.
Shone a light on the channel last December. They were briefly taken into custody in January, but after both Pormanov and Kudu refused to undergo medical or psychiatric...
I'm a lonely person, man. This goes beyond that. No, there are plenty of lonely people. There's plenty of lonely people in this community, okay? There's a difference, though. You're not entertaining that shit. You're not letting your own personal problems turn into like other people's issues. You're not like, I'm in a fucking shitty situation, so I'm going to make sure that I find a sense of community with other people in similar shitty situations, and we actively fucking gang stalk people online and try to ruin their goddamn lives. You know? A lot of people are lonely. A lot of people go through horrible straits in their lives. They don't just like make it everybody else's problem. That's the point. Like...
psychiatric evaluations and told investigators they were participating freely in an enterprise Pormanov said was making him up to €6,000 a month. The streams continued on the platform Kick.
The platform Kick has a reputation as a bit of a Wild West and also an El Dorado for streamers who no longer have a place on other platforms.
Kick posted to X that they were deeply saddened by Pormanov's death, promising to cooperate fully with the authorities and undertake a full overhaul of their French language content, also banning the rest of the local group from the platform pending the results of the investigation.
An investigation has been launched after a French streamer died taking part in a live broadcast on the online platform Kick. Oliver's here with all of the details. Oliver, what can you tell us?
This is a really shocking case, Wilf, where 46-year-old Raphael Gravin, also known as Jean Pormanov to his online followers, he had 600,000 followers on the likes of TikTok, also a big audience on the video streaming site Kick, and it was there where he was reportedly taking part in a 10-day marathon live video when he died in his sleep near Nice on Sunday night. Now, viewers were concerned when he was unresponsive. He didn't answer any of their messages. And according to Le Monde newspaper, it appears that quite often in these videos that he was part of, he was subjected to violence and he was often humiliated. On one part of this live stream, apparently he had water thrown on him as he was lying down on a mattress. Now, Clara Chapaz, who is the French digital technology minister, says that it appears he'd been abused for months and that an investigation has been launched. We've had a statement from Kick which says, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of Jean Pormanov and extend our condolences to his family, friends and community. We are urgently reviewing the circumstances and engaging with relevant stakeholders to investigate the situation." This statement goes on to say, "Kick's community guidelines are designed to protect creators and we remain committed to upholding those standards across the platform." But it's clear that French ministers are really wanting to hold Kick to account here. They believe that the platform should be held responsible for the content that is on its site.
So he had water thrown on him.
I'm being honest, like, I just don't think that they're ever, like, when we say, like, oh, what will it take? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it will take for Kick to actually self-moderate. Because, like, it's clear that countries, even like the EU nations, who normally have like at least some sense and more regulatory control, would, under normal situations, like under normal circumstances, take action against stuff like this, right? But nowadays, I feel like that's long gone. Even European countries don't do this anymore. They got to lose money. That's all they care about. They're never going to lose money. The entire platform is losing money all the time. It's not designed to make money. It's designed to be somewhat self-sustaining, but mostly just as a tool to market the cryptocurrency casino that powers it. Like, for example, Stake is a crypto casino. It tried to do ads on Formula One and numerous other competitions, and they were told no. but they can do it for Kick because Kick can present itself as the entertainment function of the casino and not directly the casino itself. It's not about making money for them. It's just a sole advertiser for their casino. And also a way to basically do some kind of like reputation laundering for the cryptocurrency casino without it being directly a cryptocurrency casino ad. Fizz made a good point. In my opinion, this is the logical endpoint of all lolcowing. It usually doesn't get this far due to moderation and guidelines, but Kick has none, and therefore it enables it to reach this natural conclusion. Yeah. This is what happens when you systematize and turn it into content. Because this is the impact of lolcowing online, but it's usually relegated to the darkest circles of the internet. You know what I mean? This used to be something that people do in like anonymous forums that they have to fucking use VPNs to tune into. But now you're just doing it in broad daylight on a fucking visible platform to an audience that demands more of it. It's basically, you know, Live Leak and fucking Kiwi Farms, but on steroids. And if left unchecked, from my experience, and I can draw a parallel here to what Twitter turning into the Nazi shithole it has become has done to every other platform, and what TikTok has done to like red pill incel terminology and basically made it popular and added into the regular lexicon of normies. If left unchecked, this is going to become a thing that everybody does. More and more people do. Content creators are like, they're bots, they're NPCs. They rely on trends, okay? They're not creative enough on their own to come up with like unique ideas. So they'll see something going popular, and if they're depraved enough, they will do it as well. Look at the distribution of CSAM that happened on Kick. One content creator took it upon himself to do these like Riz videos on Omegle or whatever, one of those like fucking websites, random websites, and he started getting nudes from minors, okay? And when that became a meta on the platform Kick, more people started doing it because content creators saw that and were like, oh, this is sick. Like, you can make money off this. You can get clout off this. That is how it goes. That is before this incident, by the way. A year before this incident. And then it became a regular thing. And there's more to it than just that. There's like Nazis on there. Again, that's how Nazis also became the meta as well. Being a Nazi became the meta. Being like a gross racist became the meta. You would just say shit. You would just fucking say the most heinous shit and be rewarded for it. And then other content creators who don't have any fucking functioning brain cells would repeat that because they're like, oh, well, this, I don't give a shit. What about I don't give a shit about the repercussions. Okay. Yes, Something About Chickens did a 2-part series on the distribution of CSAM on Kick. Sequencing and serializing and turning it into content for a bunch of content creators who saw one guy doing it and they all did it as well. It even goes, I mean, the same thing is happening with right-wing commentary in general. Okay? That's what it is. Monkey see, monkey do. Other content creators see people like Asmongold popping off, fucking making like Nick Fuentes jokes or pointing to like anti-Semitic memes and shit. Maybe they don't see all of it, but they see most of the stuff that he's saying about like trans people, undocumented migrants. And then they go, well, this guy's popping saying this shit. I'm going to do it too. Greatest example of this is XQC. XQC has no fucking worldview. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. But he saw how much Asmongold was gaining prominence by doing this shit. So he tried to do it as well. And then his audience fucking yelled at him every goddamn day. And then he had to basically back away from it a little bit. He still tries it to his best ability. But that's it. There are a lot of people who don't. Over under 3 months, Asman won't go into Kick. He already did, brother. What are you talking about? He already is a Kick streamer. He went to Kick. He went to Kick months ago. He's already there. And now you got Mr. Beast going there too. It's just so fucked. Because that kind of stuff just has like like people just don't want to see their own responsibility at all. They just they don't realize that they're playing a role in like normalizing this fucking abhorrent behavior. They don't want to think about their responsibility. They don't want to think about the role that they're playing. They just think about the bag.
Him.
Yeah.
But so by someone he was in partnership with.
It appears that he usually creates videos with 2 other video content creators. Some of the videos that I've seen online, it's silly videos where they're slapping each other, they're having fights. It's not clear whether this was something consensual that he took part in or whether this was an escalation in this sort of extreme videos that they were taking part in. But it's very, very unusual set of circumstances.
Entertainment or ritual online humiliation? French content creator Raphael Gravan was known for his video stunts, like taking on these attack dogs. But other clips show the 46-year-old being doused in water, shot with paintballs, and apparently even being strangled.
I'm so happy Kaisenat held the line and denied them early on. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, Speed too. It's so funny. Kai and Speed got the bag from Rumble, and then they never really fucking streamed there too. They were like, Rumble was so desperate for clout that they just gave him a fat bag, and then they streamed one time on that platform and then never again. And look where they're at in their careers. They could have taken the Kick bag. They could have. Let's not give Kai too much credit. Yeah, sure, but like on that front, he was smart enough and had surrounded himself with smart enough people that knew better, that like that was a major problem. What's also crazy about the Kai situation is that all the Kick streamers fucking hate his ass now because he literally said, I don't want to stream with Aiden Ross because they spam like, you know, monkeys in the chat every time I'm on camera. Yeah, dude, they're like, what do you mean? That's the most normal thing on the planet. Like, that's the most normal thing for a black content creator to be like, I don't want to be a part of this. It's racist as fuck. And they hate him for it. They literally hate him for it. They're like, oh, how dare you? Why the fuck would he want to be a part of that? It's crazy. Drake is promoting ED pills. We're in dark times. I think that's because he must have like a crippling gambling addiction or something.
I got your back online. I said respectfully, in real life, I got you, bro. But when it comes to this content shit, I'm not in the mental state to be in front of your niggas. As soon as a nigga of color hop onto the stream, it's straight watermelon and gorillas, nigga. I'll watch.
I just wish he didn't say that though. I really wish he didn't say that as soon as there's somebody with color on your stream. We don't have to make this about race at all.
Brother, come to Dagestan, brother. 1-2 year, we make wrestler out of you, brother. What the fuck? This is such a stupid statement. I turn into a Dagestani. You can't, like, this is such weirdo behavior. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, you got a black dude being like, hey man, it's really fucked up that your community is insanely racist whenever there's someone of color on your stream. And he's like, why you got to make this racism about race, man? Oh my God.
We don't have to make this about race at all. Like, there's no reason to do that at all. I get what he's saying. Like, when there's somebody with color on their stream, they spam monkey and watermelons and stuff. When there's a Jew on stream, they'll spam the craziest shit in my chat. When there's a
Bro, what? His response is, let me tell you all the other groups that they're racist towards as well. Hey, yo, man. Dude, how echo chamber do you got to be to think this is a good line? This is bars, man. He's spitting. Yeah. You don't understand, bro. We're not just racist towards black people. We fucking hate the Jews as well. Aiden Ross is Jewish, for those of you who don't know.
Mexican on stream, they'll spam shit on my chat. When there's a Chinese person on stream, they'll spam my shit on my chat.
Oh, Chinese people too. God, okay.
It's not just one specific race, guys. It's every fucking race.
Bro, if you ever need something.
Oh, I didn't realize it was worse than I thought it was. Why would that be inviting? Why would this be welcoming? What the fuck? I'll bet there's one race that doesn't get spams. Oh. Yeah. Well, because that doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like anti-white racism doesn't hit the same. And anyone who will try to sincerely engage you with that argument is a silly person, okay? It just doesn't work that way. Andre is a relevant tweet about anti-Semitism on Kick. Yeah. After Ethan said he is announcing that he may begin streaming on Kick. Remember that Kick allowed anti-Semitic imagery as official channel emotes on Aiden's channel. Looking back at getting banned for Cracker is even more crazy now. Oh, yes. I mean, you know Kai, right? Why does he allow himself to believe someone like Aiden is his friend, is actually his friend IRL? I don't fucking know Kai like that. What are you, crazy? No, I don't. Like, I've collabed with him in the past, like when he was first coming up. He is far too much of a household brand for me to actively be around him like that. I don't fucking know. All streamers are best friends. Yeah, Kai knows Aiden a lot better than he knows who the fuck I am. You and Agent collab with Hit? Yeah, I love Agent. Agent is great. Chris is great. I don't really know the other dudes on AMP that well. Oh, Phantom also. I love Phantom. Yeah, we love Agent. He's been on the Fear Amp podcast. Yeah, Chatter, Kai has Nike shoes, bro. He's not cool like that with us on. Yeah. Like I said, he's too much of a brand. Okay, let's be real. I'm gonna work on something with Phantom too. I've been talking to him. This was XC's racist drawing and Aiden's racist prompt when playing Gartic phone. I don't care about that. Come on, man. It's just, who cares? They literally just showed off putting Kai in Fortnite. Yeah. He used to beg to be on Aiden's stream, and Aiden is the main reason why Kai dramatically grew. He feels like he don't need him anymore, so now he wants to manipulate to try to slander Aiden. Big fucking L. Okay. Two things can be true at the same time. Like, Aiden could have played a formative role in Kai's, like, popularity, but also Aiden himself literally is not the same Aiden from, I don't know, fucking 4 years ago. Why do these people think that he owes them something still? Like, he has to sit there and go through, like, ritualistic humiliation. What the fuck? It's so crazy. It's like, nah, you just have to sit there and be tight. You have to sit there and be tight with a dude who's, like, hanging out with Nazis and shit. Yeah, also, you can go back to, like, I mean, you can go back to Bronny. Bronny was responsible for Aiden's career taking off, you know, and Bronny doesn't fuck with Aiden anymore either. So, you know. I just, like, people lack object permanence, I think. Where they personally think that, like, people stay the same forever or something. Like, there was a good long moment. There was a long period of time where Aiden was just, like, kind of funny. You know, he was. I mean, he still is kind of funny. Like, when he was asking Donald Trump to deport me, like, that's pretty funny. He has his moments still, but it's like, it went from, like, him being funny because he's kind of dumb to him being, him going from, like, relatively harmless, haha funny because he's kind of dumb, but, like, well-intentioned for the most part, to him being like a horrible monster. That's it. A lot of these people think growth equals self-censorship, which equals First Amendment violation, obviously. Yeah, no, that is definitely, I mean, there is truth to that, for the record. There is truth to that. Brands have kept a lot of these motherfuckers in check. 100%, okay? I think a lot of people have shown their true colors in this new age of Donald Trump, where they're just like, oh, hell yeah, we have the freedom to be as vicious as we want to be. And I don't think, like, a lot of people look at that and go, this is great. I'm glad that you're an incredibly toxic person. I really like that. There are plenty of people who like that, for sure, and I'm certain that there are people who also go along with it because they think that's the cool thing. Like, a lot of young, impressionable people that probably think, like, this is cool. This is the way to be funny. And it's most likely melting the minds of so many young people all around the world. Having said that, however, it's just, it's totally fucked up that if it wasn't for, like, fear of cancellation, a lot of these guys aren't, like, I guess, personally invested in being good people. Where, you know, it was just, like, the bag that was stopping them from behaving like repulsive little monsters. And now that there is a bag out there to let your freak flag fly, plenty of people are taking that opportunity to do just that. Terrible. Terrible circumstance. This is sort of the same as saying we need religion to not kill people or behave. Wait, what? No, I'm not saying that. First of all, a lot of those dudes literally act as though they are religious. For the record. I don't think that, like, any... I don't think that any... it shouldn't be outside forces that are, like, preventing these people from behaving like little monsters. It should be their own morality. But I digress. In the absence of that happening on its own, I'm fine with any sort of external pressure that stops these people from actively recruiting more young people who are malleable, who are impressionable, into behaving like this, because they think it's the cool way to behave. Zero gaming again. Typical liar. I didn't say I was going to game today. I don't know where you guys got that information from. Okay. Yeah, Niall Strange post, the political and media discourse in the U.S. over Palestine is framed in a way that is so disconnected from public sentiment. Is Israel committing a genocide against Palestinian civilians? Yes, 43%. No, 28%. America's under 30. Yes, 55%. No, 21%. I mean, those numbers should even be higher. And I think how low those numbers are clearly indicate that people are still duped, because you're asking people not their opinion necessarily, but like you're asking people about a truth, whether they recognize a truth or not. That's what's so crazy. In most TV news and panels discussing the Mideast, both cable and broadcast news, every commentator is either pro-Israel or neutral. Very rarely do you see pro-Palestine voice on TV, and even rarer, a Palestinian. New York Times had a front page news story authored by a former Israeli intelligence officer without any journalism experience. It turned out to be full of fabrications, but you can imagine the New York Times ever hiring a former Palestinian intelligence official to write for the news section? Of course not. Yeah. Oh, there's also this as well. Now confirmed that this episode led 60 Minutes to be stripped of its editorial independence and led to the selling of CBS to David Ellison, who now plans to merge the company with Barry Weiss and the Free Press. Yeah.
Same.
60 Minutes put out this video, if you guys recall, later, after the fact, months after the fact, across the now decimated Gaza Strip. America's mark is everywhere. In the footage shot by CBS News in May, the ground is littered with U.S.-made ammunition casings, some used to prop up tents, others turned into playthings by children. Here is the report. Shari Redstone hoped Trump's 60 Minutes suit would root out anti-Israel bias at CBS News, and she sold Paramount partly over October 7. Redstone told The Times that for years she had resisted entreaties from potential suitors eager to buy Paramount. What pushed her finally to agree to sell the family business was the October 7th massacre of an estimated 1,200 Israelis. Now, let me tell you something. Why is there this much fucking power in the hands of one person? Why are we at the mercy of a bunch of freak-ass billionaires, bro? Like, that's so crazy to me. There should be some kind of safeguard against this. You know what I mean? But of course, because this kind of power accumulation is a normal part of capitalism, that you got a bunch of oligarchs who could just be insane. You know? You could have an oligarch who's like, sorry, dog, I saw October 7, am Israel high, sucks to suck. Anyone that ever criticizes Israel going forward is done. And I'm going to tank this fucking entire media institution because they're not sufficiently pro-Israel. That is crazy. That is a crazy thing. They should not have this kind of power. A billionaire should not be able to single-handedly decide that one of the increasingly small sliver of media giants is now going to merge and become more pro-Israel than they already were. That's crazy. That's crazy. Once that happened, I wanted out, she told The Times. I wanted to support Israel and address the issues around anti-Semitism and racism. She told The Times that her breaking point came just before she withdrew from settlement talks with Trump in January this year. CBS aired a 60-minute segment featuring State Department officials who quit over American support for Israel's Gaza war, a piece the American Jewish Committee blasted as shockingly one-sided, lacked factual accuracy, and relied heavily on misguided information. Redstone wasn't alone in her concerns. Days after the segment aired, George Cheeks, who oversees CBS, shared Redstone's dismay about the Gaza episode. Yeah, Cheeks is right. Who shared Redstone's dismay about the Gaza episode and soon appointed veteran producer Susan Zirinsky as executive editor to review 60-minute segments, stripping the show of its traditional independence from corporate interference. In April, the longtime executive producer of 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, departed after Zirinsky's appointment undermined his autonomy. It is now confirmed that the Gaza episode led to 60 Minutes being stripped of its editorial independence and led to the selling of CBS to David Ellison, who now plans to merge the company with Barry Weiss and the Free Press. Barry Weiss only has a media career because she's a fucking Israel dick rider. Okay, that's it. She was at the New York Times. She's a repulsive little monster and made an entire career talking about cancel culture and how the left is so shit, while simultaneously invoking the worst versions of cancel culture on anyone who was remotely a critic of Israel. Her free press outlet routinely does fucking hit pieces on me, relying on information that was compiled by the previous pedophile sex pest cult that I just showed you, sex pest in his community. Like, literally, they just straight up have like DGG points on free press. That's how fucking ridiculous that outlet is. And they work directly with the state of Israel. At a time when there is very little confidence in the veracity of news media, in mainstream news, these guys are, at a time when mainstream news is most necessary as a resource to speak truth to power, the fact that these guys are just like, yeah, the most unimaginable pro-Israel outlets out there, American news media, is not sufficiently fucking pro-Israel, so I'm selling it, is crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, Ryan Grimm has a good take on this. It's not enough to get free weapons and political cover to carry out a genocide. Israel and its backers in the U.S. must also destroy any institution, no matter how long it has operated, like 60 Minutes here, that dares to moderately criticize the project once. That's why I say, like, if you think you hate Israel enough, like, you don't have enough smoke. Here's Tim Dillon.
Political fallout from this scandal, it would be monumental, and it would affect some of the wealthiest people in the world and our relationships with different countries, namely Israel. I mean, unless we're all completely wrong here and that Jeffrey Epstein was not at all connected to the Mossad. But it seems he was. It seems he was. So again, it would call into question this relationship that we've had with our, quote, greatest ally for a very long time. That can't happen. I don't care how many, Barry Weiss, whose company is, sold.
Barry has no audience. How can shareholders feel at all confident in his plan? It doesn't matter. She has power players. She has the eye of the most important audience. Their numbers are very marginal. Billionaires. Billionaires love her shit. They think she's fucking brilliant. So while CBS's numbers tank when they do this kind of insane fucking collaboration, it still won't matter because for a lot of billionaires, like, they understand something that the online liberal and the online leftists do not. The value of propaganda. Why the fuck do you think the Wilkes brothers, the oil tycoon, fossil fuel industry giants, have funded both PragerU and the Daily Wire? They know how important it is to just constantly pump out bullshit and delude people to the best of their fucking ability. So as long as they subsidize her fucking idiotic operation, okay, even if it's on CBS and it has no fucking real audience, it doesn't matter. They'll fucking try to do everything they can to create motion around her.
Now he's going to sell to CBS for $3 trillion or something. Larry Ellison's son's buying the Free Press. You know, the very important Free Press blog that is on Substack is worth $250 million.
Yes,
and I like Barry, but the free, the one that gets.
I don't.
It's like 7,500 views on YouTube. That powerhouse conglomerate media company is worth $250 million. By the way, so the Tim Dillon show is apparently worth $1 billion. Hello, Miriam. Where's my fucking money? $300 million, $250 million for Barry Weiss's blog, in which she interviewed megastar Ross Douthat from the New York Times about why conspiracies have taken the hold of the American mind. And Ross goes, well, you know, the thing about conspiracies is there's an element of truth. Not in this one. There's not an element of truth. It's all truth. It's all the elements of all of the truth. It's not a kernel of truth. It's lots of kernels in a bag of popcorn.
The State Department fired a spokesman for Israel-Palestinian affairs because he drafted a statement clarifying that the United States government opposes ethnic cleansing. What a proud legacy for Marco Rubio. The State Department fired his top press officer for the Israeli-Palestinian affairs following multiple disputes over how to characterize key Trump administration policies, including a controversial plan to relocate hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip that critics consider ethnic cleansing, according to U.S. officials and documents reviewed by the Washington Post. Monday's firing occurred days after an internal debate about releasing a statement to the news media that said, "We do not support forced displacement of Palestinians in Gaza." Shahid Qureshi drafted the line, which resembled previous remarks made by Donald Trump and Middle East Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who said in February the United States would not pursue an eviction plan for Gaza. State Department leadership vetoed the move, instructing officials to cut the line marked in red and clear, according to a memo dated last week. Incredible. Incredible stuff, man. It's just so fucking repulsive, dude. We are villains, okay? This is like Google deleting "do no evil" from their company motto, you know? Actually, evil is fine, says Google. Google came out and was like, actually, we're fucking pro-evil. What do you mean, do no evil? I was wrong about that shit. What the fuck was I saying? Don't listen to me. I love evil. As a matter of fucking fact. Yeah. Do no evil, more like do evil. We took out the more. Or we took out the no. Do more evil. It's an inevitability that every single for-profit institution, unless they're like a one-off, is always going to put profits over the interests of people. That's it. There are no safeguards. The only way that you could actually democratize this process is if workers had a say. That's why you see so many people doing sit-ins and protests internally at places like Microsoft, because they're like, this is unconscionable that like Microsoft is compiling data for the Israeli government so they can use it to like create assassination targets and shit. That's it. That's it. Really fucked up. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to end it here at 7 hours and 55 minutes. Another half day. Long ass stream. You already know what it is. I'll be back tomorrow. I have some very special guests coming tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, next week as well. Another doctor that went to Gaza. And some other guests as well. Also, I have some travel planned as well for the People's Conference in Michigan. And we shall see. We shall see what happens. But love you all. Stay safe. Be kind to one another. And yeah, free Palestine. Peace, everybody. Love you all.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all.